Hi, I'm Miriam, and this is my story. Please like and subscribe. I was born and brought up in London till I was 10. My dad's a doctor and mom's an artist. Both my parents loved me to bits, so much so that they decided to move to the countryside to ensure I grew up in a pollution-free, stress-free environment. And I wasn't complaining because I loved being close to nature. Also, I loved painting. Being around nature was a great inspiration. On my first day at my new home, I met a girl in the yard who looked my age. Her clothes were dirty and her hands were full of strawberries. She smiled when she saw me, stuffed the strawberries into her mouth, and held out her sticky hand. Hi, I'm Stacy. Are you new here? Yeah, we only just moved today. Do you see these horses? They're all mine. This one's Stella, he's James, this tiny one's Marco, and that brown one over there, he's Philip. Wow, aren't you scared of them? What? No, they're my friends. I'll show you. Actually, those horses were all ours, and Stacy was lying through her teeth. But I decided to play along. Stacy took out an apple from her pocket and went straight to the tiny horse. Oh, sorry. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. See, he loves eating from my hands. You know what? I can even talk to animals, and I understand what they're saying. Like the other day, Philip said he wanted to marry Stella. So I told Dad. Just then, our new housekeeper appeared.
Stacy, what are you doing here? Didn't I ask you to feed the hens?
He then turned to me.
Morning, Missy. Sir's looking for you.
Dad, you know her?
Of course. She's Miriam, Sir's daughter.
Stacy's face went a bit red because her lies had been caught, and she rushed off while I couldn't help laughing. I found her super interesting, and we soon became really good friends. We even went to the same school. I'd always been a bright student while Stacy sucked at studies, and she wore clothes that were very ungirly. Baggy pants and loose t-shirts, that's what made her the butt of jokes in school. A girl named Jennifer was particularly mean to her. One day, she stopped Stacy in the school corridor. You're the daughter of Miriam's housekeeper, right? So technically, you're her servant. I was not going to let anyone bully my BFF, not under my watch. We're closer than sisters, and she's my best friend. But what would you know? You don't have any. I guess it would be better to have no friends than to have one that looks like her. This made me so angry that I slapped Jennifer, and we broke into a huge fight. Stacy also jumped in, and by the time we got separated by teachers, Jennifer's hair looked like she'd gotten an electric shock. The three of us ended up in detention together, where Stacy went on her lying spree once again. You know, Miriam, when I was 5, I got lost in the woods for 4 days. I met an old woman there who taught me how to cast spells. I almost burst out laughing, seeing the horrified look on Jennifer's face. When my dad found me, I was floating in the air. He almost died of a heart attack. Then when I came home, I cast a laughing spell on him, and he couldn't stop laughing for days. People thought he'd gone mad. Do you remember that spell? No, but I remember one that will make a person dance nonstop for days. Jennifer sat as still as a mouse after that, and we rushed out the second detention was over. We both laughed so hard, and we knew we'd made an enemy in school. That evening, I asked Mom if we could buy Stacy some new clothes. She immediately agreed, and we all went shopping. We got Stacy some nice dresses that made her look so nice and different. On our way back, Stacy couldn't stop thanking Mom. She told me although she had a few of her mom's dresses, she didn't wear them because she didn't want to get them dirty. Do you miss her a lot? Sometimes. I keep myself busy so that I don't miss her too much. I've taught myself lots of things because I've always been a genius. Like when I was 2, I could recite poems and write letters. I studied so hard that I became a master of algebra and psychogolly. You mean psychology? Yeah, that too. I laughed and hugged her tight. She was such a bluffer. I guess bluffing was her way of coping with the loneliness she struggled with since she was a baby. With her dad being busy with work all day, she literally had no one for company, except of course horses, cows, and hens. I was her first human friend ever. When I was in 10th grade, Stacy and I were discussing our science project in school when I accidentally bumped into someone in the hallway. As I looked up, I saw the most beautiful blue pair of eyes staring at me and annoying Jen. Hey, don't you have eyes? Or has your silly friend cast a spell on you that made you blind?
It's okay, Jen. She didn't kill me. Hey, I'm Chris.
He's my brother, and he's strictly off limits for weirdos like you.
Stop embarrassing me, Jen. I can take care of myself.
Chris, you know nothing about these two. If he's your brother and still likes you, he clearly doesn't know anything about you either. Shut up, you witch. Jennifer was holding a cup of coffee that she threw on my dress.
Jen, what's wrong with you?
Oh, I'm so sorry. It was an accident. Just then, Stacy stomped on Jennifer's foot so hard that she screamed out loud. I'm sorry, it was an accident. We both high-fived and went away. But before that, I caught Chris looking at me and smiling. For some reason, his smile melted my heart. The next few days, Jennifer followed Chris like a shadow. I got to know that Chris had been studying abroad and had just come back. He was 1 year senior to us. And once, when I was sitting alone in the library, Chris came and sat beside me.
Hey, I've heard a lot about your mom, and I would love to see her creation someday, if that's okay with you.
Gosh, I just couldn't stop looking into those big blue eyes. Snap out of it, idiot. Of course. You can come home and I'll show you her paintings. But won't Jennifer be mad?
Don't worry about her. I don't know why she's acting so strange lately. She sometimes forgets that I'm the elder sibling, not her.
When I told Stacy that Chris was coming home, she wasn't too thrilled because he was Jennifer's brother. She already knew I had a huge crush on him. That evening, I told Mom that my friend would come over to see her work, and she readily agreed. When Chris finally came, Mom greeted him warmly. But all of a sudden, Chris started shouting,
Ma'am, I'm a big fan of your art. I've seen some of your paintings at a London art gallery.
That's so nice. Miriam, why don't you go take him upstairs to show him the paintings?
Thank you, ma'am. It was a pleasure meeting you.
I was so confused at his weird behavior. But then I saw Stacy laughing crazily just outside the door, and I knew she had something to do with it. Did you meet Stacy on your way here?
Yeah. In fact, she was the one who told me that your mom has a hearing problem.
Good Lord, I swore I'd kill Stacy for this. Chris and I started going out after that day. He was funny and a nature lover like me. Jennifer didn't like our budding relationship one bit, but she couldn't really do anything about it. Once, Chris came to pick me up for a movie night. When I entered the car and tried putting on the seatbelt, it got stuck. He leaned in to see what the matter was, and suddenly, we were so close that I almost forgot to breathe. Just then, Chris looked into my eyes, and we kissed. It was my first kiss ever, and it was freaking amazing. I knew I was totally in love. Then Chris told me his biggest secret.
Miriam, I want you to know something. I was 8 when I had a terrible accident. Doctors had to cut off half of my left leg to save me.
Chris pulled up his left trouser, and I was shocked to see that he had a prosthetic leg.
I'll understand if you don't want to date me after this, but I couldn't keep this a secret from you any longer.
Hey, don't be silly. This doesn't change a thing. And then I kissed him again. The next day when I came to school, I saw Stacy waving wildly. I ran to see what the matter was. You heard about Chris? He has a fake leg. What? I mean, who told you? Everyone at school is talking about it. I was horrified that his secret was out now, but who could have done that? I frantically searched for Chris everywhere, but he just vanished. I even asked Jennifer, but she pushed me aside angrily. My brother trusted you, and this is what you did to him? You'll never get to see him again. I felt devastated. I even went to his home hoping to meet him, but one of his servants told me that he'd moved to London for good. I missed Chris so much that I cried for days. Stacy tried to cheer me up with her silly stories. She'd force me to go on hikes with her, and she encouraged me to paint more often. With her help, I started to get better. Soon after, we had an art competition where the winner would get a chance to study in a prestigious art school in Milan. Stacy, if I win this competition, I'll literally get to go to the university of my dreams. Don't get your hopes too high. I'm participating too. She then revealed that she was planning to paint a pig rolling in mud. Turned out that Jennifer was also participating in the competition, and I had to admit, she painted quite well, but I was confident of my art skills. So I just focused on my painting, and it turned out to be more amazing than I'd expected. Our art teacher asked us to wait outside for an hour until the judges came and reviewed the paintings. I went to the cafeteria to grab some lunch and Stacy joined me there. And just then, I heard an announcement.
Miriam, I want you to come quickly to the auditorium, please.
It was our art teacher. I jumped with joy, thinking I'd won the competition. But when I got there, I got the biggest shock of my life. Someone had ruined my painting by throwing ink all over it. I burst into tears as soon as I saw it. Stacy also looked really upset, but she tried to console me. It's okay, Miriam. There's always next time. You can participate in the competition next year. Who do you think could have done that? I worked so hard for this day.
Miriam, I'm so sorry for what happened, but don't worry. We're looking into the CCTV footage and we'll know very soon who did it.
And sure enough, we found out the culprit, and it was Stacy. I couldn't believe it, but the proof was right there in front of my eyes. Stacy deliberately spilling ink on my painting. Stacy, why? Why would you do that? You knew how important this competition was to me. How could you? Why? I did that so I could win. My paintings are so much better than yours, but you just think that you're the greatest artist and I'm nobody because I'm your servant's daughter, huh? Wow, so you've just started assuming things now? You know what? Just forget it. I'm so done with you. I stopped talking to Stacy after that. Our parents figured out that our friendship had turned sour, but we didn't tell them exactly what happened. I just told my mom that my painting wasn't selected and I'd try again next year. The next few days were the worst days of my life. I missed Chris, and in spite of what Stacy had done, I missed her too, especially when I watched MSA videos alone. It was usually our favorite thing to do together. One day, as I was out in the stable feeding the horses, I heard a familiar voice behind me.
Miriam?
Chris, what are you doing here?
I hope you're not still mad at me for vanishing like that.
What? No, but you do owe me an explanation. And then, Chris told me that the day he'd come to pick me up, he was talking to Jennifer on the phone. She was really mad at him for dating me.
When your seatbelt got stuck, I put the phone aside without realizing the call was still on. She heard me telling you about the prosthetic leg, and I guess she thought that if she let the rumor about my leg spread, I'd just blame you for it, which is exactly what happened. I'm sorry.
My goodness, how can anyone be so evil? But how did you figure out that Jennifer was behind all of this?
I didn't. Stacy did.
Stacy?
Yeah, she sent me a recording of Jen's confession. I think you need to go talk to her. I'll wait here.
A recording? What had Stacy been up to? I hugged Chris quickly and went looking for Stacy. I found her sitting under a tree. Stacy, I need to talk to you. Yeah? About what? How do you know that it was Jennifer who spread the news about Chris's fake leg? Well, she admitted it herself. What? How? And why? That day after I ruined your painting, she came up to me and told me what an excellent job I'd done by showing you your place. I just knew she had something to do with you and Chris breaking up, so I decided to pretend to be friends with her for a while. And sure enough, one day she started boasting about how she'd managed to break your relationship with Chris. She told me everything. Stacy, I don't understand you. On one hand, you ruined my chances of getting into my dream university, and on the other hand, you reunite me with Chris. Why? I ruined your painting so that you wouldn't move to Milan. You were the only friend I had, Miriam, and I didn't want to lose you. I already lost my mom. I didn't want to lose more people I love. Stacy was the strongest girl I knew, and it hurt me deeply to see tears in her eyes. You weirdo. You could have just said that and I wouldn't have even participated in the competition. In fact, I decided right then that even if I won, I wouldn't move to Milan. City life is just not for me. I'm happy here with my horses, cows, and my wacko best friend. I hugged Stacy as we both cried, and Chris smilingly looked on. Hi, I'm Sasha from Florida. Please don't forget to like and subscribe. My mom always told me that when I was born, I came like a ray of sunshine in their lives. My parents were struggling financially and were the poorest in their families, but I was a special kid. They could tell from the start that I was super bright, and I could read and count when I was only 3. This made them so proud, especially since my brother Damien, who was 2 years older than me, was just a troublemaker. Once when I was 5, Damien and I were playing baseball in our small yard, and I told him not to throw so far, but he wouldn't listen. Relax, Sasha. Don't be such a nagging baby. But Damien, the neighbors... He threw it again, and this time it broke the neighbor's window, which my parents had to pay for.
Damien, you're not getting a Christmas gift this year after that stunt. You're always getting into trouble and costing us money we can't afford.
I told him not to throw so high, Mom.
Of course you did, baby. I wish your brother was smart like you.
Damien looked at me with pure hatred. And ever since then, we fought like cats and dogs, and there was no peace in the house with us around. I kept excelling at school, and with time, my parents' struggles also started getting easier. Dad got a job in the city planning department, and he had a good salary now. The only one getting worse was Damien. He failed 10th grade twice, and now we were in the same class.
If you fail another year, you'll have to find a part-time job and pay for your own school fees. I am not spending my hard-earned money on your failures.
Sasha, why don't you help Damien with his math?
Heck no, I don't want any help from Little Miss Perfect.
It's not like I'm dying to teach you, but this is just getting embarrassing, bro. Take my help if you ever want to leave high school. I tried my best to help Damien, but he was such a thick-headed student. How could someone's IQ be this low? One day, while we were sitting at the local ice cream shop going through his homework, this fancy, overdressed girl sitting at a table opposite us started yelling at the waiter for accidentally spilling a milkshake on her. "You stupid fool! Look at what you did to my Gucci top!" Even though the waiter apologized 10 times, the girl kept being a jerk and told him she wasn't paying for her food. She started walking out, and just as she was passing by our table, her shoe's heel broke and she tripped. But Damien moved at some lightning speed and caught her just before she fell. It was like watching a Bollywood movie in slow motion. The two were staring deep into each other's eyes till I interrupted. "Hey, Superman, these algebra exercises won't solve themselves." "Thank you so much. You really are my Superman. You saved my life. I'm Chanel." Watching Dumb and Dumber making gaga eyes at each other was making me nauseous. So I left them and took the bus home. But I was surprised to see Damien and Chanel already there. How did you get here so fast?
Chanel drives a Lamborghini. Didn't you see it parked outside?
What surprised me even more was that my parents were smiling from ear to ear at her.
Her father is actually one of the richest people in town.
Yes, and your brother and Chanel are dating now. Isn't that amazing? Dating? They just met. I had no idea what this girl saw in my brother or what she wanted from him. So when she was leaving, I caught up with her. "Excuse me, Chanel, right?" "Yes, and you're Sasha. Your parents tell me you're so smart." "Yeah, and I love my family very much. And even though my brother's dumb, I don't want to see him get hurt. So what's your deal?" "What do you mean?" "I just like him, and I'm gonna ask my daddy to transfer him to my school." I didn't think Chanel was serious. But a month later, Damien was going to her school, and she was coming over to our house for Sunday lunches. My parents started giving Damien all their attention, and I stopped existing. "Damien, my darling, we're so proud of you. We always knew that there was something special about you." "Hey guys, I got selected to participate in the international math competition." "Oh, that's nice, dear. Oh, and Chanel, thank you for speaking to your father. Because of you, I now have a good job at the bank." "But Mom, you don't even have any banking qualifications."
Who needs qualifications when you know people in high places?
My house was turning into a fake zone, and everything was about Chanel and Damien now. I wasn't used to this at all. When I was in 11th grade, Chanel invited us to her mansion for her birthday party. We were welcomed warmly by her mother, but her father was forever on a phone call. While my family were busy mingling with the rich, I found a quiet place on a balcony. Just then, this tall Superman-type guy appeared beside me, and I immediately felt nervous.
The view is beautiful from here. I'm Clinton, by the way. I haven't seen you at any of Chanel's parties before.
I'm her boyfriend's sister, not really a close friend. How are you related?
Oh, I'm her ex-boyfriend.
Why would you come to her party?
Her father and I are very close, and he still wants me and his daughter back together.
What? But she's with my brother.
Chanel's father has helped me and my family a lot, so I'd do anything to help him out.
Like, break up my brother and Chanel? Is that what her dad wants? And you'd do it? That's just crazy. They've been together for a year now and they're in love.
That's what you think. Sasha, what are you doing here with this jerk? He's obsessed with Chanel and keeps asking me to break up with her because he wants her back. You are such a fool. I'm just trying to help you, dude.
Damien lunged forward to punch Clinton, who pushed him away roughly to defend himself. Just then, Damien tripped on a rug and landed hard on the floor. Damien! He was unconscious and we quickly called an ambulance. While my parents and I sat in the hospital waiting room, I went to get some water when I found Chanel in Clinton's arms. You lying, cheating snake! My brother's seriously hurt, and you're here playing makeup with your stupid ex. You can't talk to me like that, Sasha. Oh, drop the act, you witch.
Sasha, why are you making such a commotion?
Because your son is in the hospital, and it's all because of this stupid girl you adore. Just then, I spotted Grandma's pearl necklace around Chanel's neck. Hey, what are you doing with that necklace? It was a gift from your mother. Mom, why would you give her that? You always said it was mine.
Sasha, please calm down. Chanel has done so much for our family since she came into our lives. You need to be more thankful.
Chanel is fooling all of you. She is not who she seems.
Enough of your jealousy. Not everything is about you, Sasha.
After my dad said that, I suddenly lost it and pulled the pearls off Chanel's neck, sending them flying everywhere. I ran away before my blind, foolish family could say more. When I went to see Damien later, he did not look great. You bruised like a peach, bro. But I'm glad you're awake.
Where's Chanel?
Listen, there's something I need to tell. I'm right here, Damien. Oh, you had me really scared, babe. Damien, don't trust anything she says. Just hear me out first.
Sasha, just mind your business, okay? Chanel is the love of my life. Now please, get out.
I saw that I was just wasting my time with my family, so I stopped talking to everyone and minded my own business. But a week later, everything came crashing down. Damien came home looking devastated because Chanel had broken up with him without any explanation. And when Mom returned, she said she'd also lost her banking job.
I should have listened to you, Sasha. Chanel just threw me away like a toy she got bored of. And now, I'm back to being nothing.
But you were never nothing, Damien.
Yes, I was. I was always a disappointment next to you. But once I started dating Chanel, they finally noticed me. I was worth something.
It was true. I'd enjoyed all their attention without ever thinking about how he felt. And for the first time, I hugged him. Just then, Dad appeared, looking frantic.
Chanel is a bigger traitor than we could have imagined. She stole some important work documents from my study, which prove that our entire neighborhood was built on some illegal land decades ago. Her father has those documents now, and he's planning to demolish the whole neighborhood to set up his factory here. Son, I think this is why she was dating you all along. And now we'll lose our house, and I'll definitely lose my job.
I couldn't believe how far Chanel had gone to deceive us all, and I had to do something. I was sitting at the local cafe wondering what could be done when I spotted Clinton in the corner looking upset. Why do you look like you've been crying? Aren't you back with Chanel?
No, I'm not. That day at the hospital, I was only hugging her because she was really upset about your brother.
Whose heart she broke, by the way. Upset my butt. She totally used him.
You don't know everything. It's all because of her dad. Anyway, I told him I didn't want to get back with Chanel because I don't love her, and he fired me from his company.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that. But right now, I have to figure out how to save our entire neighborhood from getting bulldozed by Chanel's dad.
I know how you can stop him.
Look, I still don't really trust you, but I'm listening. Clinton told me that Chanel's father had some important documents in his safe at home, which proved he'd committed fraud to steal people's lands.
I still have the access card to his home office, and the whole family goes to the golf course every Saturday morning. That's when we can get in. If we expose him, he'll be ruined.
I was very nervous about this whole plan, but a lot of people were about to lose their homes, so I had to try. When the day arrived, we managed to get into his office and get the documents from the safe when suddenly, Chanel walked in. What are you doing here? Chanel, I should call the police. I was scared out of my wits, but suddenly she took my hand. But I won't. My dad's been using me for his dirty business all this time, and I'm sick of it. I don't want anyone to lose their homes. So go and save your neighborhood. I suddenly hugged her. Thank you, and I'm sorry. No, you had every right to be angry. But you have to know, even if it started off as an act, I really did fall in love with your brother.
Come on, Sasha, we have to go. They'll be back any moment now.
The documents we had were enough proof to get tons of lawsuits slapped on Chanel's dad and shut his illegal businesses for good. And our neighborhood was safe.
You did it, Sasha.
We're so proud of you, love. Well, I wasn't alone. Clinton helped me. And Chanel. Just then the two walked in and Damien looked furious.
What? Why would you have anything to do with these people, especially her, after what she did?
She only hurt you because of her father, Damien. You have to give her a chance.
Yeah, and all that time I warned you about breaking up with Chanel, I was just trying to protect you from her dad's plans. Because you're a good guy, Damien. Also, you should listen to your sister because she's strong and smart.
I was taken aback by Clinton's words, and the way he looked at me gave me butterflies.
We don't know about Damien, but we will never forgive her.
Mom, Dad, you aren't completely innocent here either. You only started giving Damien attention when he brought a rich girlfriend home. And you accepted all kinds of favors from Chanel, even though you didn't deserve them. Let's just all forgive each other and start over, okay? We left Damien and Chanel to talk things over, and I was certain things would be right between them because they truly loved each other.
We make a good team, don't we?
I guess you could say that.
We should, team up more often.
Okay, I'll contact you next time there's another neighborhood that needs to be saved.
Or how about you try to understand what I'm saying and realize I'm asking you out?
Yeah, I understood that the first time. And sure, why not? While Mom was at work, I crept into her bedroom and searched her closet and all her drawers for evidence of something. I lifted up a blanket from her bed and almost had a heart attack. Hi, I'm Ming from China. See, my mom, she was the prettiest girl in our whole town. She literally won the Chinese beauty pageant 5 years in a row and became rich from it. Everyone would stop her in the streets to tell her how beautiful she was. Best of all, Dad adored Mom to bits and was always showering her with gifts. And then I was born.
Oh, darling, she looks exactly like you. Same lips and cheeks.
You and Ming should compete in pageants together when she gets older. Well, that's exactly what we did. When I was 3, Mom and I competed in duo pageants, winning every time and soaking up the glory. Then one day when I was 10, I was in my dressing room when I heard Mom had to be rushed to the hospital. What's going on? Is she hurt?
It's her skin. It's become completely wrinkled and inflamed. The doctors think she has a rare and untreatable condition.
What do you mean untreatable? I want to see my mom now!
No, Ming. The pageant is in 3 minutes. You'll have to go on without her.
I was totally powerless, but I did end up winning first prize. Sadly, everyone was too depressed to celebrate. Mom looked like a freaking 80-year-old with red lumps on her face.
It's obvious I won't be able to compete with you anymore. Look at me.
Mom, don't talk that way. You'll always be beautiful in my eyes.
Oh, spare me, Ming. I don't want your pity.
I felt so awful, and as I continued competing in pageants, people constantly compared me to my mom, especially my grandma. It's heartbreaking what happened to my daughter's skin. It's too upsetting for me to visit her these days. At least you look the way she used to. Their comments made me furious. I could feel Mom's growing resentment. Worst of all, the tension was affecting my parents' relationship, and they started fighting all the time. Finally, when I was 16, my parents divorced. Mom got custody since she'd been my primary caretaker, mostly because she'd always been driving me to our pageants. And it was then I decided I'd had enough. I don't want to be in pageants anymore, Mom. I only did them in the first place because of you, and I don't like how bitter and jealous you get every time I compete.
That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Why would I be jealous of my own daughter?
Gee, good question. All I know is it just got worse as I got older. I quit pageants, and then Mom decided to move to the US, which was a big adjustment. And as soon as we settled, she became even more of a nightmare to be around.
That's a disgusting amount of makeup.
But I'm just wearing lip gloss.
Well, you're wearing too much for a girl your age. Wash it off right this second. I don't understand how you can eat all those pancakes and not blow up like a balloon. Enjoy it while you can.
See what I mean? Luckily, my new school became much happier than my home life. One day at school, I asked around to see if I could get an English tutor, since I still wasn't comfortable with the language. All the kids recommended the same guy, someone named Gavin. He tutors for volunteer hours, so it won't won't cost you anything. Plus, he's gorgeous. Every girl at school has a crush on him. Oh, well, I'm not looking to date at the moment. I just want to pass my classes. But when I met Gavin in the library that day, my heart skipped 10 beats. He looked like a storybook prince. How could I concentrate on homework with that smoke show up in my space?
Are you okay? Your cheeks are bright red, and you look adorable.
I do not look adorable. I mean, can we get to work, please? My homework's not going to do itself. We sat down to study, and I had to admit, Gavin was as brilliant as he was handsome. But when I started doing my math homework, he kept staring at me with his twinkling dark eyes, which made me nervous.
So, are you free to go out this weekend?
Excuse me? I don't want to go out at all. You're just here to tutor me.
I know, but I can't fight my attraction for you. I've never believed in love at first sight, until now.
Seriously? Does anyone fall for your cringy pickup lines?
Face it, Ming. I'm smart, I'm funny, and I have great hair. You won't be able to resist me for long.
I couldn't help rolling my eyes at that. Maybe I should get a new tutor. Except that same week, I ended up getting an A on 2 exams.
See? I don't disappoint. Now will you go out with me?
Just because you helped me get a good grade doesn't mean I owe you anything.
Come on, just one date?
With that, Gavin pulled out 2 tickets from his pocket. And holy crud, they were to a Sasha concert, my favorite singer.
I've been saving these for someone special, Ming.
Okay, I'll go. But only because I'm a huge Sasha fan. But this is not a date. The night of the concert, Gavin came to pick me up at 6, but the second Mom saw him, she looked furious and pulled me aside.
Where do you think you're going with that boy?
To Sasha's concert? I already told you I was going with a friend.
Please, do you really expect me to believe Mr. Heartthrob here is just a friend? He'll break your heart, just like your father broke mine. You're not going to that concert.
But Sasha's my favorite singer. And you and I both know Dad didn't do anything wrong. That comment made Mom so angry that she sent Gavin home and me up to my room. I was so mad I was shaking. Then suddenly, I heard a noise from my bedroom that was coming from the dog door. It was Gavin.
Hey, I think I'm stuck. You're gonna have to give me a hand.
Oh my God, are you trying to crawl into my room?
Well, you want to go to that concert, don't you? You said you're a huge fan, and if you can fit through this door, you probably won't get caught.
My heart fluttered as he smiled up at me. There wasn't any harm in going on a date with him, was there? So I crawled through my dog door and let Gavin drive me to the concert. But soon we hit traffic and we're running over an hour late. This is all Mom's fault. It's because of her we left during rush hour. She's becoming even more of a train wreck since the divorce.
Your parents are divorced? Wow, small world.
Your parents are divorced too?
Well, actually, Mom left us a couple of days ago. She met some guy at work and is leaving my dad to be with him.
Wow, I'm so sorry.
It's fine. I'll get through it.
Gavin didn't seem like he wanted to talk about it anymore, so I turned on the radio. The concert was nearly over by the time we arrived, but Gavin had an idea.
We're parked right above the stadium. If we just sit on my car, we'll have time to hear the last song.
The last song was a slow one, and I closed my eyes, swaying my shoulders in the wind.
I know your mom isn't perfect, but you sure are beautiful like her.
Ugh, I hate it when people compare me to my mom. Can I be my own person? I'm more than just a pretty face.
I know that. You also have pretty hair.
I slapped him right then, and he leaned in for a kiss. I felt fireworks between us. Then suddenly, Gavin pulled away.
No, I can't do this.
What do you mean?
I don't want to fall for you. I'm scared of getting hurt. I don't want what happened to my parents to happen to us.
Dude, we're in high school. I'm gonna run off with some other guy. Your parents' failed relationship doesn't mean you have to live in fear. But Gavin just said taking me to the concert was a mistake and started driving me home. I felt like such an idiot. He was the one who'd asked me out. I'd let him drag me hours away from home at midnight so I could give him a chance. Thankfully, Mom was in bed when I got home and I fell asleep with no trouble. Then at around 5 a.m., I felt someone's hands on my head. It was Mom.
Ming, go back to sleep.
At that second, I spotted a pair of scissors in her hands. What are you doing with those? And why are you holding a strand of my hair? Are you cutting my hair in my sleep?
I just need a couple of strands.
What? Why?
Please don't ask questions.
No, I will ask questions. You can't just cut my hair in my sleep without telling me why.
Watch your tone, young lady. I'm not doing anything wrong here. You need to learn to respect your elders and bite your tongue.
Mom stormed out of my room and slammed the door. She grounded me for a week, but I wasn't gonna let her scare me. While Mom was at work, I crept into her bedroom and searched her closet and all her drawers for evidence of something. Then finally, I lifted up a blanket from her bed and almost had a heart attack. On her bed was an open cardboard box with a pile of my hair strands. How long had she been collecting my hair? I wasn't sure what she was gonna do with it, but I knew one thing for sure. I needed to get away from her. I thought about booking a flight to China to go back and live with Dad, except what if he didn't allow me to? The next day at school, I was in the library
library when suddenly I saw Gavin sitting across from me reading a book. Oh darn, I'd forgotten to cancel our tutoring sessions. Ming, hey. Hi, look, I won't be needing any more tutoring sessions. I'm moving back to China. Wait, what? You're leaving? Yes, and I don't know when I'll be back. You made the right choice not to kiss me at the concert. We would have both ended up hurt. Everyone I've ever been close to in my life has done me wrong or got separated from me. You were right to protect your heart, Gavin. He stared at me with sad eyes, and I couldn't bear being around him anymore. I went back to the house so I could secretly pack my bags and leave home. But that night, Mom knocked on my door. Do you have a minute? What's going on? What's in that box? Your 18th birthday is tomorrow, so I made you a present. Oh man, my birthday. I'd completely forgotten. What's this? You asked why I was collecting strands of your hair. Well, it was to make a quilt with something called dongtai hair embroidery. It's an old Chinese practice. You sew hair strands onto a piece of white silk. My grandmother started a tradition where a mother would embroider a piece, pass it down to their daughter, who would continue the work and keep working on it until it was finished. Then the next daughter in line would receive the quilt as a gift. And that's you. I was shocked. Mom hated me. There was no reason she'd want me a part of any family tradition. I don't even remember the last time you gave me any presents, let alone something like this. Well, it's your 18th birthday and it's an old family practice. My mother used to tell me, back when we were close, that she wanted me to continue it. And you are my daughter after all. Mom hugged me awkwardly and I tried to feel happy. Maybe I didn't have to run away from home after all. My mother loved me. This was proof she loved me. But I still couldn't sleep that night. I felt in my gut something was off. That Mom didn't give me that blanket for the reasons I thought she did. Suddenly, I heard voices coming from the other room that sounded like a FaceTime conversation. I can't believe you made me go through all that work to give Ming that dongtai blanket. She barely even said thank you. I shouldn't even have to ask you to pass that blanket down to your own daughter. I had to offer to take Ming for the summer so you'd agree to do it. Like I haven't already passed down enough to her. Ming is prettier than I ever was and won more pageants than I ever did. I did what you told me. I gave her the stupid quilt. What more do you want from me? Well, that all made more sense. Of course Mom hadn't changed. And of course she hadn't grown to love me. I refused to speak to both her and Dad that week. And one night, after Mom went to sleep, I threw the dongtai quilt into the fire with my strands of hair and 2 generations worth of work. At school, I still saw Gavin, but I avoided him too. After all, I told him I was leaving the country. On the last day of the semester, I was taking my finals, but I was panicking because I didn't know any of the answers. I hadn't been able to find a tutor as good as Gavin, and now I was the last one in the exam room. I tried to calm myself with deep breaths when suddenly some kids ran in screaming, pulling the examiner's arm. Miss Benson, someone broke into your car. And that's when Gavin walked in and sat next to me. We only have like 2 minutes tops. Give me your test. I'll finish it for you. No, Gavin, I can't ask you to do that. But he'd already taken my test and was filling in the answers. Why was he helping me? So obviously, you didn't move to China in the end. No, not yet, but I still might, just to get away from everything and everybody. I don't understand, Gavin. Why did you do this for me? Because I still care about you, Ming. I know I wasn't ready to kiss you that night at the concert, but part of me regrets that. Really? Yeah, I don't want my parents' divorce to scare me away from falling in love. You told me that night, nothing is worth living in fear for. Gavin pulled me close, and I felt my heart skip a beat. Maybe you're right, Gavin. Just because my mom didn't know how to love me doesn't mean there aren't other people out there who do. You mean like me? Slow down, buddy. We're not there yet. I leaned over and kissed him right then. For the first time in ages, I walked home feeling happy. But when I entered the house, I found Mom sitting in front of the fireplace, crying. I can't believe you burnt the family quilt. A 3-generation quilt. It wasn't a 3-generation quilt because you were never gonna pass it down to me. You only did it because Dad told you to. You know what? I'm done putting up with this. I'm moving out of this house. I'm not gonna live with you anymore. That summer, Dad let me stay with him in China as he promised, and Gavin and I applied to the same college and got in. Even after returning to the US, I didn't see Mom, and I also blocked her phone number. But one night at college, I was awake studying when I got a freaking message from Mom on TikTok begging me to call her. Jesus, she created a TikTok just to get a hold of me? I finally gave in, just to get her off my back. Oh, honey, I'm so glad you called. I've been wanting to talk to you and make amends for a while. It's a little too late for that, Mom. I really don't have time to talk. I have midterms tomorrow. Ming, you didn't let me finish. I've been seeing a therapist and working through my issues. I want to be better. I want a fresh start. Well, I am glad to hear you're finally getting help. I know you've been suffering for a while, but I can't just forget the way you've treated me all those years. Maybe one day I can forgive you. I just don't don't know when that'll be. I understand. Well, if you ever do want to start over, my home is always open to you. I love you, and I'm sorry about everything. Thanks, Mom. I've always wanted to hear those words from you.
Hi, I'm Brittany from Philadelphia. Please like and subscribe. I was raised by my single German mom who moved to the US before she had me, and she wasn't a very conventional mom. For starters, I was allowed to call her by her name, Julia, and other people just didn't get that.
Carol, excuse me, can I please go to the bathroom?
It's Miss Carol, honey. You don't call adults by their first names, like you say Mom. You don't use her name.
Yeah, I do. I call her Julia all the time. What's wrong with that, Carol?
She thought I was being cheeky and got mad, and I really didn't understand why. But after that, I started using Miss, Mr., or Mrs. with names of everything in her class, just to be on the safe side. Mr. Apple, Miss Banana, Mrs. Pencil, and for some reason, that annoyed her too. Mom always treated me more like her BFF than her daughter, and we could have candid conversations about anything.
How many boyfriends have you had, Julia?
5.
Can I have a boyfriend?
Sure, but I warn you, boys are annoying.
Was my dad annoying?
He was the worst. Lazy, stupid jerk. He always stole my chocolates.
I'm glad he's not around. Okay, is Santa Claus real?
Ugh, of course not. I buy your amazing presents, not some fat old men.
I thought so, Julia.
Life was pretty good, till a woman moved next to us in the 3rd grade. She had a son who seemed to be my age, and Mom and I were excited to welcome them to the neighborhood, but the lady didn't seem too happy to see us. What is it? You woke me up from my nap. Oh, we just brought you a butter pecan pie. A what now? A butter pecan pie. That's just her German accent. Sounds really weird. I'll return the dish once we've eaten it. Okay, danke. What did you say? I said okay, danke. Who are you calling a donkey, you weirdo? And then she smashed the pie in Mom's face. Mom lost it and attacked her, and several neighbors had to stop them from ripping each other's hair out. I tried telling the lady and her son that danke means thank you in German, but they just wouldn't listen. And that was the day an endless war started between the two houses. Alan's mom worked the night shift and slept during the day, so Mom made sure she did everything noisy during that time, like mowing the lawn, hammering nails in the wall for hanging pictures, and playing the drums. Yeah, she bought a drum set just for that purpose. And in turn, we'd often find our washed laundry in the mud, dog poop on our doorstep, our newspaper crosswords always done, and trash outside our gate. Hey, you pick this up before I come and kick your bottom. You should go back inside. There's already enough garbage on the street. Our moms also kept calling the cops on each other. They were playing their music too loud. We were not. They're keeping an illegal animal in that house. We just own a cat, you moron. But you've been keeping lice in your hair and spreading it in the neighborhood. Officer, arrest her. We shared a wall, and one time, Mom was playing music and Alan's mom started banging on the wall. Mom got pissed and banged even harder. Then Alan's mom punched a hole through the living room wall with a broom. You stupid cow. You've ruined my wall. It's not your wall, it's mine. Alan and his mom tossed a bunch of trash through the hole, and of course, we returned the favor. And for me and Alan, our feud didn't even stay at home. We made each other miserable in school with stupid pranks. One day, I discovered slime in my locker, and just then, I heard Alan talking trash about me to his friends in the hallway. I'd had enough, so I threw toilet water on him.
Wow, you smell terrible.
I'll get you for that, Brittany.
Ooh, I'm scared.
You gonna get your mom to punish me, you mama's boy? I can take care of myself, you ugly monkey. There was never a moment of peace between us. And then in 9th grade, our moms both came to school for the school play and started fighting over a seat. Hey, that's mine. It doesn't have your name on it. If it did, how would you know? It's not like you can read English. They started shoving and scratching each other. A couple of teachers had to drag them out of the auditorium as Alan and I looked on in horror. It seemed like everyone was talking about us. I don't think I've ever felt so embarrassed in my entire life. Seriously? I wish the ground would swallow me whole. Wow, look at us. We actually agree on something. And honestly, I was getting a little sick of it all. We had done about as many nasty things as we could to each other, and I was beginning to wonder what the point of it was. Julia, why don't we just move and put all this behind us? No. That's exactly what that woman wants, and I won't let her have it. But there were more and more days where I saw Alan, and it wasn't my first instinct to glare at him or call him stupid or throw my drink in his face. And I started noticing a similar change in Alan. I think the two of us had reached the same conclusion. We had outgrown this feud. We weren't friends, like not at all, but we weren't really enemies anymore either, which somehow led us to being partnered for a class project. Oh, great. Stuck with you. Are you gonna set my notebook on fire or stab me with a pencil? Look who's talking.
shocking. You threw rotten eggs through my bedroom window and put a dead fish in my mailbox. I'm not exactly thrilled about this either.
Whatever, let's just get it over with. We knew there would be a huge fight if either of us told our mothers we were working together, so we kept it a secret and met up in parks and cafes. I didn't expect to enjoy myself, but weirdly, I did. One day, I caught him staring at me. What are you looking at?
I always thought your face looked like a rotten tomato, but when you smile, you're kinda cute.
Oh yeah? Your face looks like a raisin.
Raisins are sweet, and they're good for you.
The next day, Alan gave me a basket of golden raisins with a silly note that made me smile. Alan was actually really funny. He made me laugh more than anyone else, and I could almost forget all the things he'd done to make me angry over the years.
Brittany, I know our moms hate each other, but I was thinking.
You mean you finally got that brain of yours to work?
Haha, very funny. Truth is, I don't hate you. I'm not sure if I ever really did.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Even after the project was done, we kept sneaking around and hanging out as much as we could, watching movies and taking long walks, and the more time I spent around him, the more I started realizing that I liked him. Alan, I think
You've fallen head over heels for me, you've been struck by Cupid's arrow, you can't get enough of me, and you think about me all the time.
I wouldn't say all that.
Okay, fine. If you were gonna say that you liked me, then you should know that I like you too.
So, what should we do about it?
I have some ideas.
Then Alan pulled me close and kissed me. Our moms were still getting into fights, but that didn't mean we had to be a part of it. When we were in school, we could totally pretend none of that drama was real. And afterwards, we would hang out in places where our moms weren't likely to find us. Sometimes, we'd even use the hole connecting our houses to talk after our moms had gone to sleep. Things seemed to finally be going well, mostly. When should we tell our moms?
Don't you think it's too soon?
Considering that they hate each other, it seems like any time would be bad. Besides, aren't you sick of sneaking around behind their backs? I'm not really used to keeping secrets from my mom.
I guess you're right. Why don't you come over for this big family dinner Mom's hosting tomorrow, and I can introduce you as my girlfriend then. She won't make a scene in front of so many people, trust me.
That night, I showed up at the party all decked out, and Alan greeted me at the door.
Wow, you look amazing.
You look good too, aside from the sweat on your forehead.
I'm just a little nervous. I'll be fine.
The house was filled with guests, and they were really nice to me. A few minutes later, we all went to the dining room, and that's when Alan's mom walked in with the roast chicken and saw me.
What is that awful girl doing here, Alan?
Alan was about to speak, but then suddenly he pushed me away instead.
I have no idea, Mom. She must have snuck in. She has a crush on me, and she's just obsessed, like a psycho stalker.
I was so shocked and hurt, I couldn't even move or speak.
You horrible child. Get off my property at once or I'll call the police.
Alan's mom picked up a bowl full of spaghetti and hurled it at me. I ducked just in time and went running out the door in tears. And when my mom found me sobbing on my bed later, I told her what had happened. She was beyond furious.
I'm not going to let them both get away with this.
Julia, can't we please just move away? I'm so sick of all this fighting.
No, we are staying right here, and we are planning revenge.
She came up with all these crazy ideas for how I could embarrass him at school or out in public, and some of them involved his mom. I was getting so frustrated that my brain was about to explode. Just stop!
What do you mean, stop? You haven't even heard the rest of the plan.
I'm sick of this. I don't want to be part of your stupid plan.
There's no need to be rude to your mother. If you have a better plan, share it.
OMG, you are not hearing me. I'm tired of this stupid feud, and I don't care about getting revenge on anyone. And I wish you would act like a mother for once. I ran outside and bumped right into Alan. What are you doing here?
Brittany, look, I don't have much time. My mom's out, and I wanted to say,
I don't care about what you have to say. We decided to tell your mom about us, and you chickened out and lied about everything.
Wait, please. I know, I was a jerk and a coward, and I shouldn't have acted like that. I just froze up.
Congratulations on your self-awareness. Now get out of my way.
You don't understand. My mom's terrifying. She gets that crazy look in her eyes. I can't make her mad. She's really hard on me. But I know that's not a good excuse, and I really am sorry. I love you so much. I want to shout it from the rooftops. I hate hiding things and living like this.
What if we didn't have to hide it?
Our moms will never see eye to eye.
We need to find a way, if you really care enough.
Of course I do.
Both our moms were on alert because of what had happened, so we had to be extra careful sneaking around and meeting up, which led to some pretty close calls. One night, I even had to climb a tree and leap over Alan's backyard fence when his mom got home from work early. And then a day came when we were hanging out at the park, and suddenly my mom popped out of a bush.
Aha! I knew something was going on.
How could you, Brittany?
Mom, Alan! Suddenly, Alan's mom appeared from behind another bush. Why would you associate yourself with that awful girl? Because we love each other. Your evil daughter has brainwashed my son.
More like, your demon son has brainwashed my daughter.
Our moms fell into an all-out fight, pulling hair and screaming and trying to gouge each other's eyes out. It was insane. But Alan and I looked at each other and just ran away from there. We were done. And for the next 3 days, we hid at my friend's house and made her swear not to tell our mothers. After a while, our moms reported us missing and flyers of our faces were posted all over the city. You know we can't do this forever, Brittany. I know, but I'm not sure I'm ready to go back yet. I'm not either, but we have to eventually. The next morning when we went home, both our moms came running out, pulling us into hugs and sobbing.
Brittany, where have you been? I was very sick.
Alan, how could you do this to your poor mother? Alan took my hand as we faced them together. Alan and I are together. That's not gonna change just because you can't get along with his mom. We've always been so close, Julia, but you're ruining our relationship and making me miserable. I need you to stop being so selfish. Don't make us choose between you two and our relationship. You both need to respect our decision. You don't have to like each other, but you need to respect and tolerate each other if you want us in your lives. You got it? Our moms looked at us and then at each other, and for the first time that I could remember, they didn't start fighting. Instead, they shook hands.
All right, this doesn't mean we're friends though, but can we call a truce?
Gross. Why would I think we're friends? But yeah, truce.
Sorry about that, guys. Is the setup back up? I hope no one's hurt. Can you also move this vase and this coffee cup away, please? I'm kind of clumsy, but you already know that. So, we're here to talk about my life, huh? It's quite a roller coaster, let me tell ya. Anyway, I'm Maisie, and before I continue, please like and subscribe to MSA. My story starts in a small apartment in Washington, D.C., where I lived with my dad, who worked as a computer expert with the government. Dad and I were close, mostly because we both loved computers and would spend hours chatting about codes, algorithms, applications. Well, let me tell you something interesting. There are over 700 computer languages, and the first bug found in a computer was an actual bug. Okay, that's not interesting. I can see you're yawning. That's because you took my coffee away. I would have broken that cup. I was 6 when I accidentally broke the toilet because my butt was too fat to fit inside. And then at 10, I went to a wedding, tripped on my own foot, and crashed into the wedding cake. You should have seen the bride. Some crying mess she was. So, you're clumsy and annoying? Do you want the story or not? Yes, please continue. So, yeah, my dad and I were close and things were going perfectly. I was acing my classes. By 13, I could crack the toughest codes. And by 16, I'd already developed an application where you could paint your own cat pictures. Because cats are cute. Life was good. But then I turned 17 and everything changed. Dad and I were working in his lab when his screen started glitching. And suddenly it went blank. Dad sprung into action, but it was too late. And then minutes later, out of nowhere, the FBI crashed open the lab and handcuffed Dad.
You're under arrest for leaking important government files. You have the right to remain silent, and whatever you say will be used against you in the court of law.
No way! My dad is innocent! Tell them, Dad!
Maisie, I'm sorry. Take care of yourself, and I promise you everything will be fine.
The FBI dragged Dad away, and a week later his case went to trial. I used all our savings to hire the best lawyer for Dad, but it was useless. The evidence against him was stacking, and he was sentenced to 20 years in jail. Do you want a tissue? Yes, thank you. Oh, sorry. I just get really overwhelmed. It was a tough time. Anyway, the day Dad went to jail, I couldn't sleep a wink. And the next morning, news of his arrest spread like wildfire. My friends turned their back on me, and everywhere I went, people whispered all kinds of things about Dad that made my blood boil. I was losing my mind. So that week, when I met Dad, I told him everything, and he suggested I move in with his sister Gina to New York. But I'd only met Aunt Gina once when I was 6, and it wasn't a pleasant experience, mostly because her daughter Claire was such a prude. I was nervous, but somehow made up my mind and hopped on a plane. I reached Aunt Gina's mansion and saw her waiting for me with Claire. I walked up and hugged Claire tight, but she pushed me away. Oh my God. Have you heard of personal space? 2 steps back, please. I'm sorry. That's just the way I say hello. Maisie, that's a funny noise. No, my name's Maisie. We met when we were really young, and you told me I have the nose of a seahorse. And then I asked you if you wanted to play with the computer, and you told me that was geeky and you'd rather eat a bag of worms than stay with me because I smelled like a farm. Ring a bell? But Claire just gave me a weird look and left without answering. The next morning was no good either. Aunt Jana and Claire were sinfully boring people, and they hardly spoke, so I decided to start a conversation. Such beautiful weather. I can already smell the winter in the air. Perfect time for some hot chocolate and sandwiches, right? It's the weather to curl up and die. The leaves have ruined the garden, and I feel like throwing up at the thought of wearing 10 layers so I wouldn't freeze to death. Oh God, I'm having flashbacks. Oh, sweetums, do you want a handshake? It will make you feel better. Yes, thank you. See what I mean? Oh, thankfully, I still had my computer, so I wasn't totally losing my mind. And a few days later, Aunt Gina enrolled me in the same school as Claire, and I was happy to finally get some time away from the house. On my first day, I was in the cafeteria figuring out what to eat when I saw the last piece of pie. I reached out for it, but someone else did too, and for a moment I forgot how to breathe. Standing in front of me was the most gorgeous guy.
Wow, we're in a fix.
You can have the last one.
It's okay, you were here first. Besides, this pie is the only thing edible in this cafeteria. You know, one time I ate the muffins here and it gave me such bad gas I almost pooped my pants. Okay, that's not a very funny thing to say. I have a weird sense of humor.
So do I. I'm Maisie.
Noah, pleasure meeting you.
Noah and I sat down on one of the tables and ended up having a great time. He told me he was a year senior and had only recently moved to New York. We had a lot in common, but the best part was when he said he loved coding, just like me. After that day, Noah and I were inseparable. It felt nice to have someone to talk to, and as time went by, I slowly started to like him. Soon after, Noah asked me out, and I gladly said yes. We went to this video game parlor near school, and I totally owned his butt.
Those were some crazy moves. And where did you learn all those cheat codes?
My dad taught me. He loved video games, and he was a coder too. He's not around anymore though, and that's why I'm stuck with my aunt and my cousin who are worse than a statue. They don't talk to me, and I have no one to share my feelings with, and I just...
Hey, I can understand. Please, calm down.
Noah pulled me into a hug and I melted into his arms. I wanted to tell him everything about Dad, but I knew he's going to judge me, so I stayed quiet, and soon after we left. Noah held my hand tight throughout the ride back home, and I couldn't help myself falling for him harder. I was super excited to see Noah the next day, but surprisingly, he kept avoiding me. He wouldn't talk, wouldn't laugh, and every time I tried having a conversation, he would make up some silly excuse and run away.
I gotta go. Class. Wish I could talk, but I have to go home. A raccoon came flying and knocked my grandma off a rocking chair. She broke her hip.
A flying raccoon?
Yeah, it's an Australian raccoon. We live next to the zoo, so I guess it broke out or something.
Is she okay?
Nope, she tried to get up with a broken hip, then lost balance and hit her head on the door, and now she's unconscious. I just got her text that she needs me. Okay, bye-bye.
And before I could say anything, Noah just ran in the other direction. He was clearly lying, and I needed to know why. So that evening, I went to his place to talk to him. But the guard told me that Noah was out of town with his dad. I tried texting him, but he didn't reply, and he didn't even answer my calls. I was losing my mind over the situation when a week later, I walked into school and saw Noah talking to that trash cheerleader Whitney. You know what, handsome? I've always had my eyes on you, but you were so busy with the new nerd Lazy or Hazy or something. Anyway, now that you're available, you and I should hang out this weekend. Over my dead body? And you, why are you not answering my calls?
Jeez, Mom. Relax, stop being so clingy.
Sorry, what? I'm being clingy? You're the one who asked me out, and then you totally ghosted me. Something's up, and you owe me an explanation.
I don't owe you anything, okay? And yeah, I took you out on a date, and you basically blew your nose into my shirt. That's disgusting, and I don't date disgusting girls. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm late for class.
Noah started walking really fast. I tried my best to keep up, but then he opened the door to the classroom, walked inside, and the door swung back, hitting me in the face. That oughta hurt. Oh yeah, I'll tell you what hurt actually feels like. I flew into a rage and punched Whitney's stupid nose. She tackled me to the ground, and we started fighting like a pair of wild dogs. The teacher pulled us apart, took us to the principal, and we both ended up in detention. After that horribly bad day, I went home, stuffed my face in a pillow, and cried like a baby. I was wiping my nose when Claire barged into my room. I heard what happened at school today. I don't understand. Why are you so worked up about a boy you just met? Why do you care? Because I hate seeing intelligent girls make dumb decisions for some boy who hardly respects them. He isn't just some boy, okay? He's my soulmate. He even likes pepperoni pizza. It's my favorite. So does homeless Willie down the street. Is he your soulmate too? That's not it. He likes strawberry ice cream. How many boys like pink ice cream, huh? He's definitely the one for me. You know what? He's doing this thing I've read about in books. Just agreeing with everything you say. Does he stop to smell every flower and gaze at stars at night? Yeah? Oh, yes, he's definitely faking it all. I haven't dated anybody, but I've read all the books there are to read about male psychology. I mean, I've only read 2, but I know they almost say the same things. Men aren't that complicated or diverse. He thought you were cute, and then he found someone cuter. This is not helping. Claire, trust me, Noah's different. He's lying, and I have to know why. I've already lost my dad, and now I can't lose Noah too. You also have me and Mom. I mean, I get why you're so hungry for love. The only people you love are in jail, and we both know my mom's as warm as an ice cube. But we're here for you, and that's why, if you're so sure that Noah's lying, then I will help you. You will? Oh, thank you. Just please don't hug me. I hate that. What started next was a series of things that Claire suggested, and even though some of them made no sense to me, I decided to go with the flow. The first thing on the list was to make Noah jealous by dating someone else, and for that, Claire hooked me up with her childhood friend Lance. We were standing by the lockers when I noticed Noah staring at me from the corner of his eye. I quickly took Lance by his arm and pulled him close. So, Lance, are you an appendix? I don't know what you do or how you work, but I feel like I should take you out.
Seriously?
Shut up. Is he looking?
Not really.
Hold my waist, now.
He's digging his nose. Disgusting.
Oh God, this isn't working. And with that, I pulled Lance in for a kiss. I was sure this would work, but then I turned around and saw Noah walking out. I followed him and found him beating a trash can to death. What's wrong? Are you mad?
Why? Why would I be mad? You can kiss any random jerk you want. I don't care.
Then why are you turning red?
Because of the heat. Duh. Stop asking stupid questions. You're giving me a migraine.
Saying that, Noah just turned around and left. But that whole day in school, he kept giving me death stares, and I could tell that my little trick worked. I updated Claire on the progress that evening, and she suggested we take our game up a notch. So the next day at school during lunch, just as Noah walked in the cafeteria, I let out a huge scream and fell to the ground. Noah came running towards me and started rubbing my cheeks. When I didn't wake up, he lifted me in his arms and took me to the school infirmary. As he laid me down on the bed, our faces were so close. I just wanted to grab him and kiss him, but Claire walked in and spoiled the moment. Get away from her, you creep! You're the reason she's so stressed, that she hasn't eaten anything in 3 days. You know she has Lavaria?
What?
It's a rare disease where if the patient loses their appetite, their brain turns into mush, their heart starts beating rapidly, and they can even lose their life. This is all your fault.
I don't know what to say. I'm so sorry, Maisie. I never meant to hurt you.
Noah leaned in to kiss me. Then I opened my eyes and jumped out of the bed. Gotcha!
Are you crazy? I thought you were dying. I can't believe you staged this whole thing.
I was dying, silly, of a broken heart. But now that I know you care about me...
You can't just take a hint, so let me spell it out for you. I don't care.
Then why are you here? You and I both know we had something special, and you're just trying to sabotage it for some godforsaken reason. Just be honest.
You want me to be honest? Fine. I only helped you because I felt sorry that I hadn't been the nicest to you, but you're clearly out of your mind. You're a crazy lovesick puppy, and it's pretty pathetic, and you totally wasted my time.
I wasted your time? You're the one who made me fall in love with you and then threw me aside like some cheap trash. And now you're being a jerk for no reason. You don't want me around? Okay, but at least give me a reason.
I just don't like you, and I have nothing more to say.
Fine, then you won't see my ugly face ever again. And I just covered up my face with a sheet as Noah walked away. I spent 2 days in my room crying and stuffing my face with ice cream. Every time I saw Noah at school, my stupid heart fluttered. Then it would break again the moment he was out of sight. I didn't want to feel like that, so I plunged myself into studies and applying for college, but it still wasn't enough. Then one evening, Claire thought it would be a good idea to go out and clear my mind. But on our way to the restaurant, I saw Noah talking to some shady-looking men. And then one of the men punched Noah in his stomach, and the other pushed him in the back of a van. I have to go. No, Maisie, this is not your problem. He's in trouble. I have to save him. Who do you think you are, Rambo? Did you see the size of those 2 men? They would crush us with their pinky fingers. Then you stay here, but I'm going. I took a cab and asked the driver to follow the van. Minutes later, we stopped in front of an abandoned building. The shady-looking men dragged Noah inside, and I was right on their tail. I hid behind the pillar, totally confused, when I saw a middle-aged man walk in.
What is this I'm hearing? You don't want to work for me anymore? Have you forgotten why I adopted you? No, I know you only need me for my skills, but I've done enough already. I can't hurt Maisie anymore. Well, my little boy is in love, it seems. I wonder what your girlfriend would say when she finds out that you're the reason her dad's in jail. If you wouldn't have hacked into her dad's computer and leaked those files, he'd still be home with his dumb daughter. I did what I did to save your butt. Maisie's dad knew that you were supplying confidential information to enemy nations, and if I wouldn't have leaked those files, he would have outed you and you'd be rotting in jail. So be thankful. And I will be once I get rid of you.
The old man snapped his fingers and a bunch of bodyguards surrounded Noah. One of them held Noah's arm and the other was about to punch him when I flung my bag at him and hit him smack in his face. Bullseye!
Maisie, why are you here?
I followed you and shouldn't be asking me questions. How dare you lie to my face? Watch out! Noah ducked a punch and ran towards me while I picked up a stick and started hitting people with all my strength. But it wasn't enough. There were too many. Just then we heard police sirens, and seconds later a team of officers barged in with Claire right behind them. It's okay, you can thank me later. Let's just get out of here first. The police surrounded the building, and Noah's testimony was enough to get everyone arrested, including himself. But just as they were taking him away, I asked if I could talk to him and went to the side. Why didn't you just tell me the truth?
And say what? That I'm the reason your dad's in jail? The day you told me your dad was a coder, I went home and checked you out on the internet. After I found out who you were, I couldn't be around you. But I couldn't let you go either. I know I messed it up, but can you forgive me?
No, Noah, I can't. I lost my home, my family because of you, and nothing can compare to that pain.
I can understand. Have a good life, Maze. God knows you deserve it.
Noah turned around and left, and I never heard from him again. Claire took me home, and a week later, Dad was released. Dad got his old job back, and I went back to being the computer nerd I was. Developed 100 applications, got rich, famous, gave interviews, but Noah always remained in the back of my mind. So you never met him again? Nope, but I still miss him a lot, and I wish I could have said that to his face. Let's see if we can help with that. What are you doing here? When did you get out?
Last week, I helped with the investigation, so they reduced my sentence. The crew got in touch with me an hour back and sent me the address, and here I am.
And I'm glad that you're here.
Maisie, I'm sorry. You know that when you're away from someone for so long, you make a mental image in your head about how they would look, and you think that no one can be that perfect. Well, you are. You are perfect, and I wish I could have said that sooner, but...
Can we not talk at all? And let's just agree that we've both been stupid?
I'd like that.
And can you also just pull me closer and...
True friends are those who care without hesitation, who remember without limitation, who forgive without explanation, and who trust without communication. The woman had a baby in her arms and ran as fast as she could, never looking back.
At last, we are safe, my love. We are going to America, the land of opportunities. Our future will be different now.
That's what Robin's mom had hoped for when she ran away from her husband in Brazil and moved to the USA. But making a living in the USA wasn't as easy as she thought it would be. At age 4, Robin and her mom were living in a shelter home and had trouble making ends meet. On the day of Robin's 5th birthday, her mom saved enough money to take her to a playland, a place Robin had wanted to go to for a long time. Well, the playland rides were super fun until the card was exhausted. Just when Robin's mom was about to take her off the ride, the woman came and swiped her card. No, you didn't have to. We were done. Please, let me. Hey, kid, take as many rides as you want. I need to finish this card today, or else my daughter, Summer, will have me stay here for the rest of my life. Seeing the lady's daughter jump up and down like a kangaroo on a sugar high, Robin knew what she meant. Soon the girl went running towards the jungle gym, and her mom got Robin in there too. As Robin was having fun, she heard a scream and instantly ran towards the sound to find the other girl stuck in one of the tunnels.
Are you all right? Please help. Oh, thank God you're here. I was so scared. It was so dark, but also colorful. Oddly like the witch's house from Hansel and Gretel.
Robin pushed, and in no time the girl was able to get out of the tunnel. Both became good friends, and seeing how much both girls liked each other, Summer's mom soon offered Robin's mom a job at her home. She had to work as the cleaning lady, but she also got to have a room in the big mansion. As time passed, both girls became inseparable. Soon they started going to the same school and were like two peas in a pod. But the kids there always had something to say about how different Robin and Summer looked.
especially Anya, who was mean as a snake.
Together, you both make the number 10. Does Summer eat all of your food, Robin? Jerk, her weight is a temporary caloric imbalance, but your stupidity is a permanent genetic malfunction. If you say something to my friend again, I'll… Let it go, Robin. It's not worth it.
Such mean comments didn't affect their friendship until they joined ballet classes together in the 8th grade. Come on, Summer. There are just 5 ballet positions we did this year, and you can't even get one of them right. Look at Robin. Her posture is like a delicate swan. But no buts. Come on, you can do it. Let's try it again. Seeing how hard Summer was pushing herself, Robin couldn't just sit by, so she started doing ballet and ended up landing straight into her teacher on purpose.
Oops, I am so sorry. I guess lesson's over now, right?
Come on, Summer. But Summer wouldn't budge. She remained standing in that awful position until there were tears in her eyes, and that's when Robin had had enough.
I swear, if you don't stop, I'll never talk to you again. Then don't. I guess it would be better that way.
Saying that, Summer kept on repeating the ballet steps till she was out of breath. That was the day something between the girls changed, and Summer started to spend less and less time with Robin. Worse, she got into all kinds of diets and started to hang out with Anya, the same girl who used to make fun of her. Once during lunchtime, as Robin started to enjoy her chocolate muffin, she could see how badly Summer wanted it, so she offered it to her.
Oh, no. Don't tell me you're gonna eat that.
And why can't she eat that? She doesn't have to starve herself.
How can she eat that? You touched it. Aren't you her maid or something? Or her mom, like they clean your toilets? Summer, that's so unhygienic. Yeah, gross. Her mom does scrub our toilets. What was I even thinking?
Thanks for rescuing me, girl. Come on, let's go have some detox water. As Summer left with her new friends, Robin was left in shock. That was the day Robin promised herself to turn her life around, so she focused hard on her studies and soon started acing her exams. By the time the girls reached high school, Summer was the official queen bee of the school. She had it all: a hot body, designer clothes, designer bags. She even had followers carrying her bag for her. But there was one thing Summer didn't have: Calix. Summer had a huge crush on the school's heartthrob. The guy was the perfect combination of beauty and brains, a jock and a straight-A student, and Robin had a crush on him too. Even though Calix might have smiled at her once or twice, Robin never spoke to him, knowing how much Summer liked him. One time, Robin was running late for school and was rushing when suddenly a car zoomed by and someone threw juice on Robin.
Hey, jerk, watch where you're going.
Oh, it's you. Of course.
Ugh. I didn't do it on purpose. Hey, come on, we're running late. And Robin, don't worry. You look the same trashy as usual.
Robin hoped that Summer would say something in her defense, but she just avoided her gaze and drove off. When Robin reached the school, she caught her reflection in a window and saw her hair was a mess. As she fixed herself, she spotted a smiling face. It was Calix behind her. Hey, what happened to you?
Nothing. Just started the day on the wrong foot, I guess.
Well, you still look amazing. Never mind. Saying that, Calix walked away, leaving Robin stunned. Whoa, did the Greek god-looking hunk tell her she looked amazing? He sure did. After that day, Calix and Robin's paths started to cross almost every day. One time, Robin ended up accidentally stepping on Calix's heels in the crowded lunchroom. Another time, they were paired together in the science lab. And once in the cafe, Robin was buying a donut when she realized she'd forgotten her wallet, and Calix came to the rescue.
Oh, you didn't need to. This is so embarrassing. I forgot my wallet.
Come on, it's 50 cents. You need to loosen up a bit. So I'm throwing this party, and I would love if you could come, please.
She isn't gonna come. She's always too busy studying, but I'll come. Would you like that, Calix?
Of course. Robin, do try to come, and I'll see you guys later. Just as Calix left, Summer's sweet smile faded, and she glared at Robin.
You know I like him. That's why you're running after him. You are pathetic, Robin.
Robin felt like slapping Summer, but controlled herself. Later that night, she was all dressed for Calix's party. She wasn't doing it to make Summer jealous. but because for the first time, someone from school had invited her over. Just as Robin reached Calix's place, she spotted him and was swept away when the boy came running and took her hand.
Whoa, and I thought you looked pretty in glasses. You look mesmerizing in this dress.
Thank you. Calix then took Robin to the dance floor, and as she was having the time of her life, Robin spotted the look of hatred on Summer's face. But once the song ended and Calix leaned in and kissed her on the cheek, it looked like Summer would explode. Oh no. Robin needed to explain to Summer that she wasn't after her crush. Calix, I need to go.
Wait, Robin, I wanted to tell you how much I like you.
But Robin was more worried about Summer. As she ran after Summer, she bumped into Anya.
Well, what do we have here?
A little birdie told me that this dress you're showing off is courtesy of Summer's mom. So I guess you wouldn't mind perhaps taking it off? Saying that, Anya ripped Robin's dress, and in seconds both girls were tangled in a fight. But Summer came and pushed Anya away. Robin, stop. You're better than her. And I'm sorry I told Anya that my mom gave you that dress. I shouldn't have. Wanna go home? Yes, I would like that. Summer and Robin sat in the car and talked after such a long time. And for a while, Robin thought everything between them would be all right. But just then, it started raining like crazy, and Robin realized that they were going towards a cliff. That particular cliff had a bad reputation among the townfolk for being haunted by ghosts. Why are we going there? Summer, you're so scared of horror stuff. Why do you want to see it? Just wanted to look at the city from up here. Ever since I learned how to drive, I wanted to go there. I've heard the view is to die for. Once the girls reached the cliff, they both enjoyed the view, but then suddenly, someone kicked Robin out of her car. It was Anya. She had been hiding in the back seat. What are you doing? It's raining. Summer, let me in. I'm scared. This place, it's creepy.
Oh no, you witch. You thought you could just steal my guy? Walking back home in this rain will teach you a lesson. Or maybe make some friends with some ghosts.
What? No, she can't walk back. It's raining. Let's just drive around for 5 minutes and come back for her. No way. She tried to steal Calix? I say punish her. Saying that, Anya took the steering wheel and they both drove off while Robin kept begging for her to stop. She even ran after the car, but exhausted, she fell to her knees. The next day, when Summer woke up, she was sure that Robin would be sick and tired from walking back home. But to her surprise, she saw Robin's mom all worried. Summer, did you see Robin last night? I've been waiting for her all night, but she didn't come home. What in the world? As her mom and Robin's mom called all their friends and then the cops, Summer felt her world shake. But before going to school, Summer saw a shadow enter Robin's room. Perfect, she's back. Got her mom worried for nothing. But upon entering Robin's room, she saw nothing except wet shoe marks on the floor and all the way up to the ceiling. Whatever you're up to, it won't work on me, Robin. Saying that, Summer left for school. But when the announcement of Robin's disappearance was made, she felt confused. What? If Robin was still missing, who was that at home? During break time, Summer told Anya everything, only to be laughed at. So, you're saying Robin turned into a ghost who can climb walls? Or is she now Spider-Man? I don't know. I just think we should tell the police about last night. Police? Don't be crazy. She'll be back in no time. Don't be so dramatic. A few days later, Calix visited her at night, and right then, an officer also came to speak to Robin's mom. But as she opened the door, Summer saw something behind them. A person. Robin. Oh my God. She's here. She's coming here.
What? Who's here? Kid? You all right?
Scared witless, Summer ran into her room and shut herself in there. The next day at school, Anya came to Summer. You're trying to blackmail me? I'll ruin you, Summer. What are you talking about? Don't play dumb. I got this note in my locker. I know you're trying to spook me. Seeing the note, Summer's heart leapt into her throat. It was Robin's handwriting. I am coming. Everyone will pay. I swear it's not me. It's Robin. It's actually Robin's ghost. She wants revenge, I think. OMG, what have I done? All because of you. You left her there and she isn't back. This was all your idea. Shut up. And my idea? You were the one who tricked her. Keep your mouth zipped, or else. Or else what? You're horrible. I wish I could have seen your real face earlier.
Robin was the only true friend I had. Yeah, and she's gone. Boo-hoo. This was the point Summer realized what a jerk Anya was, and she hoped and prayed her real friend would return, alive. A week later, in the evening, her mom was out and Summer was alone, when all of a sudden the lights went off. Summer immediately lit a candle and looked out the window. She almost fell on her butt. She couldn't believe her eyes. It was Robin. Robin looked deathly pale, like a ghost. You betrayed me. Summer, you betrayed me. Why did you betray me?
No, I didn't. It was a...
And then there was a loud bang on the door. And in the split second where Summer looked at the door, Robin was gone from the window. But the banging kept going on, driving Summer mad.
No, I won't open the door. Never.
Just then the lock turned, and Summer screamed. But her mom entered and seeing her crying on the floor, hugged her.
Mom, Robin was outside on the porch. Oh, Mom, I did a terrible thing. Anya suggested, but it was all me. I could have said no, but I was so blind in jealousy.
What? What are you talking about? And then Summer told her mom the entire truth.
Mom, I am so sorry. I miss Robin. I wish she could come back and none of this had ever happened. I now know that jealousy is a disease, and because of it, look what I did to my best friend. Oh, Mom.
Well, I am glad you learned your lesson. Hearing Robin's voice, Summer's eyes widened and realized Robin was in fact alive. Summer was stunned.
You're all right. Oh, thank God. Robin, please forgive me. I crossed the line, and I shouldn't have done this.
You shouldn't have, but, oh, Summer, I'm just glad all of this could open your eyes. And then Robin explained how Calyx had followed her that night and picked her up. Even though Robin could press charges on Summer and Anya, she chose not to and decided to teach Summer a much-deserved lesson. So she hatched the whole plan with Calyx. Even Calyx's cousin, who was in the police force, was in on the plan, and even both of their moms.
Okay, you really got me there. I was scared out of my mind.
But your absence told me the worth of your presence. Come here. Hi, I'm Dora. Please like and subscribe. I lived in New York with my single mom. Dad left us long ago, and ever since, Mom had to work really hard to support us both. I had a happy life, except when I was 4, I fell really sick once, and after I recovered, I'd lost hearing completely in one ear. Luckily, one of Mom's employers was an ear doctor, and she gave me a hearing aid that I could easily hide behind my hair. Mom had to work double shifts for months to pay for it, but when it was time for school, she put me in the best one in town. On the very first day as I walked in, I bumped straight into a girl and we both fell down. So did my hearing aid.
Watch where you're going, loser face.
I quickly picked up my hearing aid and ran off before the girl got up, but soon after she walked into my classroom. Her name was Claire, and she just kept glaring at me the whole time. Later that day at the cafeteria, she came to my table and banged her tray on it.
This is my seat, Dumbo. Oh, wait. What's that twinkling thing behind your hair?
That's just a hearing aid. I have a...
Ew! Didn't someone tell you this isn't the right school for kids with problems?
With that, she suddenly pulled my hearing aid and threw it down on the floor. Just as she was about to stomp on it, a girl my age leapt out of nowhere and grabbed her leg.
Don't you dare do that, you bully witch!
Claire just kicked her off and laughed.
Oh, how sweet. A poor girl defending a deaf girl? You two could complete each other. And do you think you scare me, idiot?
As I was picking up my hearing aid, she pounced at me, but just then a boy stepped in and grabbed her hand. You should be scared, because the 3 of us can really kick your butt. They both pushed Claire away and sat near me. How sweet. That's how I first met the twins, Chris and Lisa, who soon became my best friends. Years passed, but since that day, Claire was our sworn enemy. She was such a pain in our butts, bullying us all the time. Luckily, I had Lisa and Chris by my side, and we had the best times together. One evening in 8th grade, I was just hanging out with the twins at their treehouse, and I was the last one to climb down the rope ladder. Just as I had started to, the rope suddenly snapped,
I went screaming to the ground, but before I could hit it, Chris caught me. I got you. You're okay.
Chris, you just saved my life. You're my hero. Just then, my phone started ringing, and it was my mom. She was crying. I told Chris I had to go, and I ran home to find Mom in tears. She'd lost both her jobs, and she hadn't paid rent for months. I had no idea things were that bad.
There's only one thing I can think of now. I'll have to call Mom.
Mom? You mean I have a grandma? Mom then told me that Grandma had never wanted her to marry Dad, and when she did anyway, Grandma cut all ties with Mom.
She probably hates me, and I don't know if she'll help, but I have to try.
The next morning, when we took a cab to Grandma's place, I was amazed to see the size of it. It was a huge mansion. Grandma looked like she was a millionaire. We were led inside to an elegant, strict-looking woman who seemed shocked to see us. I thought she was going to start shouting, but instead she pulled me close and gave me a tight hug.
Oh, how I've longed to see you. You're so beautiful and all grown up.
Mom, I'm sorry I kept her away from you, but Grandma pulled her in too.
We've been apart for way too long, darling, and I've been much too lonely. I'm sorry I was so stubborn too. I'm just so glad you're back.
Wow, Grandma was cool. And just like that, my life completely changed. We moved into the mansion right away, and Grandma treated me like a princess. She took me and my mom to a fancy salon and then to amazing malls and restaurants. It was the best weekend of my life. The weekend just flew by, and it was time to get back to my own school. No, literally. Yeah, my grandma owned it. When I entered the school, everyone stood for a second to stare at me and the limo. And my classmates, their jaws dropped when they saw the different me. OMG, Dora, what have you done to your face and your hair? You look stunning. Yeah, right? It's all my grandma's doing, but I love it too. What do you think, Chris?
Yeah, you look nice, but you always do.
But just then, Claire walked past me and threw a whole bottle of ink on my new dress. Ugh, I lost it. I attacked her and pulled her hair really hard. Just then the teacher walked in and pushed Claire away, helping me up.
Dora, are you all right? I'm sorry for this misbehavior. I'll have the principal suspend the girl immediately. And class, let this be a warning to everyone. Don't mess with Dora. Her family owns the school.
Everyone went, ooh, as the teacher took Claire to the principal. That felt awesome. Of course, the first thing I did was invite Chris and Lisa to my new home, and they were awestruck. We had the most amazing time in the pool and an in-house movie theater. But soon enough, my popularity in school started rising too. I was suddenly being invited to all the cool kids' parties. People wanted to sit next to me at lunch, especially the boys. And I had to admit, I was enjoying it. A few weeks later on a school trip, I got onto the bus and looked around for Lisa, but she wasn't there. Just then, Claire called out to me, "Hey girl, I saved you a seat." I reluctantly sat down next to her. Look, I know we haven't always gotten along, but maybe it's time to change that. I've seen you in gym class, and you have some natural cheerleading talents, so just come and audition tomorrow, okay? I knew she was only being nice to me now because I was rich, but I'd always wanted to try out for cheerleading. I told her I'd audition, and just then, Lisa walked onto the bus. Seriously? You're sitting with the witch? You could have saved me a spot. Thanks for nothing. Hey, come on, that's kind of rude. Oh, was I rude to your new friend? Sorry. And with that, Lisa got off to sit in the other bus. Ugh, it took 2 days for us to make up after that. I was having fun being a cheerleader, but with the practices and the games and after parties, I got less and less time to hang out with Lisa and Chris. One day, I was sitting with them in the cafeteria when the most popular jock in school, Dave, slid right next to me and grinned.
Hey, so I've got this awesome party at my place this Saturday. Think you could make it? You'll break my heart if you say no. You can bring your friends too, if you want.
I said yes and turned to them excitedly, but Chris muttered he had to go somewhere and left, and Lisa glared at me and stormed off too. I followed her. Hey, what was that? Someone invites you to a party and that makes you mad? No, you make me mad. Flirting with that jerk and going to this stupid party this weekend? I mean, who are you? A few months ago, we were making fun of these rich, spoiled kids, and now you're one of them. Oh, really? What's bothering you, Lisa? That I'm rich or that I'm popular? That you're pretending to be someone you're not, and you can't even see who really cares about you? What is that supposed to mean? And I care about you guys. I want you to go with me. No thanks. You used to be pretty cool, and now I don't know who this pathetic loser is. What did you just call me? I pulled her back by her shirt and she started walking, and she turned around and attacked me. As we wrestled on the ground, Claire came running and pulled her off of me, but Lisa pushed her aside and left. And suddenly, I just felt really bad. Lisa and I had never fought like this before. I kept trying to call both her and Chris on Saturday, but neither of them replied. And then I was mad. So I went to the party that evening anyway. I was having a great time, especially since Dave was being so attentive and dancing with me. I went to use the bathroom, and when I returned, I found Dave with Claire and a few other kids, and they were talking about me. Listen, how long do I have to dance with the deaf girl? I mean, yeah, she's hot, but it's not like I'd ever date someone like her. I'd rather spend time with some other chick.
Don't be a moron and ruin everything. I texted you the whole plan this morning. You dance with her, then you take her out for a walk, and then we'll come in masks pretending to attack you both. And we'll blindfold her, take her to the school, and lock her in the janitor's closet. It's not that hard.
I don't know, man. Don't you think it's a bit much?
No, it'll be fun. We're not hurting her. It's just for the weekend. The janitor will find her first thing on Monday, but her rich grandma will go bonkers in the meantime. It'll probably be on the news. Or maybe we should hide her somewhere for longer and ask for reward money.
Oh my God, what? Thanks for letting me in on your plan, you psycho. I'll make sure you all pay for this.
Babe, it was all Claire. I was telling her it's wrong. She wouldn't listen.
But I gave him a hard slap across the face as I ran off to my car. I could hardly believe it. But instead of going home, I told the driver to take me to Lisa's. She'd been right. I'd been a fool to think these people could ever be nice. I already had amazing friends, and I couldn't lose them. But when I reached their house, I nearly died when I saw balloons at the gate. Oh my God, it was the twins' birthday today. That's why she was extra mad at me. How could I have forgotten it? I found Chris sitting on the porch outside, and he didn't look happy to see me. Chris, I'm so sorry. I feel like such a fool. I should have never gone to the party. I can't believe I missed your birthday.
Dora, you don't have to be sorry. You're beautiful, rich, you're surrounded by the most popular guys, but I've loved you ever since I met you.
What? What did you just say?
You heard me just fine. I've tried telling you before too, but you just never took the hint. It's okay if you don't like me that way. I'm sure there are better guys out there for you, but you do need to start being a better friend again.
He got up and walked inside, leaving me in tears. He was the best guy. How could I have been so blind? The next day, our school was competing in a big baseball game, but I had something more important to do. Lisa was having some of her amazing photographs displayed in a small gallery, and I had to be there. As I was admiring a photo, I heard her behind me.
Wow, didn't expect to see you here. You're so good at missing things.
Also, isn't there a big game today? What's the team gonna do without their star cheerleader? I don't care. I'm just sorry for being a terrible friend, Lisa. You were right about everything. Those people are awful, and I was so stupid for not seeing that. I'm sorry for hurting you. Please forgive me. And let me join the cool kids club again? Lisa slowly grinned and then hugged me so hard I nearly fell down. And when I told her all about the party, she was angrier than I was. Oh my God, that witch is so gonna pay for it. The next day during the last lesson, the teacher walked in and said the principal was calling me, Lisa, and Claire into her office. Claire looked shocked as the three of us made our way. And sitting there already was Grandma and Dave. What's going on here? You said my grandma would go bonkers, Claire. And she really did when she found out about your plan to kidnap me. What are you talking about? What plan? Didn't you say you texted the whole plan to Dave? And with that, Lisa whipped out Dave's phone that she'd stolen from his locker earlier, and luckily the moron hadn't deleted the text. The principal was horrified, and they were both immediately expelled. As Lisa and I jumped around and hugged, I said, "Just got one more thing to take care of now." I ran down the corridor to see Chris walking out of the school building, and I caught up to him. As he turned around, I put my arm around him and gave him a kiss.
Whoa, what was that?
I was just curious. Listen, can I ask you out for dinner this weekend? Without Lisa, of course.
I think I'd really like that, Dora.
And we kissed again.
I bet some of you think that your parents are annoying or embarrassing, but mine are downright evil. It took me a long time to realize that my life wasn't normal, and it all started when I was little. My parents had very high expectations of me. We're talking about crazy stuff. You seriously won't believe what they did to me. See, my parents were both incredibly successful, and they expected me to be the same, and they certainly didn't know anything about how to deal with children or how to raise them correctly. Because of this, I never learned how to interact with other small children. Instead of giving me cake and ice cream, my parents convinced me that vegetables were a reward. I didn't get candy either, just vitamins. When I was 3, my parents had already started dressing me in fancy pantsuits. I never got them dirty or anything either. My parents encouraged me to develop my professional skills at a very young age. I only read textbooks or watched the news. The weirdest thing was that at the end of every week, I needed to make a report about what I had learned and how I could improve. Sometimes these reports were 10-page essays. Other times, they were full presentations. My parents told me I was going to grow up to be the best businesswoman of all time. They had my entire life planned out and had decided to train me towards it as young as possible. I didn't realize what was fun until I was about 4. I always felt jealous when I watched the neighbor kids playing with each other. Even though I'd never had a friend before, I felt so lonely. I decided to make a report about how a companion would increase my productivity. I got all dressed up in my little pantsuit and did a 45-minute presentation in the middle of our living room. They were impressed, and I really thought I'd won. My parents agreed to get me a companion, but it wasn't exactly what I expected. That's when my parents decided to hire a new nanny. At first, I was disappointed. I thought another adult just meant more fun evenings reading news articles and organizing files. Well, I'm happy to say I was wrong. My nanny was the only thing I had in my life growing up. She was my everything, and nothing at all like my parents. I was shocked when I first met her. I had only ever worn gray, white, or black for as long as I could remember. My nanny walked in on her first day wearing a bright, flowy dress. She danced and sang songs, and even taught me different ways to do my hair. She was actually the one who convinced my parents that letting me choose my own clothes could be good for fostering creativity. My parents didn't always agree with her, though. Thinking back, there were lots of times when she did things with me in private that my parents wouldn't have tolerated. She snuck me fun snacks and let me watch cartoons when my parents were away. I always thought of our activities as our little secret, as I didn't think my parents would react well if they found out what we were up to. Let's just say I wish I'd kept my mouth shut. It started with my 6th birthday party. That is, if you could even call it a party. No friends and no treats meant that my birthday celebration was pretty dull. My parents made a big salad with the 6 spelled out in tomatoes. Instead of fun hats, we all wore very fancy suits. Even my nanny was told she had to dress appropriately. We didn't play any fun games or sing any songs. We just took turns reading about famous publications that happened on my birthday. It was so boring. To be honest, it was even more boring than a regular day. And when it came to my present, it was a calculator. I started crying about how a doll was the only thing I'd ever asked for. My parents were incredibly annoyed by my tantrum. They sent me right up to my room for being a brat. I lay there sobbing into my pillow for about an hour when my nanny popped in. She handed me another rectangular box and told me to keep it a secret. I opened the box slowly, skeptically, and expecting another disappointment. Inside that box, though, was a Barbie. I was so excited and hugged her very tightly. She put her finger up to her lips and shushed me. She told me to stay quiet and to be sure to hide it. My parents left me in my room for the rest of the day. It was supposed to be a punishment, but being in my room playing with my doll all day, it was honestly the most fun birthday I'd ever had. One day, I guess I was having a little too much fun because I didn't even hear the footsteps approaching my room. Without even knocking, my mom burst in and asked what was so exciting about my being in my room. I quickly hid the Barbie behind my back, but it was too late. She ran over and ripped it from my hands. She accused me of stealing the doll and said I was in for a huge punishment. I cried so hard and explained that I didn't steal it at all. It was just a gift from my nanny, the gift I'd asked for. I really should have kept my mouth shut. She called my nanny in and fired her on the spot. She said that from now on, she would take me to her office with her so she could watch me study. She pulled off the doll's head before throwing the pieces in the trash. I was devastated. I don't think I laughed or smiled again for another year. That's when I started school. I know a lot of you think that school is boring and serious, but my upbringing made it feel like Disneyland. I got to play games and learn about the cool things that people my age enjoyed. The other kids thought I was weird. I was overly polite and never got dirty or played outside. One time, a classmate pointed at me and laughed because I ate my pizza with a knife and fork. When I was maybe 10, I started watching all the TV shows my classmates did. I waited until my parents were out or asleep, snuck to the TV, and flipped on cartoons and dramas. I was only allowed to watch the news when my parents were around. My mom caught me once and screamed so loudly. She took away my phone and my TV privileges and grounded me for a whole month. That wasn't the worst of it, though. One day when I was crying in my room over how unfair it all was, she decided to take away my bedroom door. "Privacy must be earned," she said. I never got that door back. I wouldn't say I completely obeyed my parents from then on, but I got better at hiding stuff. I would go on regular study sessions with friends where we would just stay up and play video games. I had bigger secrets in my little private Pokemon sessions, though. The biggest secret of my entire life was Jackson. He was the love of my life. His parents owned a taco stand by the private school I went to. He was nice and attractive, but poor. Money didn't matter to me, though. He took me to the movies and snuck me into parties. Best of all, he introduced me to painting. He would spend hours in the studio with me while my parents thought I was earning credits to diversify my application. He was my greatest supporter, and I truly loved him. We dated for about 7 months before my mom caught us kissing at school. We were normally very careful, but I didn't expect my mom to actually show up on time. She dragged me into the car and didn't even acknowledge him. I was crying so hard, but my mom let me know that it was over. "You can date who we tell you to date," she explained bluntly. She took away my laptop and my cell phone as punishment. She said that from now on, she would be monitoring me much more closely. I told her that she couldn't stop me from dating somebody I loved. I was almost an adult. She said that was true, but good luck trying to date with all of these restrictions. She drove me to and from school and made it almost impossible for me to spend time with anyone she didn't know. The few times I did try to kiss Jackson goodbye, she just glared at him from the car window or made rude comments about how he didn't deserve me. It would ruin the moment. Eventually, he stopped showing up at my school altogether because he was so uncomfortable. The only time we were together was at the painting studio, which my mom still thought was for school credits. But even that was ruined when my mom decided to become a member and accompanied me to the studio. We tried to keep our romance blooming, but without my laptop or cell phone, it naturally faded away. Jackson said he didn't want to date someone whose mom hated him so much. I ran to my friend's house and wept for hours that day. My mom was so smug about the whole thing and said that Jackson just wasn't right for me. My mom tried to set me up with a boy. I figured my mom wasn't that mean after all and that she'd seen how sad the breakup made me. She walked me into this very fancy restaurant. We met at a table with one of her colleagues and his gross son. Carl was a complete jerk. I was disgusted by him, but my mom and Carl's dad kept pushing me to talk to him. I tried to be polite, but he was so weird. He talked with his mouth full and was super mean. Everyone at the table was laughing about how he threw a soda on a homeless man and bought the last ice cream at a cafe and made a little girl cry. They just thought he was hilarious. All I saw was a nasty jerk I never wanted to see again. When we got to the car, I told my mom I wasn't interested in him at all. She told me my options were to date her friend's son or date no one at all. My mom told me that while I lived under her roof and used her money, she owned me and all of my decisions. So I stayed single. While all of my friends were off at dances and dating, I was stuck at home studying. I thought that was the worst of it, but I was wrong. It all started again when the topic of college came up. My parents were incredibly excited. I applied to 10 schools and got into every single one of them. I got to choose literally whichever I wanted. The more I thought about it, the more I realized that business wasn't for me. In fact, I hated business. I wanted to do something that made me happy. I actually wanted to go into art. When my final acceptance letter came in the mail telling me I got a full scholarship to the most prestigious art school in the world, I was so excited. I thought my parents would be excited too, you know? Apparently, my dreams didn't actually matter though. After I received an award for my academic achievements, my parents took me out for a big fancy meal with all of their colleagues. I should have been happy too, but something didn't feel right. I slouched deeper and deeper in my chair as they continued to talk about how much better I was than everyone else and how it was all because of their excellent parenting. Worse, when all of their colleagues started asking them what their big secret was to raising a perfect daughter, they talked about how I studied all the time and they enforced strict rules. They even laughed about how they broke up my relationship with some bum. I was going to talk about my big plans privately with them, but they were being unbearable. I got so angry when they started making fun of how sad they felt for the parents of pathetic art students. In fact, I was so angry that I decided now was a better time than any to share the great news. Actually, I shouted over the voice of my mother boasting, I have something I'd like to tell all of you. I've never seen my mother flip around so quickly in my whole life. She had an evil glare on her face that almost made me change my mind, but I felt I had to do it. I gathered up all of my courage and let them know that I'd been accepted into a famous art school. Their colleagues seemed pretty impressed, but my parents were shocked and upset. They didn't talk to me for the rest of the dinner, but in the car? That was a whole other story. They screamed at me for embarrassing them and betraying them in front of their colleagues. They shouted about how I was never going to do something like art. They even tried to tell me that they'd never seen my art before, which wasn't true because my mom had gone to the studio with me. They just never paid attention to me at all. When we got home, I handed them my portfolio. It was full of the paintings and sketches I'd applied to the school with. These paintings had taken hours to create, and I was really proud of them. I thought it would convince them that I had real talent, but I was wrong again. My parents ripped it to shreds in front of me. They told me I wouldn't be going to any school but the one they chose. We are paying for everything after all. I was so angry and explained that I got a full scholarship to the art school so I wouldn't need them. They continued on about how they'd wasted their whole lives for me to betray them. My mother was crying and my father started smashing things. They threw me out of the house. I stayed with a friend and explained everything. I had nothing with me at all. I called up my parents and they asked if I had changed my mind about school yet. When I said no, they told me I wasn't welcome back. I asked if I could at least come and pick up some of my stuff. I was stuck wearing the same elegant evening wear from the dinner before. They agreed, but I felt as though they had an evil plan. When I showed up, they handed me a little plastic bag full of paper. "What's this?" I asked. My parents laughed and explained it was the art I loved so much. I told them it wasn't funny and pushed past them to run to my room. It was completely empty. They explained that they'd sold all of my belongings to make back some of the money wasted on me. They'd literally sold all my possessions just to get their revenge, only because I wasn't interested in business. All of my furniture, clothes, and even priceless gifts and photographs were gone, and they said that I would regret everything. I went to art school in the fall. I had to rely on food and clothes from my friends. Luckily, my scholarship covered most of my supplies, and I got a job pretty quickly thanks to a little help from my friends. It wasn't all bad in the end. During my first day working at a grocery store, I ran into none other than Jackson. He was surprised to see me working at a place like that. I broke down and explained everything, and he invited me out to dinner to celebrate my newfound freedom. Jackson and I reconnected, and things have been going great with us. He now owns his family taco truck, and even if he's not rich, he's very happy. In fact, I just posted about our proposal on Instagram. We plan to get married in a couple of months. It was a lot of work, but I have to say it was completely worth it. I'm a successful artist now, living my dreams. In a way, I'm happy my parents pushed me like they did, as it gave me passion, but that doesn't mean I'm grateful to them. My parents never apologized to me for anything. In fact, they did something even worse. Without any warning or hello, they called me and demanded money. They explained that they'd heard how successful I was and that I should now be able to pay them back for all the money they'd wasted on me at private school. Plus, they said I owed them for embarrassing them for bringing that taco boy back into my life. They told me I had 1 week to break up with him or else. I don't know what else means, but I don't think I ever want to find out. Jackson said that my parents are just being dramatic, but I know my mom, and whatever she has planned can't be good.
Hi, I'm Milo. Please, like and subscribe, because My Story Animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person in the coming 7 days. When I was 4 years old, all I wanted was a huge family. Dad, why don't I have a mom? All my friends have moms, brothers, sisters. How dare you say that to me? Am I not enough for you? Just go away. My dad was always like this, angry and irritated. He never got along with anyone, and he got fired from every single job he took. We were so poor that he pushed me to school in a stolen shopping cart. No way we could afford a car. When I was in the 10th grade, Dad came home with a crazy surprise, a baby sister from one of his girlfriends. I was over the moon. He didn't even bother naming her, so I did it. I'll call you Annie. Isn't it a cute name, Dad? He didn't care. He was too worried about how we were gonna have enough money to raise a baby. Since he couldn't hold a job, he had to borrow money from a local billionaire. Only problem? My dad took the money and ran. He just left me and Annie alone. The billionaire was furious when I told him we couldn't pay him back. I gave him thousands of dollars. I'll have to call the police, and you two will be sent to foster homes. No way! They'll separate me from my sister. Please don't call the police. I can pay you back. I can work for you. You're only a stupid boy. What will you do? I'll clean the pool, do the dishes, mow the lawn. You can slowly take your money out of my paychecks. Please, just give me a chance. It actually worked. The billionaire let me work for him in exchange for a small salary and a place to live in his pool house. This pool house was way bigger than any apartment I'd ever lived in, so I was thrilled. I went to school every morning with Annie strapped to my chest and worked at the mansion all evening. Everything was going well until one night, when I was just about to sleep, someone started screaming outside. Papa, I'm scared. Stay here, sweetheart. I've got this. I ran out to see a strange, beautiful girl jumping into the pool.
Woohoo! Cannonball!
Intruder! Intruder! Someone's breaking in!
Wow, you're cute. Wanna jump in?
I pulled the pool cover over her head to trap her.
Ah! What are you doing?
I'm keeping you here while I call the cops.
Stop it! I'm Zoe. This is my house.
Liar! I've never seen you here.
That's because I just moved back in with my dad, you idiot! I lived with my mom before. Now get me out of here before I get you fired!
She crawled out of the pool angrily and showed me pictures of her phone with the billionaire.
Believe me now, pool boy?
My name's Milo.
I don't need to know your name if you don't work here anymore.
I'm sorry, I just never seen you before. Please don't tell your dad about this. I need this job. I'll do anything. She got so close that I thought she was gonna kiss me, but she said,
Anything?
Sure. What do you want? Apparently a lot. Zoe was wild. She partied a lot and stayed out late every day. I had to help her sneak back in each time. One time, she had a huge fight with her dad and ran away to spend the night with her mom. I had to lie in her bed and pretend to be her. So embarrassing. I did all of it for my sister, but as she got older, her needs started changing. Baba, when can I go to school like you? I want to play with the other kids. That made my heart sink. I didn't have enough money to pay for school, but I wanted to give my sister the whole world. I decided to ask the billionaire for a loan, and he said he'd think about it. But little did I know that Zoe was gonna wreck everything. It was a night like any other. She was sneaking back into the mansion at 3 a.m., and I was pushing her through the window when suddenly she fell right on top of their super expensive television. The screen shattered to pieces. Thankfully, Zoe wasn't hurt, but her dad was really mad. Who did this? Who?
Milo was cleaning and he slipped.
I could barely protest before the billionaire lost it. You? Do you have any idea how much this costs? There's no way I'm giving you a loan now.
What? Wait, what loan?
Please, sir. That money is for my sister. She can't go to school without it. No way. Figure it out yourself. I was so mad. I just stormed out of there and locked myself in the pool house. Minutes later, there was a knock on the door. It was Zoe. What are you doing here? Won't you be satisfied till you ruined my whole life?
I didn't know about your sister or all these problems.
Why should I tell you? You're just some rich girl who decided to make my life miserable. Please, just leave me alone. I slammed the door shut and stormed back in. If she wanted to have me fired, so be it. I avoided her completely. I just went to school and did my work like I used to. I applied for a few extra jobs to do over the weekend. I had to send Annie to school, somehow. It all changed when Zoe showed up at the pool house one night.
Please, don't shut the door. I'm sorry I acted like such a jerk. I brought you something.
She handed me a whole stack of money.
It's my pocket money. Dad tries to buy my love with cash. That should be enough for your sister's school.
I was numb with shock. I can't keep this.
You better, pool boy. I saved up all month for you.
No, take it back.
You can't make me.
She just turned and ran.
Use the money. Thank me later.
This girl was crazy. With her help, I was able to afford a decent preschool for Annie. I didn't have to get a second job, so I had free time to study. I even tried out for the school swim team, and I was so shocked to see I was the fastest kid there. I got in right away. Things at home were the easiest they've ever been. Zoe didn't ask me to help her when she was sneaking in anymore. She even babysat Annie while I was busy. One time, I came home to see Annie and Zoe wearing matching dresses. Zoe had shopped for her. I don't get it. Why are you being so nice to us?
I'm making up for being a jerk.
You don't need to spend so much money. You're already forgiven.
Hey, I like Annie. She's super cute and funny. I'm not just doing it for you.
Still, I have to give you something in return.
Okay then, go out on a date with me.
What?
You're sweet, caring, and kind of adorable. I like you. What do you think of me?
I was shocked. How could an heiress want to date someone like me? Before I could say a word, I heard a shout behind us. What did you just say, Zoe? It was her dad. Did you just tell the pool boy you like him?
His name is Milo.
Who cares? You're not dating some poor beggar. Wait, is this why you've been asking me for extra pocket money? Have you been spending it on these too? He turned purple with rage and marched into the pool house. He started throwing all my things around. Where's all the cash? Where did you hide it? Give it back to me! Stop it! I grabbed him and tried to pull him back, and he shoved me away. Your sister is wearing a new dress. Did you get Zoe to buy that for you? You pathetic thief! He stormed towards my sister, and I lost it. I tackled him and threw him into the pool. How dare you charge at my sister? I'm gonna kick your butt! Just then, Annie started crying loudly, and in an instant, all my anger suddenly melted away. I grabbed her and marched into my house to pack all my things. I couldn't live with this monster anymore. I'm quitting. Don't you dare quit! You still owe me money. Then call the police. I don't care. I'm leaving.
Yeah, clean your own pool.
I took Annie and got the heck out of there. I called up my swimming coach and explained my situation to him. Thankfully, he and his wife let us live with them for a while. I tried to focus on getting a new job, but I couldn't stop thinking about Zoe. I called her many times since that day, but she never picked up. I had no idea how much trouble she was in. Annie missed her all the time, too. I thought I'd never see her again, until the day of a very important swimming match. All the schools were competing, and our biggest donors were coming to watch. I was so focused on the match that I didn't see all the missed calls on my phone from Annie's school. I swam my heart out and won first place. After the award ceremony, I checked my phone and nearly had a stroke. Annie was sick. Her school had gone crazy calling me to take her home. I literally flew out of there and dashed off to her school, ready for the worst. But I found her playing games on the grass. Bubba, look who I called. Zoe was behind her, giving me the cheekiest grin. I couldn't believe it.
Don't worry, Annie's fine. She just ate some bad food.
I threw up on my teacher.
I gave Annie a tight hug, and she gasped.
Bubba, you won gold.
That doesn't matter. How do you feel now?
I feel perfect because Bubba wins. Yay! I knew you're the best.
I turned around to thank Zoe, but saw her leaving. I grabbed her arm and pulled her back. No way you're leaving just like that. We haven't spoken in months. What's going on with you? Zoe revealed how her dad had become super strict since the incident. He never let her go out anymore, and she could only sneak away when he was busy at work. And he was setting her up with some rich boy to marry him. That's crazy. We're just kids.
He thinks I need to be kept under control. I wish I could leave, but he has full custody.
Then you should take him to court again. You need to stand up to him. If you want to be with your mom, fight for it. She knew I was right. She convinced her mom to call their lawyer, but she was scared of moving her stuff out of the house. I decided to help her and went to her mansion together. Her father had a total fit when he saw us. He tried to stop Zoe from packing, but I stood in between them like a wall. Move, or I will punch you. Why don't you try, old man? I'll knock you out right now. I'm calling the police. I have full custody, and Zoe cannot leave without my permission.
Fine, do it. Mom's already talking to her lawyer, and she's gonna fight for me. And she will win after I tell the court everything you put me through. Just back off!
She pushed him away, and we all stormed out. Her father kept screaming behind us, but we didn't care. When I finally got her to her mom's house, Zoe was literally jumping with joy. We could finally live our lives the way we wanted, and Zoe's dad tried to wreck that many times. He kept calling us for days till we had to block him. Then, He filed a police complaint against me, saying I robbed him and kidnapped Zoe. I was in jail for 2 whole days while the police investigated the matter. This was so crazy. They just believed his lies. Until Zoe showed up. She told the cops the whole truth. She wasn't kidnapped. I didn't steal, and her father was a lying jerk. They had no choice but to let me go. I wanted to make a graceful exit, but Annie turned to the billionaire and said,
Ha! Chew on that!
I was screaming from happiness outside. Thank you so much. You saved my butt.
She was so cool, wasn't she, Bubba?
Coolest. Suddenly, Zoe threw her arms around me, and to my shock, she kissed me right on the lips. I was so shocked.
Aw, that was so cute. Kiss again.
Shut up, Annie.
Kiss, kiss, kiss.
Sorry, I couldn't help it. I was so worried about you. And I'm sorry about this whole mess, and
I leaned in and kissed her. It was a quick peck on the lips, but she turned red.
you kissed me.
I'll do it again. I pulled her to me and gave her another kiss. It was perfect.
A young Chinese couple moved to the U.S. with their baby, and for 4 years, they were struggling to make ends meet. So, when the woman found out she was pregnant again, she was really upset. Another child? Even one is too much. Just then, her husband burst in and said he'd found an investor for his business. Oh, honey, our luck is about to turn. And it did. Within a few months, the man's business was booming. They moved to a lovely house where they welcomed their second child, who was me. Hi, my name is Gia, which means extraordinary. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. My parents could spend hours gazing at me. They thought I was perfection itself, and they gave me everything. I literally grew up with a silver spoon in my mouth. All was perfect, except for one problem. My older sister, Fen, she was weird. All she did was glare at me, or pinch me awake at night and make some strange faces at me. But this one time, she put me in a pram and pushed me down our sloping driveway. As my pram rolled straight onto the main road, Mom came running out of nowhere and stopped it, just in time. On my first birthday, my parents threw a huge party for the entire neighborhood. As everyone gathered around the table, Fen suddenly jumped onto it. I've never had a birthday party. I've never even had a cake. Why does she get everything? Is that girl your daughter? You never mentioned any other kid than Gia. Fen screamed, and then she went all Godzilla on my cake. She was banned from the party, and my parents arranged for another cake within minutes. As I got older, I started realizing that my parents were really unfair to Fen. When I was 5, I got all the presents I wanted for Christmas, but she looked really mad at hers. Why would you give me these ugly socks? And a geography book? What's wrong with the book? If you opened one sometimes, your grades would be better. Why are you guys always like this with me, and never with Gia? Because Gia is perfect. She's just easier to love. I felt terrible as Fen's eyes welled up, and she stormed off. She wouldn't even join us for the Christmas party, so I took food up to her room. Hey, Fen, I brought you all your favorite. She viciously slapped the plate out of my hand. Don't even bother, witch. Nothing you could ever do would make me hate you less. Well, turns out I could give her a reason to hate me more. The next day, I was flipping through Gia's geography book when Mom said, "Oh, honey, you won't understand that. You're too little." "Yes, I do, Mom. And I just learned the names of all 50 states. Want to hear them?" I rattled off the entire list, and everyone stared at me. "You little genius! You just keep amazing me. This has to be some kind of world record, right?" My parents called every newspaper in town to come interview their wonder kid. And I was suddenly famous. Mom and Dad were showing me off everywhere. But even worse, they enrolled me in a fancy private school. Not the public one where Fen was. As I was going in our limo on my first day, we drove past Fen walking to her school, and I felt sad. "Why can't she go to my school, Mom?" "Because she's dumb, sweetheart, and your school is so expensive. Why should we waste money on her? You're the one with the big, bright future, so you're worth it." Fen and I just kept growing further apart. Once in 5th grade, my parents were helping me prepare for the National Spelling Bee when Fen walked in and we gasped. She dyed her hair bright pink and was wearing the most amazing makeup. But my parents went bonkers. "What did you do to your hair? It was the one nice thing you inherited from me. And I never put on makeup till I was a married woman. Everyone here wears makeup, Mom, and people tell me I'm really good at it. Maybe I could be a makeup artist one day.
Wow, we came all the way from China and struggled to give you an education so you can be some clown artist? Why can't you be more like Gia? You're an embarrassment to me and all our ancestors.
She left angrily. Guys, you need to stop this. She hates me because of you. Oh, baby, who cares what she thinks? I care. I went after Fen and told her she looked beautiful. I expected her to be mean as always, but she kind of smiled at me. Thanks, kiddo. You've always been nicer to me than the rest of them. Was I hearing some kind words from Fen? In this rare moment, I asked her if she'd like to come see me at the spelling bee, and she said yes. I was nervous at the event because it was being shown on TV, but I aced all the rounds and I won. Just then, I heard Fen screaming, "She's a cheater! She won by cheating!" She was shouting that my parents had been helping me by spelling out the words. My parents were furious, but when the camera footage was pulled out, we saw that they were mouthing the words, but I wasn't looking at them. I spelled the words myself, but the judges disqualified me immediately. The minute we got outside, I attacked Fen. Why do you hate me? What did I ever do to you? You were born, and you took everything I deserved. My parents pulled us apart and told Fen she was grounded for eternity. Totally worth it. Fen, we can't go on like this. We're sisters. Wouldn't you rather have a fresh start instead of hating me forever? No, I'd rather hate you forever. It's just easier to hate you. As she stormed off, I decided I was done with her, and we hardly ever spoke after that. In the 8th grade, Dad announced one day that a friend's daughter, Sophia, would be coming from France to stay with us for some months. When she walked into our house, we were all awestruck by her beauty and style. She could also speak 5 languages and was a math wizard. Wow, you're the perfect friend for Gia. You're like the big sister we wish she had. Even though Sophia was 3 years older, we had a lot in common, and we got close. One day, we heard some voices from Fen's room, and we peeked inside. She was in front of her phone recording a makeup tutorial for TikTok. The minute she spotted us, she looked mad. Why are you jerks spying on me? Buzz off, and don't breathe a word of this to Mom and Dad, or else. We immediately checked out Fen's TikTok account, and to our shock, she had 1 million subscribers. She was really talented. Later at dinner, Fen came downstairs with a new hairstyle, and Mom just couldn't control herself. Is this what you do all day? Playing with your hair? What's going to become of you? Oh, I don't think you need to worry, Mrs. Chang. Fen is practically a TikTok star. What on earth is a TikTok star? And then Sophia showed them Fen's account on her phone. I could just see Dad turning purple.
I'm supposed to tell my relatives in China that my daughter is some internet idiot? We've been way too easygoing with you, Fen, and that was a mistake.
He stormed off to her room, took Fen's phone, and flung it at the wall. Then he broke the tripod in half. What are you doing? Are you crazy, Dad? Stop it! Fen burst into angry tears and ran out of the house. When my parents stormed off, I turned to Sophia. Why did you do that?
I didn't know they'd react this way. I was only trying to help poor Fen because they're always putting her down. I thought they'd be proud of her.
Well, Sophia had no idea how crazy our parents really were. She tried apologizing, but Fen wouldn't even open the door for her. Weeks passed, and I was busy studying with Sophia for an important exam. The day before the exam, though, my parents had to go out of town. We'll be back tomorrow morning, darling. Good luck. The next morning when I woke up, it was super late. I'd set the alarm for 7, and now it was 11. The exam was over by now. My parents would be devastated. I ran downstairs when suddenly I stopped short. Fen was sitting in the living room with our parents and a very elegant woman. Your daughter has a supermodel's face, and people already love her. We want to collaborate with our makeup brand. When my parents saw the check she handed, their eyes almost popped out. As Fen signed the deal and the woman left, I saw something extraordinary. My parents started hugging Fen. Oh, darling, I had no idea you were so talented. I was still super upset about my exam, and I burst in. Mom? Dad? I missed my exam and... What exam?
Oh, for that high school? Who cares? Didn't you just hear Fen's amazing news?
Come, darling, let's go for a fancy brunch. What the freaking fish just happened? And suddenly, I was living Fen's life. My parents couldn't stop showing her off, and I was invisible. One day, they told me Fen would be using the limo, and I could take the bus to school. It's time you learned to be a grown-up anyway. One day, we weren't here, and you just slept through your exam. So irresponsible. Wow, who were these people? Sophia was my only ally here now. Mom and Dad threw a huge party to celebrate Fen's first modeling campaign. In the middle of it, the owner of the makeup brand burst in, and she marched up furiously to Fen. "You stupid girl, how dare you post something like this about my brand? What are you talking about? This!" It was a post on Fen's Instagram with some makeup and the caption, "These products are tested on rabbits who are kept in terrible conditions. Boycott this cruel brand." Fen protested that she'd never posted this, but the woman wouldn't listen and threatened to sue her. As she stormed off, Fen suddenly pounced on me. "You did this, didn't you? You couldn't stand that I was getting the limelight for once. Get off me, you psycho! It wasn't me!" My parents tried to calm Fen down, while they shouted at me for ruining her career and grounded me. This was crazy. Later that night, I was going down to the kitchen when I heard Sophia's voice from Fen's room. "You just turned 18, and you can leave these terrible people. Gia hates you, and your parents were awful to you before you became famous and rich. Forget them and come with me to France. You'll be even bigger there." And then suddenly, it all clicked. It was Sophia creating all this chaos. "Sophia, it's you! You made me miss my exam, and you posted that on Fen's Instagram." Sophia suddenly looked really evil. "Yeah, I did all that. But can't you see? I've only exposed the truth about your greedy parents. They've always treated Fen like dirt, till they thought she was worth something, and now they're treating you the same way. Well, you can stay here, Gia, and maybe you'll be their favorite daughter again. But Fen is going with me, because I actually love her, and I'll treat her like a queen." Fen and I were both stunned. "Sophia, you're crazy. You almost ruined my career to make me go with you? I don't love you, and I'm not going anywhere with you." Sophia started screaming and throwing things around like a complete psycho. Our parents came running in at the noise, and when we told them everything she'd done, they sent her packing to France on the earliest flight. But the whole fiasco was a wake-up call for me and Fen. Sophia might be crazy, but she was completely right about our parents. "Mom, Dad, you can't treat us like we only deserve your love if we're worth something. And you never let us have a normal relationship. This has to stop. I'm not even waiting for you to change anymore. I'm moving out. Gia, would you like to come with me? And maybe we could have a fresh start." I instantly said yes, and no matter how much our parents begged, we decided it was best for us to move away from them. Maybe we'd forgive them one day, but it was too soon for that.
Hi, I'm Rose from Austria. Before I tell you my story, please like and subscribe to MSA. I grew up in a huge mansion with my parents, grandparents, aunt, and lots of maids. We were rich, and my life was practically perfect, especially because I had the best mom ever who spoiled me rotten. Like when I was 6 and went to school wearing a fairy costume for a month. It was against the dress code, but somehow Mom convinced the teachers to make an exception. And when I was 8, I wanted a big dollhouse. So Mom got one constructed in our backyard big enough to fit a family of humans. I loved having Mom around, and she was a very kind and sweet person, but she was a bit peculiar. You see, Mom was fascinated by everything paranormal and thought she could communicate with ghosts. No one in our family thought it was a big deal, till one day when I was 10, Mom and Dad had a fight and Dad left. Who needs humans when you have a million ghosts to keep you company?
You're insane! Go hug your invisible friends! I'm out of here!
After Dad left, Mom became obsessed with her hobbies and spent hours locked in the room talking to herself. But one night, she lit too many candles and caused a fire, which burned down half of the mansion. My grandparents were furious and asked Mom to leave. Mom and I moved to a smaller place, and even though we had enough to live comfortably, it was nothing compared to our life before, and it really affected me.
Look, I bought you a new doll.
This is a rag doll, Mom, and it's so scary. Take that away from me.
But sweetie, I made this for you.
Well, you wouldn't have to waste your time if you didn't burn down my old toys.
Mom looked at me sadly before leaving. everything, and I felt bad, but I was a kid, and I really missed my old life. I thought Mom would eventually give up her obsession and we would move back to our old home, but she only got weirder. Like when I was 12, a weird lady showed up at our door offering her fortune-telling services.
Wow, the universe must have sent you. Please, come in.
Mom and the lady sat down for a reading, and halfway through, the lady started communicating with spirits. The table started shaking, and Mom looked amazed.
What do the spirits want?
Oh, they're upset. So very upset. You burnt their old house down, and now they're homeless. They are invisible, right? They can stay in the White House and no one will know. Child, you make fun of spirits? How dare you?
The weird woman got up and started jumping on one leg, chanting things. Mom joined in too, and the whole thing just looked ridiculous. Anyway, soon after, she left, and the next day, Grandpa showed up for a surprise visit, and Mom told him about what had happened.
Now, I just need to find a way to please the spirits and...
I can't believe you're still looking into these things. I wanted to give you another chance, but you haven't changed a bit.
Saying that, Grandpa left, and Mom cried all night. Why can't you just let these spirits go, Mom? I really want to move in with Nana and Papa. I miss them.
No way. You saw what happened with the medium. I'm not putting them in danger again.
So you'd rather make us live like street rats? Come on, Mom. This is not real. That weird lady, medium, whatever, she was tricking you.
I'm not discussing this, Rose. Go to your room.
That's when I realized the only way to get Mom out of this paranormal world was to convince her that there was no such thing as ghosts. While she spent time and money on psychics, seminars, and meditation retreats, I did research to debunk her beliefs. There is no scientific basis for crystal healing. The Bermuda Triangle has finally been explained. Most ghost activities can be traced back to change in temperature, electromagnetic interference, or... Mom, are you listening?
Oh no, it's the unholy hour. I can't talk now. Bye!
Mom just wasn't paying attention to me, and things got worse when one day I invited a couple of friends over for a sleepover. Everything was going well until it was nighttime, and Mom walked into my room with candles and crystals.
It's a full moon tonight. Tell me, girls, when was the last time you got a cleanse?
She forced me and my friends to sit in a circle while she smoked us with incense. I was so embarrassed. Of course, nobody came to my place after that, and while I couldn't have my friends over, psychics kept showing up at her door. Some of them even became Mom's friend and stayed for days with us. I'd given up hope until one day while I was going home, I heard some kids talking about a dare at the local haunted house, and it gave me the perfect idea. If I exposed this local ghost story, then maybe Mom would finally believe me. I asked the kids if I could join in, and they agreed. And that night, while Mom was asleep, I quietly got into the house with the rest of the group. But 5 minutes into the exploration, I heard a blood-chilling scream from the upstairs room. I followed it, only to discover one of the boys panicking.
There's something here! It knocked that vase! It's a ghost!
That's not a ghost, it's a mouse. I picked up the mouse by its tail, and the boy let out a wilder scream. He went running downstairs, and the rest of the group saw him, and they all started running around like headless chickens. One by one, they all ran outside until I was left alone. So I sat on a dusty couch and took a nap. The next day, word spread around the school that I stayed in the haunted house all night, and I became popular overnight. Soon, other people wanted to join me on my ghost adventures, and so we formed a club. And by the time I was 15, my paranormal investigation club was super popular. I had a lot of fun with it and solved all kinds of stuff, including some alien and Bigfoot sightings. Life was somewhat okay, except Mom was still a lost cause. One day, Mom and I were coming back home from a shopping trip when we noticed a new store. Mom walked in, and I was talking to the woman who was running the place when a boy around my age walked up to me.
Bonjour. Can I show you something? Those stress lines do not look good on a pretty face like yours. How about some incense for meditation? An amethyst pendant to relieve stress?
No thanks.
Oh, Rosie, that's a cute pendant.
No, it's not. It's hideous. Let's go home, Mom. I stormed out of the store without waiting a second longer. The bad luck seemed to follow me because the next day at school, I ran into the same guy from the store. He was surrounded by some girls and was selling them weird little bottles. What's that?
Oh, hello, sweet Rosie. You smell divine. I'm Ed, by the way.
And I'm Rose for you. What did you give them?
Love potions to tingle the romantic bones that are clearly missing from your body.
Shut up! You're scamming innocent girls. I'll have to report you to the principal.
No, por favor. Why don't you see for yourself first? If they don't work, you know where to find me.
Saying that, Ed winked at me and left. What a weirdo. Anyway, I agreed to wait a couple of days just to see if the stupid potion worked, and to my surprise, all the girls who used that got a date with their crush. I couldn't believe it. I had to talk to Ed and found him in the cafeteria cracking a raw egg in his salad.
I was waiting for you, pretty Bella. Some salad?
No thanks, I don't want that. Tell me about the love potions.
It's a trade secret, obviously.
Or maybe that potion gave them a bit of confidence and everything else was pure luck.
You can't prove that, can you, Shelly?
I was furious. Now that I think of it, all of those girls were very pretty, but a bit shy. Of course it worked. A few days went by, and I decided to avoid Ed. I already had my fair share of weird with Mom, and I didn't want another piece of work in my life. Soon enough, it was time for college. I was sorting out my college application one night, and Mom walked into my room with the amethyst pendant from the other day. What's this for?
It's pretty. It reminds me of your eyes.
This was kind of expensive, Mom. Are you sure you can afford this?
Of course I can. And while we're talking about money, I have something to talk about.
That's when Mom told me that she actually had nothing saved for my college and suggested that I should ask my grandparents for my college fund.
There's no way they'll listen to me, but I'm sure they'll help you.
So all these years, you didn't consider that I had to go to college? How could you be so selfish?
I gave you everything you need, and I know your grandpa won't hesitate to give you more money. But do you think I have any chance of getting more funds for my research?
I can't believe you're still thinking about that, Mom. You're seriously crazy. I wish I could have just left with Dad.
Don't use that tone with me, Rose.
Actually, I'd rather not use any tone with you.
Shut up, and don't forget, I'm your mom.
You're the one who forgot.
Saying that, I just stormed out of the house. I needed to clear my head, so I went for a walk around the neighborhood when I felt like someone was following me.
I turned around and saw Ed right behind me. What are you doing?
Trying to make sure the girl I like is safe. What are you doing roaming around the streets at this hour?
I was just, wait, did you say that you like me?
Well, obviously the love potion doesn't work on you, and neither do my hints. So I'll say it directly. Yes, Rosie, I like you. Now tell me what's wrong. You look stressed.
Ed and I sat down, and I ended up telling him everything about my life, including my recent conversation with Mom. I was pleasantly surprised to see that he was a good listener.
That's tough.
I don't understand why Mom is so focused on the supernatural instead of trying to mend things with her family. It could really make our life easier, you know?
Maybe, but in her head, it's all real. I'm sure she has her reasons. She actually told my mom a while back how she heard knocking and scratching in the walls, threatening messages appeared overnight, and she saw a white figure in her room once. This happened for years.
Oh, please. It was probably just her imagination.
Whatever it was, she's your mom, and you're the only person she can fall back on.
Maybe Ed was right, but I couldn't just forgive Mom so easily. Being weird is something, and being an irresponsible mom is something else. The next morning, I took a bus back to the mansion, and it was completely changed. As I walked towards the entrance, I was filled with nostalgia for my childhood. Then suddenly, I saw my Aunt Angelica, Mom's older sister. She saw me, came running, and pulled me into a hug.
You've grown so much, my pretty Rose.
So have you. I mean, you look amazing, Auntie. How have you been?
I'm good, but why are you wearing these weird clothes? Come in, let me set you up with a beautiful dress.
Aunt took me inside, gave me a bunch of things to eat, and as we sat down, I told her all about Mom's spending problems and how now my studies were at risk.
That's terrible. I knew my sister was weird, but I would have never thought she was this irresponsible. Don't worry, child. I'll take care of everything.
I was over the moon with joy, and I immediately got to work sending out applications. Ed helped me a lot with filing my applications, and the more I hung out with him, the more I liked him. It was a bit weird, but at least he was there for me, unlike Mom, who still refused to come back to the mansion.
I'm happy you're having a good time there, but I don't think I'm welcome there.
You won't know if you don't give it a shot. Isn't family more important than your dumb psychic research? Why can't you just listen to me for once?
You have no idea what it means to be treated like a crazy person by everyone, including your own parents.
Stop playing the victim, Mom. You did this to yourself.
Mom's face dropped, and I could see she was hurt, but I was so
tired of her behavior, especially after seeing how amazing Aunt Angelica was with me. She had a very successful business and was willing to take me under her wing, and she spoke with Grandpa to renovate my old room. I was over the moon to get back to the mansion, wake up to breakfast in bed, take walks in the lush garden, and feel like a princess again. My college was nearby, and I even had a personal driver to take me there. Life was finally perfect, but I still missed Mom a lot. I only got to see her on weekends, and I tried my best to get her back home, but she wouldn't drop her stupid ego. Then one day, I was sorting out some old jewelry when I found the amethyst pendant Mom bought me a while ago. Suddenly, I felt my eyes well up. I decided to do something about the situation and turned to Ed for help.
Why don't you do what you're best known for, solving paranormal stuff? You solved all the cases around here except that of your mother.
But that was years ago. How am I supposed to investigate that now?
You live in the mansion. Try looking around. Old artifacts, cold spots. Maybe something will turn up to prove that she was right, and her family will finally see that she wasn't crazy.
Even I'm not fully convinced with that, Ed. How will I convince others?
Have faith, pretty Bella.
Ed dropped me back home, and I got to work. I didn't expect to find much, but that night, I waited for everyone to be asleep and tiptoed out of my room. I spent hours searching around the place, looking in the library, around the hallways, outside the perimeter of the house, but there was nothing suspicious. I was returning to my room defeated when my nightgown got tangled in one of the statues in the corridor. I tugged on the fabric, but it bent the statue's arm, and a panel in the wall nearby started opening. What the freaking frogs? A hidden passage? I turned on the flashlight on my phone, started recording, and walked along the dark corridor, which led straight to Mom's old room. And suddenly, everything made sense. This door opened from the other side of the hall, so it was possible for someone to slide into Mom's room every night and make those weird sounds and even disguise as a ghost to freak her out. But who would do that? I was still lost in my thoughts when a flashlight blinded me, and what I saw blew my mind. Auntie? Rose, what are you doing here? Oh my God, it was you, right? You knew about this secret passage. Were you the ghost that haunted my mother? I saw her surprised mask fall, and an evil smirk appeared on her face. Well, what can I say? Your mom was always too stupid to figure it out. You probably took after your father. But why, Auntie? What did Mom ever do to you? She took everything from me. She was always the favorite child because she was younger and prettier. I did everything to get our parents' attention, but they didn't have time for me. I could still let go of that. But then, she married the guy I liked, and I knew I couldn't take it anymore, and worked out a plan. All I had to do was to show everyone how crazy she was, and she was stupid. She actually fell for it. You were in love with Dad? Please tell me you didn't have anything to do with their divorce. I may have given him evidence of your mom cheating, and while she was busy moping around, I amped up the hauntings, but the fire and everything were all her. You hated Mom, but you helped me? Why would you do that? To take away the last thing she had, of course. Wow, you're evil. Wait till I tell Grandpa. You can try, but you won't if you want the funds for your college to keep coming. Oh, don't you worry. I've learned a trick or two of my own. After all, we are related by blood. I waved the phone in front of my aunt while she looked at me in shock. She tried to snatch it, but I was fast and ran out of the house. The next day, I asked Mom to come over and showed the video to her and my grandparents. They were shocked and decided to banish my aunt right there and then. I am so sorry, Mom, for never believing you. I didn't give you a reason to trust me either, sweetie. So I guess it's a new start for us both. My grandparents apologized to Mom and sent my aunt away to the ancestral cottage in a far-off village. They asked Mom to move back in, but she just looked at me with sad eyes. I wish you could have trusted me instead of thinking I was crazy. It will take a while to forgive you guys. But Rose, I leave it up to you. It's okay, Mom. Let's go home. My grandparents felt guilty and kept funding my college. Mom and I still live in our small house, and we were closer than ever. Ed and I started dating officially, and he offered me a job at his store.
But at one condition. You'll have to wear this pendant. Only if you want to, of course.
Have you spiked it with a love potion?
I don't think I have to.
Hey friends, I'm Sarah from North Carolina. Please like and subscribe. Ever since I can remember, I've had to fight for my mom's attention. And it was all because of my elder sister, Amanda. She was the family's golden child, and Mom loved her to bits. Amanda was great in studies and sports and looked like a porcelain doll. Sometimes I wondered why God had to make her so perfect. Gosh, how I envied her. One time, we got our report cards from school, and as usual, Amanda had aced all the tests. Wow, Amanda, I'm so proud of you.
My daughter gets an iPad. Show me your results, Sarah.
Mine didn't come yet. Liar, liar, pants on fire. Mom, it's in her bag. She must have failed again.
Amanda then ran and brought my report card, and I just wanted to kick her hard. C's, D's, and an F again? When I go to school, teachers can't believe you're Amanda's sister. When Mom left, Amanda kept laughing at me and telling me I was a dumbhead. No, I wasn't. I just didn't want to try because I knew no matter what I did, Amanda would always be one step ahead of me. We both had our birthdays in August, and Mom would always throw a combined party. On Amanda's birthday, one time Mom even forgot to have my name written on our cake. But I was glad Dad was always on my side. He'd spoil me rotten. Every time Mom would scold me for having bad grades or making some mistakes, Dad would defend me and take me out for ice cream. I know your mom has a lot to say. For me, her arguments go in one ear and out the other.
Wow, I should do that too. Dad was the best.
But in 5th grade, something awful happened. He suddenly left us and settled in Europe. He promised to come for me soon, and I waited for weeks, but he never did. Even his number became unresponsive after some time. That was a huge blow for me. Mom and Amanda tried to talk to me, but I just shut them out. I knew Dad had left because of Mom, yet she still acted like she was innocent. Sweetheart, I know how you feel. Just know that I'm here for you.
What are you talking about? I'm fine. And please don't be here or anywhere for me. Because of you that Dad went away.
Saying that, I ran to my room and slammed the door shut. Things were pretty much the same at school. I had no friends, and Amanda was like the most popular girl. One time during recess, I was looking for a place to sit, and seeing an empty chair at the table, I pulled it. But just then, I heard someone yell. OMG, a girl was about to sit, and I had pulled the chair without realizing it. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't see you there. Really? Are you blind? I think you were just trying to be funny. I'll teach you a lesson. Saying that, she took my tray and rubbed it all over my face. The entire cafeteria burst into laughter. But the worst thing was spotting my very own sister laughing at me too. I instantly ran out and hid in the janitor's room and cried. Just then, I felt a hand on my shoulder and jumped in surprise.
Who's there? I know karate and I'm not afraid to use it.
Just then, someone turned on the light, and I saw a boy my age. It was Eric. He was a new admission, and since he was cross-eyed, the kids made fun of him all the time. Hey, I was here first. It's kind of my hiding spot, so you have to leave.
Nope, not happening. I'm not going out there.
I can understand. Why do people have to be so awful?
No idea.
We both sat there for some time, and then Eric handed me a cloth, and I cleaned all the icky food from my clothes. We have to go out at some point. Maybe we could support each other and go out together? I really liked Eric's idea. We took a deep breath and stepped out of the janitor's room, acting like nothing had happened, and pretending like we couldn't care less about jerk bullies. It totally worked, and for once, I had a friend. Eric and I started hanging out together all the time, and we grew really close. One time in 7th grade, we were having the most boring history class ever, and Eric was hating it the most. I think I'll start crying. She's just dragging the lesson.
Aw, anything can be fun if you know how to draw.
I showed him the sketch I'd made of our teacher, and he nearly burst out laughing. You are the ultimate jerk. But the teacher heard his comment and sent him to detention for using the word jerk in the class. I couldn't just sit and listen to her blabbering, so I stood up. Yes, Sarah, do you have something to say?
Yes. I want to say jerk.
Everybody is a jerk. Detention for you too. When I went to the detention room, Eric actually thanked me for getting him kicked out of that boring class. And I knew you'd be here within minutes because you can't stay too long without me.
He was so right. He then had this awesome plan of sneaking out of the school to visit a fun fair nearby. How could I say no? Eric and I had an amazing time. We took so many rides and ate tons of ice cream.
For a while, I remembered all the fun times I had with Dad and thanked my lucky stars for sending me Eric, my best friend. But when we returned to school, I was shocked to see my mom and Eric's parents there. What were you thinking, sneaking out of school? Are you crazy? You never do such things, Eric. What's gotten into you? Oh, I'm sure it must have been my daughter. She's really a handful. But Mom, it was both of us. Yeah, it was my plan. But no one would listen to me, and in the end,
I was the only one to be suspended. I hated Mom so much for that. She didn't even once try to be on my side like Eric's parents did for him. Once we got home, I had the worst fight with her. I wish it was you who'd left. Dad was the one who loved me. All you can see is your perfect Amanda. Oh yeah? Well, guess what? Your dad left because he was selfish. But you never see that I'm the one doing everything for you. I'm the one who's stuck around. Selfish? Dad? How? I am not having this discussion with you. Just go to your room, right now. I went to my room and I was so angry that I knocked everything off the table, even the picture of Dad and me. But I regretted it instantly because I loved that picture. Just as I was picking it up, I accidentally cut my hand on a piece of glass. And that's when Amanda walked in and totally freaked out. Oh my God, Sarah, you are so careless. Let me see your hand, come on. She cleaned up the wound and put a bandage on it. Why are you suddenly acting like you care about me? Because I do care. No matter how dumb and hot-headed you are, you're still my sister. And I love you. You and Mom are the only family I have. Look, I know I've not been the best sister or made things easy for you, but I will try to be better, okay? Fine. I don't hate you either. Amanda chuckled and so did I. She asked me why I got into trouble, and when I told her that I'd bunked school with Eric, she seemed really amused. So, is he like your boyfriend or something? Yuck! Ew, gosh no! Eric is my best friend. Ew, please don't ever use the B word again. We both burst into laughter. After that day, things were somewhat better between Amanda and me. She even started helping me with my studies, and it was because of her I cleared my exams and entered freshman year of high school. During summer vacations, Dad suddenly seemed to remember that he had kids and sent tickets for me and Amanda. Amanda refused to go, but I was really excited. But when I got there, I learned Dad had a new family.
I'm sorry I hid this from you, kiddo. I wanted to tell you everything a while back, but there was never a good time.
I was so angry at him, and now I was stuck here for a month. The only thing that got me through was talking to Eric for hours every day. He told me that he'd started seeing a girl, and I was really happy for him. When I finally went back home, I was so eager to meet Eric.
Dork, I missed you so much.
Me too. So tell me, who's the mystery lady? Won't you introduce me to her?
Sure, I'd love to. How about we meet tonight at the pizza joint?
Awesome! In the evening when I went to the pizza joint, the girl sitting next to Eric made the earth beneath me shake. It was Amanda. I felt like someone had punched me. The moment Eric and Amanda spotted me, they smiled, but seeing my angry face, their smiles dropped. Wow, awesome. This is like the cherry on top of my terrific life. Well done, sister, for stealing the only friend I had. And Eric, are you stupid? You know how Amanda is. All the guys are after her, and she chose you just to mess with me. Don't you see it?
Sarah, how can you say that? I finally thought things were better between us. Why do you always have to be so bitter?
I'm not talking to you. Eric, come on, let's go. I want to talk to you alone. Seeing how he didn't even budge, I felt angrier. Fine, but don't come crying to me when she dumps your sorry butt. It was as if the whole world was against me. My mom didn't like me, Dad abandoned me, my own sister stole my best friend, and he proved to be the worst. He stabbed me in the back. For days, I was angry and avoided everyone. Even though Eric kept trying to talk to me, I refused to listen to a word. Some weeks later, the spring dance was announced, and when I learned that Amanda and Eric were going together, I felt so alone. But luckily, a guy from my class asked me to the dance, and that made me feel better. Mom, I want your purple dress. I'm gonna make some changes. I am so excited for the dance.
Of course, my dear. You'll look lovely in that dress.
Sarah, do you want something of mine? Or perhaps we can both go shopping and get you a new dress for the spring dance, please? The way she said please made me give in, and I went shopping with her and got myself a new dress after trying so many. I actually had a really good time with Mom. Maybe she wasn't so bad after all. On the night of the dance, Eric and Amanda looked like $1,000,000. Mom took so many pictures of them while I waited for my date to come, but he just didn't show up.
Come on, Sarah. You should just come with us. Forget about that guy.
Yeah, you look amazing. Just join us. As your third wheel? No thanks. I hated the pity in their eyes. I went to my room and climbed out the window. I just wanted to run away from everybody and everything. I was so lost in my thoughts that I didn't even realize it started raining. I ran into a park and sat under the gazebo as I cried. But then sometime later, someone swept me into their arms. It was Mom. Mom, how did you know I was here? Magic. No, I just followed you. Tell me, baby, what's bothering you? Is it the Amanda and Eric thing? Honestly, I don't know. I think it's everything. You love Amanda more than me, Dad leaving us to get another family, Eric choosing Amanda. All of it. Mom hugged me tighter. I love you both equally, sweetheart. Because you had such a strong bond with Dad, I felt like I needed to be more caring towards Amanda. She always felt left out when you and your dad had fun. And it made so much sense. I'd never put myself in Amanda's shoes before. Honey, no family is perfect. We argue, we fight, we even stop talking to each other at times. But in the end, family is family, and the love will always be there. Come on, those two are soaking in the rain for you. When I looked up, I saw Amanda and Eric. They both came running to me, and we all hugged. Well, the spring dance went amazing. Amanda had Eric, and I got asked by a really cute boy to dance. We had fun like no one was watching, and for the first time in many years, I felt happy and loved.
Hi, my name is Marvel, and my parents named me that because from the day I was born, they thought I was special and they worshipped me. But this is the story of how everything changed in the blink of an eye. Before I continue, please click like and subscribe because my story animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. Tell your friends, your sister, brother, and mom to subscribe now. Mom never got tired of telling everyone how Santa Claus brought her the world's best present one Christmas, me. The doctors had told her that after my sister Clara, she couldn't have more children. So when I turned up 5 years later, everyone thought it was a miracle. My favorite granddaughter. Don't raise her like that other devil child of yours. Where is that brat? Just then, Grandma screamed loudly as Clara bit her on the leg and ran away. Clara hated that she wasn't the center of my parents' universe anymore. But it wasn't my fault she was a brat, and everyone thought I was an angel. Mom and Dad adored me, and I had more toys and books than I could count. And every night, they'd act out my favorite bedtime stories together. But Clara was always ruining it. Red Riding Hood is as stupid as Marvel. She thought a wolf was her grandma. Why are you here again? You're too old for these stories. The next day, I woke up to find my storybooks torn to pieces. When I tucked my first tooth under the pillow for the tooth fairy, I was so happy to see a pink box the next morning. I opened it and stared in horror. Clara had cut my face out of all the family pictures and gifted my heads to me. On my 8th birthday, I woke up super excited for the grand party my parents had arranged. But seconds later, I was screaming at my reflection. My parents came running and stared at my terrible haircut in horror, while Clara was laughing her head off. Clara, are you completely crazy? What did I ever do to you, witch? You were born. That's what you did. Clara was grounded and I was rushed off to a salon to fix the damage. She wasn't allowed to attend my party, and it was perfect. And my new haircut was even more perfect, which drove Clara crazy. Eventually, I stopped caring that Clara hated me. In fact, I started taking revenge. Once when I was in 7th grade, I knew she'd flunk every subject and was hiding her report card from my parents. So I went through her bag and stole it. The next morning, I smiled in bed while I heard Mom's screams. Why can't you be more like Marvel? You've turned out to be such a disappointment, Clara. I knew I was going to pay for it, but it was totally worth it. Things only got worse, of course. One day, when my parents weren't home, I walked into my room to find it completely trashed. The minute Mom saw it, she announced that she would be sending Clara to boarding school. It's not safe for Marvel to be around you, Clara. You're getting completely out of hand. What? You're going to send me away because of her? I hate you, Mom. I hate you, Marvel. I hate everyone. Next day, when we got back from school, Mom wasn't home. To our shock, it turned out that Mom had fallen and hit her head, and now she was in a coma. A week later, I was sleeping on a chair in her room when I heard her say, Clara? Where's Clara? Clara instantly flew to her side and hugged her. Mom, I'm right here. I'm so sorry. Is that really you? How long have I been sleeping? How many years? I took her other hand and smiled. Thank God you're awake, Mom! She turned to look at me blankly. Then suddenly, she drew her hand away. Who is this child, Frank? It's Marvel, honey. Is she lost? And why is she calling me Mom? A slow grin spread over Clara's face as Dad quickly called the doctor. After a series of questions and tests, the doctor concluded that Mom didn't remember anything from the past 13 years. So she basically didn't remember having me. Even when Dad reminded her, she just looked confused. But it's not possible. The doctors told me I couldn't have children after Clara. My precious baby, who made me a mama. I was devastated. How had I just gone from being Mommy's little miracle to someone she didn't even remember? Back at home, I ran to her room one day with photo albums to jog her memory. But as soon as I opened them, I remembered Clara had cut me out of all the pictures years ago. You don't remember this, Mom, but Marvel cut out her face from all the photos because she said she hated being a part of this family. Marvel? What a strange child you are. This witch was constantly manipulating Mom. I'd catch her by Mom's side all the time, and it made me very uneasy. A few days later, Mom had made spaghetti and meatballs, which were my favorite. But before I could say anything, Clara jumped in. Oh, Mom, you remembered my favorite food. Didn't you become a vegetarian 2 years ago? What are you talking about, Dad? Would I do this if I was a vegetarian? And with that, she started gulping down meatballs. Marvel's always hated your cooking, Mom. She always said even the dog didn't deserve to eat such bad food. Clara, that's enough. Stop making up lies. Marvel's such a sweet child. She'd never say that. Then, to my shock, Mom turned to Dad angrily. Don't talk to our baby like that. And why are you defending her so much? Do you want to tell me the truth about this girl? What are you talking about? I know your little secret. And with that, Mom flung her napkin on the table and walked off. What was she talking about? Did she think I wasn't her own kid? A few weeks later, while Dad was away on business, Clara and Mom made plans for a girls' day out. Oh, can I come too, please? Mom looked at me like I was some gross insect. And who's going to clean the mess you made last night in the kitchen? What? I never went to the kitchen last night. Stop lying, Marvel. It wasn't me or Clara. And I don't think ghosts bake chocolate chip cookies. Did you eat them all? I never made any, Mom. Greedy and a liar. You're just like your mother. You're my mother, Mom. There's no way I would give birth to someone like you. But since you're living here, I want to make you useful. I want the kitchen spotless by the time we get back. It broke my heart to see them drive away. When they finally came back in the evening, they spent hours trying on the outfits they'd bought. Not a single one for me. I cried myself to sleep that night. A few hours later, I woke up startled because I'd heard a squeaky sound. But when I didn't hear it again, I turned around to go back to sleep. And then I saw something that made my blood run cold. Ah! Sitting on a stool in a corner was Mom, holding Mr. Teddy. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I startle you? Mom, why are you sitting there in the dark? I was just watching you sleep. But why? I was trying to see if you look like Amelia. Who's Amelia? Her strange, twisted smile sent chills down my spine. Here, I fixed your teddy bear. Clara said I made it for you when you were little, but you ripped out an arm one day in a fit of rage. What? Mom, that's not true! But before I could finish, she was gone. Did she think I was the daughter of someone called Amelia? And who was Amelia? A few nights later, I heard some clattering noise downstairs. I quietly crept out of bed and walked towards the light in the kitchen. To my surprise, it was Mom baking enough chocolate chip cookies to feed an army. Mom, what are you doing? She turned to me sharply and stared at me with blank eyes for a moment. She looked possessed, and then without a word, she turned back to mixing chocolate dough again. She's sleepwalking. I turned around to see Clara standing behind me, eating a cookie. It's so much fun when she sleepwalks. I can get her to do whatever I want. You're a monster, Clara. You better go get your beauty sleep, Marvel. There will be plenty of dishes for you in the morning. I couldn't wait for Dad to come back and tell him how horribly Mom and Clara had been treating me. As soon as he entered the door and hugged me, I turned to see Mom standing behind with her arms crossed. We need to talk. Minutes later, I could hear shouting from their bedroom. I crept closer to their door to hear what they were arguing about. It's not what you think. Just let me explain. How could you do this to me, Frank? Even after everything you know about my history with Amelia, I want you to get out. Right now. You've got it all wrong. Get out now! Dad burst out of the bedroom, and when he spotted me, he kissed me on the head. I'll come back in a day or two when she's calmer. And with that, He was gone again. What was going on? The next morning when I went downstairs, Mom was making pancakes, and she smiled at me. I'm making your favorite breakfast. You remember that I love pancakes? I think some things are coming back to me. I felt so happy. Mom sat down next to me. I don't really remember you, Marvel, but I'm sure I loved you very much. I'd like to get to know you again. How about you and I take a little trip? I jumped up and hugged her, then quickly skipped off to get ready. Just as I was walking out of the house, Clara called out, Marvel! Wait! Take him with you! And with that, she ran to me to give me my raggedy teddy bear. Why? I'm not going away forever. Oh, you never know. Can't hurt to keep him. Goodbye, Marvel. This girl was so weird. I took it and ran off to the car. We sang along to songs on the radio, and it felt just like old times. We'd been driving for 3 hours and had entered a town when I asked Mom where we were going. Oh, you'll see. A few minutes later, she drove up to a house in the middle of nowhere and took out a crumpled letter from her pocket. Yep, this is the address. As I hopped out of the car, Mom took out a bag from the back and Mr. Teddy. Are we staying here overnight? Not we. Just you. To my horror, she dumped the stuff on the ground and jumped back in the car. What are you doing, Mom? She threw the crumpled letter at me. For the last time, I'm not your mom. I've brought you to your real mom's place. So go live with her and stay away from me and my family. And with that, Mom drove away. I stood frozen in shock. Finally, I managed to open up the letter. Dear Frank, we have to keep this a secret for now. We'll tell her everything when I'm there. Can't wait to see you. Love, Amelia. Nothing was making sense to me. And whoever this Amelia was didn't live here anymore because the house looked abandoned. I didn't even have a cell phone. I decided to walk to the town center to call Dad. But just then, dark clouds rolled in and it started raining like crazy. I sat huddled on the porch, feeling really scared. But just then, I saw a car drive up to the house, and it was Dad. He ran to me and hugged me tight. How did you know I was here? I went back home to try talking to your mom again, and I saw the two of you leaving, so I followed. Dad, who is Amelia? Dad explained on the drive back home that Mom and her sister, Amelia, had never gotten along growing up, and the last straw was when she stole Mom's college boyfriend. Mom had cut off all ties with her, but around the time I was born, Amelia had got in touch with Dad because she wanted to make amends. So that's what the letter was about? Yeah, and the two did patch things up, but your mother just doesn't remember. Why have I never met my aunt? She lives in another country now, and sadly, those two are like you and Clara. They still don't like each other very much. Dad decided that he and I would stay in a motel for a while. We stayed there for about 3 months. I loved my dad, but I really missed my mom. Dad told me that Mom had started going to therapy. Sometimes I used to go to her sessions and pretend to be a visitor. Once she saw me there and looked really confused. You look like someone I know. And she approached. I was afraid she would hurt me, and Dad stood between us to protect me. Just then, Clara dragged her away. Come on, Mom. We have a party to attend. Another 5 months had passed, and nothing changed. Until one morning, Dad barged into the room and shook me awake. Marvel, wake up. She's asking about you. I couldn't believe my ears. She remembered me? When we reached home, Mom came running outside and she burst into tears as she hugged me. Mom, do you remember me? No, I don't. I'm sorry. I just remember that I had a second lovely child, and I can just feel in my heart that you're mine. I remember having emotions for you and touching you, but my eyes and my brain, they don't remember you. I don't remember much about what you're like, Marvel. It's like my memories with you have faded. So, Mom really didn't remember me. I felt like I was about to cry, but then I said, Mom, that really breaks my heart, but I guess it's okay for now. At least you remember being my mom. You can get to know me all over again. As Mom and I hugged and cried, and Dad joined us too, we heard a voice behind us. So, what now? You'll be sending me to boarding school? It was nice to have a mom who cared about me for a while. We all turned around to see Clara, and she looked so disappointed that I felt almost sorry for her. Mom pulled her into a hug. I love you both very much. I'm so sorry I made you feel like I didn't. Long story short, Mom is back to normal, mostly, and she loves me just as much as she ever did. Also, things are finally better between me and Clara. We still fight a lot, but she's going to therapy too, and is finally learning to accept me as her little sister.
My name is Joy, but I'll have to admit I was not very joyful when I couldn't stop talking about doggy turd every few hours. The story I'm about to tell you is written in my notebook. I don't actually remember any of these incidents, to be honest. The last thing I clearly remember, though, is being late for my math test. I was running to catch the bus. I was so late for my test. My parents would kill me if I missed it. Suddenly, a blind man on the sidewalk stuck his stick forward. I dodged it at the very last minute, and then I saw it, a doggy turd on the sidewalk. It was too late. I slipped on it, and I flew in the air. And well, that's my last real memory. Mom later told me I fell on my head and got a concussion that put me in a coma for 3 weeks. The doctors apparently told my parents they should prepare for the worst. She said Brody, my twin brother, kept telling her that I waved at him when no one was looking. He said I was a drama queen who was enjoying time off school. It's usual for Brody to be so annoying, but this time I guess his attention-seeking lies saved my life. The doctors were so confused that they didn't pull me off life support. When I woke up, I yelled, "I'm about to slip on a doggy turd!" Everyone got really quiet in the hospital room while Brody burst into laughter like a maniac. Finally, the doctors saw a pattern. Not only did I repeat the same thing every few hours, but I also forgot everything after that point. But to make matters worse, Mom and Dad were sad that I was spoiling their perfect life. That night, I woke up wondering what I was doing there, when I saw Mom sitting in a corner furiously typing away on her phone. I called her 10 times, but she said, "Will you please wait, Joy? I have a huge party planned for tomorrow and I have to send the invites." How could she? I needed her the most. When I came home, my parents argued about whether I should be kept in my room or be allowed downstairs for the party. Since I could go a few hours without resetting, my mom thought they could let me come home, saying, "If she's missing, I'll have to tell everyone about her condition." But she kept repeating, "Don't talk to anyone. Stay in the background. Keep your mouth shut." She knew better than to stress me out because the stress triggered my condition. Geez, my mother went from one guest to another, flashing her smile. Suddenly, she froze when I yelled, "I am about to slip on a doggy turd!" The glass fell from her hand. All eyes were on me. Oh, dear God, no, I had done it again. My dad dragged me to my room and shut the door. My mom locked herself in her room and said she would never come out. She cried, "How will I ever show my face in public again?" As if that wasn't bad enough, Brody began using my memory loss for his own benefit. Thank God for Sally, my best friend, who was there for me every time. As soon as I was discharged, Sally came over. She said, "I hate that your memory loss stops you from going back to school." So she told my mom she was going to spend the weekend with me to understand my condition and help me cope with school. My mom was already having a really hard time accepting her broken daughter, and she gladly handed over the responsibility for me and my problems to Sally. One evening, my brother came into my room and said, "Mom told you to give me $15, remember?" When I said I didn't remember, Sally told me all about how I forget things after a few hours, so I just gave Brody the money. The next morning, I was fast asleep when Brody shook me really hard. I said, "Is everything okay? Did someone die?" He reminded me I had to give him $15 and snatched it from me and ran out. An hour later, Sally was over when Brody popped in, reminding me to give him $15 again. But this time, Sally was there. She screamed at Brody, "Beat it, Brody. Stop messing with Joy or I'm telling your parents." Brody just ran out of my room so fast. He was terrified of Sally because he had had a crush on her for years. A few weeks later, Sally asked Mom if she could take me to the bookstore to see how I would function in public and to buy school supplies. Mom said, "Do whatever you want. I have friends coming over tonight." We had just stepped into the store when I spotted him. This really tall boy was looking straight at me. My heart started beating so fast I felt like it would jump right out through my throat and strike him in the face. I immediately turned to Sally and said, "That boy is going to be my husband." To my surprise, Sally just ran away from me. A moment later, she returned and handed me a new notebook and a pen and said, "Write down what you feel about the boy." I was super confused, but I wrote it all down and she said, "From now on, always keep this with you." Sally filled me in on other details and said his name was Amit. From that moment on, the notebook was always with me. Sally also set an alarm on my smartwatch to remind me to write things down. Thanks to Sally, I started school soon afterwards and things seemed a lot better at first. The reason why my parents allowed me to go back was because they thought that being in familiar surroundings would help me stay normal, whatever that meant. But that obviously didn't work out. As soon as I walked into class, I saw the most handsome guy in the world. He was tall and dark, and the moment I saw him, I wanted to be his girlfriend. The very same day, he walked up to me and said, "Hope your memory alarm won't stop you from going out with me, or I'll be heartbroken." Just as I was about to say yes, I suddenly shouted, "I'm about to slip on a doggy turd!" Sally was shocked. My smartwatch alarm hadn't gone off, so what just happened? Apparently, stressful situations reset my brain quicker and unannounced. Amit made my life worth living. One day when we were in the cafeteria, Amit made a video of us hanging out together. He realized that videos helped me remember everything faster, so he got very serious about it. He ordered a cool camera and even bought a tripod and gimbal so he could document our time together. One day, he came up to me and said, "I love you, Joy Joy." And I said, "Are you making a YouTube video? Because even though you're really cute, I don't know you." He laughed his head off and kissed my cheek, which made me blush red. A week later, Amit said he wanted to take me to a movie, and Sally said it was a bad idea. He didn't care. He and I sat together holding hands, and after a few hours, I screamed about doggy turds. Everyone would laugh, but Amit wasn't embarrassed at all. Every night, I read my notebook and smiled, knowing I was falling in love with Amit. One morning, Amit gave me a long gold chain with a real USB as a pendant, which was engraved with the words, "Watch me every day." I asked, what kind of a person needs a USB around their neck? But he just smiled really cute and left. His gift was super weird, but he was super hot, so I checked the USB. It contained videos of all the fun things we did together and footage of me screaming about doggy turds at strange awkward moments. The next day, reading my diary, I had a brilliant idea. I knew how to get back at Brody. He opened his backpack in class and his underwear fell right out. Oh, the look on his face. Sally started laughing so hard. "You need spare underwear for school? Why don't you just get diapers instead?" Brody turned red and looked like he was about to cry. Well, getting even with Brody was easy enough. It was harder dealing with how embarrassing Mom found me. A week later, Mom was hosting a brunch for all her hoity-toity friends. Before going down, she came to my room. She said, "Joy, please stay in your room for the next couple of hours. I don't want you shouting embarrassing things in front of my friends." She took my hand and wrote, "Must not go down till Mom says I can," and left. I felt really sad and curled up in my bed. I woke up and it seemed it was dark outside. My tummy was growling. I went downstairs to get myself some food when I heard Mom and Dad talking in the lounge. Mom said, "Oh, this is just so hard. All the girls today were talking about how their kids are going off to Ivy League universities next fall. And then there's Joy, who's now as dumb as a goldfish." I walked back to my room as Dad consoled her. My heart broke at their words. The only good thing was that I would forget about it in a few hours. However, things soon became even worse. One day, Amit was dropping me home when he asked me if I would like to meet his parents. I was thrilled and said I'd be delighted, and I said, "Well, I'd like you to meet mine too." Maybe when Mom found out I had a boyfriend, she wouldn't think I was the loser she thought I was. That weekend, Amit and I planned a whole meeting the parents' surprise dinner. When I got to the restaurant with my parents, Amit and his parents were waiting for us with his family. Everyone looked so confused. Then Amit took my hand, just like we'd planned, and said, "We are dating." All hell broke loose. My dad screamed, "No daughter of mine is dating someone different. No, you are not dating my daughter." Mom turned into a red tomato of anger and said, "Joy isn't allowed to date." Amit stepped in and said, "Please listen." But just then, the unthinkable happened. I blurted out, "I'm about to slip on a doggy turd." That made Amit's mom stand up so quickly that her chair fell backwards. She said, "Joy is, strange." And his dad said, "I don't think our lifestyles and culture are similar. I find this girl rude and vulgar. My son can do so much better." The next day, Amit showed me a recording of it all. Amit and I were still committed to taking our relationship to the next level. But it wasn't easy. I was leaving for school the next morning when Mom and Dad ambushed me. Mom screamed, "You can't date someone like Amit. He's poor and different." And I thought that was so ignorant. But before I could say anything, Dad threatened, "If you don't break things off with Amit, I won't pay for your college education." I screamed, "Don't you get it? I can't ever go to college with my short-term memory." That just reminded them how I wasn't the perfect kid anymore. Furious, I went to school when Sally ran up to me saying, "Hey, the new principal is looking for you. We should tell him about your situation." I told her she didn't have to come with me. I said, "I think I want to try this alone, Sal." She hugged me and said she was proud of me. On my way to the office, though, someone pushed me into a dark corridor. I freaked, and that was before she said, "You cannot date Amit. I will not allow it." I was furious. I jotted down everything, but just as I was about to write the name of the girl, she snatched my notebook, my flash drive, and my watch. Then I clocked out. I don't know how long I sat there when suddenly the principal pounced upon me and yelled, "Miss Joy, in my office right now." As I followed him, my memory reset and I yelled, "I'm about to slip on a doggy turd." A few kids standing nearby laughed as he turned red. As he called my parents, I tried to explain to him that I had no idea what was happening. He simply said, "One more word, Miss Joy, and I will suspend you." Mom came in looking like a fireball. She screamed, "How embarrassing! Even Brody has never been such a difficult child." And Dad yelled, "This is all because of that stupid Indian boyfriend. I told you he was no good." Just then, Amit walked in and said, "We'll get through it, Joy Joy." My mom and Dad jumped to their feet and started yelling at the principal for allowing this sort of stuff to go on in front of him. He looked super terrified and immediately told Amit to leave. But I'd had enough too. None of this was making sense, so I walked out. The boy followed me looking super worried and said, "Joy Joy, I'll take care of you." But I yelled, "I'm about to slip on a doggy turd." When I came back to myself, I was surprised to see I was holding the hand of a very cute boy. He looked Indian. I pulled my hand away and asked him who he was. He smiled warmly and said, "Joy Joy, it's me, Amit. Don't worry, I'll help you remember. It's all here." And he looked shocked then and said, "Where's your drive, Joy? And your diary?" I pushed him aside and called him crazy and then ran away. But as I was running away, I took one last look at his beautiful face, and for a minute, my heart hurt. Who is this boy? In the corridor, I bumped into Sally and clocked out again. Seeing how confused I was, she asked me where my stuff was. I said I didn't know what she was talking about, and she dragged me around. At the principal's office, I saw Mom and Dad leaving. Mom was crying. I ran to her and asked, "What has Brody done now, Mom?" She just walked away like she didn't know me. The next thing I knew, my parents had made me drop out of school. Sally reminded me of everything. At first, I couldn't believe her, but every time she said Amit's name, my heart felt warm. I asked her where Amit was, but she said she didn't know. A few days later at her house, Sally and I were sitting with Amit while he told me everything. When the bell rang, we went to check, and suddenly Amit's family barged inside, screaming. His mom yelled, "We told you to keep that weird girl away from our son." Then, to our surprise, they threw something on the table. Amit yelled, "Where did you get these?" Then, to our surprise, his sister jumped in and said, "I took them." "You thought you'd just convince Mom and Dad to accept her? There's no way I'm letting that happen after they took away my love from me." Before Amit could say anything, Dad started to yell at me. "I'm tired of all your drama. You're turning 18 next week, aren't you? You're a waste of time anyways. Get out of here and take all this drama with you." For a minute, I thought they were kidding. But in 10 minutes, I was homeless. But I wasn't alone. Sally asked me to live with her, and Amit moved out from his house too. As soon as he got a job, he rented us an apartment. It's been 5 years and we still live in the same apartment. Neither of our parents came to our wedding. And even though I never went to college, I'm now an established artist. Without my parents pressuring me for good grades, I could let my creativity flow freely. And best of all, my paintings don't disappear with memory. And Amit has set up video cameras and televisions in my room to remind me that I am a painter every few hours. I am now updating my diary with another entry. I'm pregnant, and I'm going to tell my husband as soon as he gets home.
Hi everyone, my name is Zoe and I'm from New York. But let me tell you, MSA will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. Tell your friends, your sister, brother, and mom to subscribe now. Ever since I was little, my mom was super dramatic. She tried to be an actress before choosing to be a lawyer for money. But she never lost her ability to be extra. When I was 5 years old, I fell in love with the fashion shows on TV, but Mom said, "Zoe, you're too young to watch this. I like pretty dresses. My little girl is growing up too fast. We're supposed to wear costumes and pretend we're the Powerpuff Girls."
Mom, you're blocking my view.
This is tragic. Just let the kid watch what she likes, please. Dad always supported me, no matter what I did. Like one time when I was 9, I cut up Mom's dresses to make awesome outfits of my own. Mom nearly had a stroke. My sequins! Oh no, oh no, oh no! I can make you a new dress out of the scraps, Mom. Oh Lord, what did I do to deserve this tragedy? Look at Zoe go, our little designer. God, I loved my dad. With his support, I wrote to all my favorite designers and sent them my ideas. I even wore my own creations to school with full confidence, no matter what other kids said. But when I reached 7th grade, my entire life turned upside down. I came home to find my parents in a heated battle, and Mom revealed a huge secret she'd kept from us all these years. I wasn't my dad's real daughter. She lied and said I was his because she wanted me to have a family.
A family built on what? Lies? I can't take this.
I begged him not to, but Dad packed up his things and just left. He even blocked us so we couldn't call him. In an instant, my best friend was gone, and my life was shattered. Mom and I got into the biggest fight of our lives, and that's when it happened for the very first time. My ears started ringing. I couldn't hear anything Mom was saying. My heart was racing like a horse, and I couldn't breathe. And the next thing I knew, I blacked out. When I woke up, I was in the hospital. The doctor said, it was just a panic attack. Kids have them all the time. She's fine.
Fine? She passed out. What if it happens again?
Ma'am, this is the ER. We're very busy. I didn't want her to make a scene here, so I pulled her away. I just wanted to go to school and act like everything was normal. But it wasn't. My friends in school heard about my parents' divorce from their families, and when I got back, they had a million questions for me. That's when my ears started ringing again, and before I knew it, I was hyperventilating in the nurse's office. I would panic before tests, sleepovers, and every time a teacher asked me a question in class. I took months off of school just to stay in bed. Mom tried to get me out in 100 different ways, but I was just too scared to get another attack. I thought things would never get better until one day in the 8th grade when I got a letter in the mail that changed my life. It was from Amelia, my favorite fashion designer in the whole world. She loved the designs I sent her, and she wrote back because she wanted to get to know me. She even sent me her email. I literally flew out of bed. I emailed her in a rush, and like an idiot, I blabbed about every problem in my life, including the divorce. The moment I pressed send, I felt instant regret. Why didn't I talk about design? I was busy kicking myself when she emailed me back. Zoe, I never even got to meet my dad, but I'm still doing great, right? Have hope and hold strong. Wow, she was my idol. I rushed to tell Mom about what happened, but she got so dramatic as usual.
You're texting a stranger? Online?
Who is this person? Just the most famous designer in the whole country. I felt so relaxed. I didn't have to worry about my fears or my dreams. I could just ask Amelia, and she really believed in me. Amelia had advice about everything. We were in the 8th grade now, and my friends felt distant after my long absence. Amelia had a quick solution for that. Just make one of your friends trip at lunch and then help her up. If she spills food on herself, just give her an extra shirt from your locker. What? That's crazy. Trust me, she'll love you. I did as she asked, and I was shocked when it actually worked. The girl I tripped spilled soda all over herself, and when I gave her my extra shirt, she hugged me. You're such a lifesaver.
Wow, that was fast. Amelia, it worked.
I knew it. She was a bit over the top, but her techniques were flawless. I followed Amelia's rules, and by the time I reached 9th grade, I was doing well in my classes, I had plenty of friends, and I even became vice president of the school's fashion club. Everything was going well until one day one of the girls said, "Hey, Zoe, is this your dad? He's getting married again, look!" Her words took the wind out of me. She showed me the wedding announcement, and just like that, my ears started to ring. Not this again. Why are you shaking your head like that? Ew, she's putting her finger in her ear. Can you do this outside? I ran out of there with my heart racing. Everything was spinning. Was I gonna pass out again? Suddenly, someone close to me spoke, and it was a really cute guy.
Are you okay?
Ah, who are you?
I'm a new student.
Step away from me, please. I didn't want anyone to see me like this.
What's happening to you?
Nothing. My ears are ringing, that's all. I was sweating and gasping for breath, and the boy came closer.
Take off your sweater.
What?
You're having a panic attack. I've had these before.
Really?
The cold will help you. Trust me.
I pulled off my sweater with a huff. I couldn't believe it, but he was right. The moment the cold wind hit me, I felt better and I started to calm down. Are you a magician? He just smirked and walked away. I'm pretty sure I just fell in love at first sight. I was convinced the boy was just a handsome ghost until he showed up in my next class.
My name is Elliot. I like music. I don't like people. Thank you.
I waved at him as he sat down, but he didn't respond. Did he not recognize me? Turns out he was so cold and aloof, he ignored everyone that tried to talk to him. The moment class got over, he flipped on his headphones and ran off to be alone. I wanted to get to know him, but his attitude made me nervous. Of course, the best person to ask for help was Amelia. My first tip: stick a bit of your dress into his watch during class. When he moves, you'll be like, connected. So romantic. It wasn't. Elliot just took off his watch and walked away. What? Okay, he sounds like a tough cookie. Just ask him for a ride home on a rainy day. You know he'll help you. He did help by handing me his umbrella and asking me to walk home. This is not working. I should just talk to him normally. Not if you want a real romance. There's one last trick as old as time. Grab a bunch of papers and fall into his arms. Let him catch you. It will work. As one final effort, I took some papers in my hand and waited until the perfect moment. Then I flew into his path and all the papers went flying in the air. He grabbed me by my shoulders.
Did you just fall down on purpose?
No?
Liar.
He dropped me and started walking away. Hey, wait, do you not remember me? You helped me on your first date.
I wouldn't have helped you if I knew how weird you were.
Okay, rude. Maybe I did try to get your attention, but that's your fault. You were like a beautiful angel who just appeared out of thin air to help me. I'm a girl. I'm not made of stone. I turned to storm away and he said,
I'll be gone in a while. There's no point in getting to know me.
What?
I change foster homes every few months. I don't stick around.
He walked away and my heart twisted. He didn't have a home? Is that why he had panic attacks? I wanted to reach out to him, but I had no time to myself the next few weeks. There was a huge fashion contest in the school, and kids from all over the town were gonna compete. I worked my butt off for that show, but the day of the contest, the fashion club president walked in with some news. One of our male models has the stupid flu. No! I found a super hot replacement in the hallway. Elliot walked in and I was shocked. You're joining the show?
I'm handsome and tall, and I was rude to you, so I owe you one.
Oh, thank you.
Also, your president's paying me $50. Let's do this.
I helped him practice his walk and chose an outfit for him. Dang, he looked so good in everything. I couldn't help but blush every time I touched him. When the show started, I was literally holding my breath as the models walked by in my outfits. I wanted to win so bad, and I did. At the end of the show, the judges announced my name as the winner, and my entire team screamed. We ran up to the stage to accept our award. Mom was hooting for me from the audience. Presenting our award today is a special surprise guest. Please welcome Amelia from Amelia's Designs. My heart dropped to my stomach. I watched Amelia, walk up to me like a goddess. Congratulations. Amelia? How are you here? Oh my god! I grabbed her in a tearful hug and she looked shocked. Are you a fan of my work? I'm Zoe. We've been best friends for years. I'm sorry, have we met before? No, but you've been writing letters and emails to me since I was in the 7th grade. Look! I pulled out my phone and showed her the proof, but she just shook her head. Why would I spend so much time talking to some idiot kid? I mean, these emails aren't for me. That's impossible. Here's your award. Good luck with everything. She ran away awkwardly while the people around me buzzed with whispers. I felt so humiliated. If it wasn't Amelia emailing me all this time, who was it? Suddenly, I couldn't breathe, and the panic attack hit me like a truck. My ears started ringing so loud I knew I would pass out. That's when Elliot took my hand.
You need fresh air. Come on.
He pulled me outside where I took off my sweater and rushed. That's when I got an email from Amelia? I had to act like I didn't know you, so I didn't make my other fans jealous. I'm sorry. I sent her a hasty reply, but the moment I hit send, I heard a phone ring nearby. I sent another message and heard the sound again. I followed the rings only to find my mom crouching behind her car, replying to my emails. Mom? Zoe? It's you? You've been sending these emails? No. Let me see your phone. No! Give it to me! I jumped on my mom and wrestled the phone out of her hands. One look at her email and I knew. It was her. Are you kidding me? All this time it was you? What's wrong with you? I'm sorry. I felt so guilty about the divorce and you were so unhappy without your dad. I couldn't bear the thought of you having those panic attacks and you didn't want to go to a doctor. I had to do something. What? Violate my privacy and make me dance to your tune like a monkey? That's not how it was, Zoe. All these years, I thought I'd made a true friend, and I thought I was sharing my fears and hopes with my idol, and it was you. What a waste. I threw her phone to the ground and stormed back home. I'd never felt so angry or so embarrassed. How could I have not seen it? All those dramatic ideas right out of a movie? Of course it was Mom. There was no way I was going back to school, and I refused to even look at Mom. No matter how many times she apologized, I just slept in a pile of my clothes like an old cat until a week later when there was a knock on my bedroom door. Go away, Mom. Or should I say Amelia?
It's me. Can we talk?
How do you know where I live?
Your mom messaged me on Facebook asking for help. Ugh. Why aren't you coming to school? Are you embarrassed?
It's not just that. Ever since my dad left, I've been relying on Amelia for everything. She was the reason I started having fewer panic attacks. She made me feel confident. I can't go back into the world without that.
The person who made you feel better is still downstairs.
Mom? Yeah, right.
Look, maybe her methods are insane. Yes, but she was just trying her best to take care of you. As someone who's never had a mom, I kinda envy that.
Was he right? I opened my emails with Amelia after weeks, and when I read them, knowing it was Mom, I couldn't help but laugh. She was so crazy, but she was really trying to be there for me. I went downstairs to see her, and when I said hi, she fell to my feet. I'm the worst mother on earth. I don't deserve to live with you. I ruined your life. I'm so sorry, Zoe. Calm down, Mom. Why didn't you just tell me it was you? Did you think I'd never find out? I didn't want you to hate me more than you already did. I just wanted to see you smile. It was working, so I kept going. I'm so stupid. It was actually pretty clever. You talked about her life like you were her. I researched her for weeks. I read all of her books. You're crazy, but you're not a bad mom. I forgive you. Mom grabbed me in a tearful hug. Thank you. Oh, I love you so much, Zoe. I love you too, Mom. And thank you for making her talk to me, Elliot. You should ask her out. She really likes you. Mom, oh my God, you're so embarrassing.
I'd like to go out with her too. What do you say, Zoe?
I say yes.
Hi guys, my name is Melanie, but call me Mel. Please like and subscribe to MSA. I used to live with my older brother Mark and my parents, who usually kept super busy with their work. With them gone for hours, Mark'd be responsible for the house and me. But that didn't come easy for him because I was a mess. As a kid, I was really wild and clumsy. I'd run around the house causing trouble, and he'd had to chase after me to keep me in check. No more chocolates, Mel. They ain't good for your teeth. But they're falling out anyways, brother, so let me have my fun. Even the kids at school would make fun of me for being weird and clumsy. But it all changed as I stepped into adolescence and the gorgeous genes in the family started to kick in. By the time I was 15, the same boys who'd teased me in my childhood now started asking me out. These are for you. Happy birthday, beautiful. Same to you. Little did they know I was still the same weird me on the inside. And Mark's protectiveness was all the more reason why I'd never gone on a single date. No doubt I loved him to bits. But he'd influence all the things I did at home and school, and it'd drive me crazy. Why did you throw away my party invitations? Why did you delete my Insta account? Why'd you sign me up for a geography class? Because that'll help you in your future. You should be thankful you have a brother like me, Mel. Or else, how are you gonna survive in this world? Happily. Saying that, I stormed out of his room, but later that night he came to me. Are you still mad at me, Mel? Okay, listen, I've always wanted the best for you since you were a kid. Yeah, but I'm not a kid anymore, and you gotta stop controlling my life. Fine, you're gonna have it that ways anyways, because I'm moving out for college next week. What? I didn't know how to react, because I was both happy and sad about him leaving. But after Mark left, I had this feeling that I could take complete control over my life, especially when Mom and Dad were moving to a new city for their work, and I was shifting with them. Our new house was like a giant mansion, and my room had these big windows and a tall mirror that took up most of the north wall. But more than anything, I was excited about getting a fresh start at school because Mark wasn't here to hijack my life. So, on the very first day, I wore a gorgeous new dress to school. But just as I was making my way through the hallways, I stumbled and bumped into a girl who was holding giant paint buckets in her hands, and all of them came flying onto my dress. Holy jeez! I ended up on the floor, but the girl reached out her hand towards me. Are you okay? I took it and quickly got off my butt, but I couldn't believe my eyes. She had gorgeous blonde hair and the sweetest smile. It was like I had an instant crush. I'm so sorry about the paint. Oh gosh, I ruined your dress. Come with me. She grabbed my hand and took me to the changing room, and there she handed me a fresh pair of clothes. Try this. It's not that great, but it'll help you make a good impression on your first day. How did you know it was my first day? Oh, word gets around here fast, especially about cute girls. Okay, thank you. If that was a compliment, I mean. Was it? Oh, never mind. I'm just blabbering. Wow, you're adorable. Saying that, she went away. But indeed, I did make an impression, because that dress was all torn from behind. And all the kids were laughing at me as I walked the hallways, except for the one girl that helped me out. Can't believe Jenny would prank you like this. But then again, she is Jenny. What do you mean? And who are you? Well, I'm Lauren, and I'm definitely not like her, but she is evil. She's got these weird family issues with a mute mom and a mute stepdad who's a complete jerk, and she's turning out to be just like them. Yeah, I could tell that by now. Lauren stuck by my side for the rest of the day, and we bonded pretty well. She was fun and notorious, just like me, and had this YouTube channel where she'd make entertaining vlogs. She even introduced me to this music club that she was a part of, and I was loving her so much that I wanted to be just like her now. Within a week, it was like we were besties, with no one to ruin our adventures. Or at least that's what I thought. Because there was someone whom I felt kept a constant eye on us and followed us everywhere at school. Jenny. One time I was in the swimming class, but just as I popped out of the water, I was shocked to see Jenny right in front of me. Jeez, you scared me. What the heck? You should stay away from Lauren. She's not nice, and she's just spoiling you. Really? Who are you, my mom? And why do you care? Especially after what you did to me on the very first day. That wasn't me. I don't believe you. Just leave me alone. Yeah, okay, I'm leaving. But this is the last time I'm warning you about Lauren. Don't be stupid. I don't like stupid people. Excuse me? With that, she took my towel and left. What a psycho! But luckily, after that day, I didn't see much of Jenny, and I got busy with my music club rehearsals. The school had its very own band, with Lauren as the lead singer, and I wanted to audition to be a part of it too. So I practiced really hard and nailed my auditions. And as a treat, Lauren took me out to dinner. You were great today. I'm sure you're gonna get selected. So, what can I get you? Jenny? I didn't know you worked here. That's okay. She ain't Jennifer Lopez, that we should be remembering small details about you. Lauren? After that, she took my order and went away, and Lauren turned towards me. You don't have to be so nice to her. I told you, she's a psycho. Yeah, I get that. But what you said also wasn't nice, man. She keeps following you everywhere, and the other day I saw her chasing away some guys who were coming to talk to you. God knows what she's up to. Suddenly, Jenny came back with our order, but she seemed off. That's your order, and here's something those guys sent for you. I don't like their vibe. If you want, I can make them leave. Make them leave? Are you nuts? Send them over to us, they're cute. But they seem bad. No one asked for your opinion. Now get out of here! And before I could even say anything, Lauren called them over, and Jenny walked away angrily. I also felt awkward because I was still a noob when it came to dating and chatting with guys. So I rushed towards the restroom, but one of the guys followed me there. God, you're pretty. It's like I'm drawn to you. To the washroom? I need to pee. Go away. But he came closer and tried to kiss me. What are you doing, jerk? Get away! I slapped him hard in the face, but just then Jenny came from behind and dumped an entire tray of food over his head. You moron! How dare you touch her? I'm gonna kill you! She kicked him behind his knee and climbed onto his shoulders and started pulling his hair. Suddenly, there were loud screams across the restaurant, and the managers came running. They fired Jenny on the spot for misbehaving with her customers, and I had to butt in. No, she didn't do anything wrong. She was just trying to help. Shh, let her be. I told you she was nuts. Let's just go from here. Lauren pulled me out of there, and we both went home. But later that night, I couldn't stop thinking about Jenny. She tried to help me, but got fired. I was feeling terrible. But then suddenly, I heard a loud thud in my room. I got up and checked, and saw the big mirror in my room was open, and it had a secret room behind it. Holy freaks! I grabbed the side lamp and was ready for action, but then the unthinkable happened. Jenny, did you follow me all the way home? God, she was really a psycho. I started backing away because I was frightened. Melanie? Tell me what you're doing here or I'm gonna call the cops. No, don't do that. Don't call anyone. I'll tell you everything. This was my home. Before my mom married my stepdad, we used to live here happily. I looked around and saw toys and Jenny's pictures with her family all over the walls. She wasn't lying about this. But then my dad left and Mom married that jerk, and he sold everything because of his gambling habits. Mom's head over heels for him, so we won't leave him. And today, when they learned that I got fired from the restaurant, they got mad at me and I just ran away. Oh God, I'm so sorry, Jenny. I had no idea. I thought you were stalking me. What? Why'd you think that? 'Cause Lauren told me you kept following me and that you'd chase away all the guys who tried to come near me. I'm not a stalker, Mel. I didn't know you lived here. And I did all that 'cause I was just trying to protect you after what happened on your first day of school. But if that's what you think of me, then fine. I'm gonna leave. It made me feel bad that she was just trying to be protective, and that reminded me of my brother. Jenny, it's all right. You don't have to leave. If you want, you can stay with me. No, Mel. You think of me as someone bad. You're not bad. The guy who tried to kiss me was bad, and I want to thank you for saving me from him. And I'm sorry that you got fired because of me, so please stay. Her face lit up, and she came and hugged me, and for some reason, my heart started racing. This was crazy. The next 2 days, it was the weekend. Mom and Dad weren't home, and Jenny stayed with me. And surprisingly, it was fun. We shared so many interests together, including MSA being our favorite YouTube channel, and she baked me the most delicious cookies in the world. Later at night, I was even having trouble working on my homework when she came and helped me. Come on, Mel, I know you have it in you. I'm not really on the smart side, but you can be on the hard-working side. Come on, it's just to pass a few grades. Okay, I'll try harder. But instead of that, I ended up sleeping like a log. And when I woke up, I saw she was sleeping right next to me. And for some reason, I couldn't help but stare at her beautiful face. Hey, what are you looking at? Oh, I fell in love with you from the very first moment, Mel. And that's why I was super protective about you. Though I may have shooed away some stupid boys out of jealousy, too. Gosh, she was so adorable. And I liked her all the more for this. Then she got up and played some music and pulled me in for a dance. We danced and played games all night long, and I was super excited to go and break this news to Lauren the next day. But instead, she gave me a shock. Watch this. I'm gonna upload this video on my channel. Psycho Witch Gone Nuts. What? No, you know that's not true. Jenny's a good person, Lauren. She tried to help me. Who cares? We'll get millions of views if we post crazy videos like this. And she's a loner. Nobody cares about her. I do. What? I told her everything, but instead of being happy about me, she looked grossed out. Ew! I can't believe you'd go for someone like her. She ain't even rich like us anymore. How does that matter, Lauren? I like her, and she likes me, and you should drop that low-leveled thinking of yours. Low level? OMG, how dare you? Do you have any idea whom you're talking to? I'm the queen of this school, and you're nothing without me. If it wasn't for the misfired prank I tried to pull on Jenny, I'd have never even talked to you. What do you mean? You were the one who tore her clothes? Yeah. I did it to get more subscribers for my channel, but then I saw you wearing those clothes and the kids making fun of you. I felt bad, so I thought I could be nice to you for a while, but it looks like I pitied the wrong person. Saying that, she pushed me. But I couldn't let her do this to Jenny, so I snatched her phone and smashed it into pieces. You witch! Suddenly she jumped onto me and we both broke into a wild fight. The teachers came running and pulled us apart. I'm not gonna spare you now. I rule this place. I'm a diva with thousands of subscribers watching me and following me. And that little music band you wanna get into? I run it. I know everything you do, and I've always admired you for it. So much that I always wanted to be just like you, but not anymore. 'Cause now I know that you're a bad person, and you use people to get famous, and I'd never want to be like you. She's right. Lauren is just so evil. Yeah, she's not even that good of a singer. They have her in the band because of her popularity. She's so egotistical. Suddenly, the color on Lauren's face faded, listening to all the comments and seeing the cameras around her. And then we were taken to the principal's office, where we waited for a few hours until I saw my brother walk out of there. Mark, what are you doing here? I came to give you guys a surprise visit, but Mom and Dad weren't home and I got a call from your school. And seems like you couldn't stay out of trouble without me, huh? I didn't do anything wrong. I know, and I'm proud of that. Mom and Dad told me how well you've been doing on your own. I ran and hugged him, and he told me I was being put into detention for a week, while Lauren was being expelled from school because of several complaints against her for pranking and ill-treating kids. I felt bad for her, but then I felt a gentle tap on my shoulder. Are you okay? I heard what happened, and I got so worried. Why did you fight with her? 'Cause you would have done the same for me.
Hi, I'm Elisa. I'm the eldest of 3 daughters and clearly Mom's favorite. I don't think any mom on this planet has ever loved a daughter like mine loves me. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. Mom loved me more than my sisters because I was smart and, well, they were kinda dumb. When I was in the 3rd grade, Mom started screaming at them at the parent-teacher meeting because they'd failed every subject. Why are you such dummies? What have I done wrong that God is punishing me by giving me daughters like you? But when my turn came, my teachers couldn't stop praising me. Yes, I thank God every day for giving me a daughter like Elisa. Her sisters are such an embarrassment. Suddenly, Bella grabbed a chair and flung it at me, and it missed me by an inch. Mom grounded her and said she couldn't have dinner that night till she wrote, "Please forgive me, dear sister," 1,000 times. But when Bella gave me the paper, it said, "I'll get you next time, witch." One day, some guests were coming over, and Mom asked me to make my amazing lemonade. When I served it to them, they all took one sip and spat it out, coughing like crazy.
Good God, that's disgusting. It tastes like soap.
Wait, what? That Bella must have done something to it.
See, Mom? I keep telling you, Elisa hates you. I don't know why you love her. I can do everything better.
Shut up, Bella. Elisa just made a mistake. I mean, she's perfect. Even perfect people can make mistakes sometimes. Go be useful for once and go get us some coffee. Elisa, darling, you can go back to studying now.
Bella looked livid. While the rest weren't watching, she spat in my face. I tried to push her away, but she ran off. What a witch! But thank God, Vienna was nothing like her. She and I were really close, and while I was busy studying, she was always taking care of me. I adored her. When I was in the 8th grade, I'd saved up my pocket money for months trying to buy Mom a lovely sweater for Christmas, and she loved it. But when I went downstairs the next morning, I found Bella warming her hands in front of the fire, and Mom's sweater was burning in the flames. Oh my God, Bella, what did you do? I was cold and we were out of wood. And I like watching things burn. And I hate you. And I hate Mom. Maybe one day I'll set your hair on fire while you're both sleeping. I just snapped and attacked her. As we were wrestling on the floor, Mom and Vienna came running in. And when Mom found out, she totally lost it.
Bella, you're a mother's worst nightmare. You don't have looks or brains or any good qualities. And you're so jealous of your sister because you'll never be what she is. You'll always be a failure. I'm going to send you away to your aunt.
I was really mad at Bella, but I didn't want that. No, Mom, please don't. We're a family and we have to stay together. I forgive her, okay?
I don't remember asking you for forgiveness, witch.
Bella pushed past me and stormed out. Mom wept for hours over her sweater. After Mom's threat to send her away, Bella was careful not to do something too obvious, but I could just sense her hatred grow. I always had a feeling she was plotting against the rest of us. When I was in the 11th grade, we had a cousin's wedding to attend, and I was her maid of honor. As soon as we entered the hall, our relatives surrounded us.
Oh, Elisa, darling, I want you to meet my daughter. I'm always saying I want her to be just like you. We hear all about your wonderful achievements from your mother. Your daughter is a little Einstein, isn't she?
Mom and Vienna beamed at me proudly, But Bella's lips curled into an evil smile. As she walked past me, she accidentally stepped on my foot.
Little Einstein, my butt. They'll see who the real genius is one day.
What a psycho she was. The bride handed me the wedding rings for safekeeping till the ceremony started. Just then, I realized that Vienna was nowhere to be seen. I was looking for her all over the building when suddenly I heard a faint sound from a storage room. I opened the door to find Vienna on the floor, and she was crying. OMG, what happened?
Oh, Elisa, thank God you're here. I asked someone where the bathroom was, and they sent me here.
Then I tripped over something and sprained my ankle really badly. I can't walk. As I helped her up, we suddenly heard the door slam shut behind us, and the lock clicked. No matter how hard I pulled, it just wouldn't open. We kept banging on the door and shouting, but no one heard us. Hours later, the door suddenly burst open, and we saw a policeman standing there with all my relatives behind them. And my cousin leapt forward and started pulling my hair. Elisa, you witch! Where are my rings? You ruined my wedding! Turns out, my cousin thought I'd run away with the rings like some thief. And the wedding didn't happen because everyone had been out looking for me. All our relatives were glaring at me like I was some kind of criminal. I had no way to prove it, but of course, I knew Bella was behind sending Vienna to the storeroom and locking us up. A few weeks later, Mom came to me one morning and told me about a national-level science competition with a first prize of $50,000. She asked me to participate, and I signed up immediately. I studied hard for weeks. More than winning the prize, I just cared about making Mom's wishes come true. Weeks later, Mom came running up to me with the news that I'd won the competition. While we were hugging, Bella turned up and said,
You're jumping for joy just like Elisa is gonna give you all the money. Poor dumb Mom.
Shut up, Bella. As if I even want my baby's money. It's all for her career. She's going to become a great scientist, remember? Maybe she'll hire you as a cleaner for her science lab. Now, Elisa, it says here in the letter that the prize money will be sent in a couple of months, so you'll have to wait a little. Well, seeing Mom so happy, I'd already achieved what I wanted. I had applied for NASA's Junior Space Program, and I was over the moon when I was selected for a 3-month course. Of course, I expected Mom to burst with joy, but when she got home, she had some shocking news to share. She'd been laid off from work. I'm so sorry to ruin your amazing news. This should be a really happy day, and I'm so proud of you. But how will I manage without a job? How will I send you to the program? Mom, it's a fully paid scholarship, so you don't have to worry about me at all. And the prize money will be here soon too, and you can use it all for your expenses. Oh, darling, I couldn't possibly do that. I'll start looking for a job right away, but thank you for being the most amazing daughter in the world. The day I was leaving, Bella wasn't even around to see me off. Mom, Vienna, and I exchanged teary goodbyes, and I left for the airport. I only had my small savings for the next 3 months, so I'd just have 1 meal a day and not spend on anything else. I just couldn't ask Mom for more money. I was done with my course a few days earlier than I'd expected. I bought gifts for my family and decided to go home without telling them I was coming sooner.
I'm so glad the prize money came before Elisa did. Oh, Mom, you're just wonderful. How you've made that genius a fool all these years?
Yes, baby. I am the only one with Einstein's mind. But you're really good too.
Hey, have you guys forgotten me?
Of course not, darling. You're the worst. Your acting is an Oscar-worthy performance. The way you made her believe you're her sweet little sister. I'm so proud of you.
She has no idea how much I hate her. What a moron.
Yes, she is a moron, and so was her mom. And your father, too. He left the child of his affair on my hands and thought I'd raise her like a princess for nothing?
She's about to get back in a few days. Ugh.
Oh, don't worry. She'll go away to some university on a scholarship, of course. After that, she'll be too busy working like a donkey all her life, and we'll sit back and enjoy. When I got home, I unlocked the door and let myself in. Mom, Vienna, I'm home, guys. The two came running down the stairs and flung their arms around me.
Elisa, I've missed you so much.
Oh, darling, I can hardly believe my eyes. You have no idea how I've lived without you these past months. I was so restless to see you too, Mom. I gave them their gifts, which they both loved. Bella just tossed hers in the dustbin and walked off angrily without a word. I'm just gonna go put my things in my room. What's the rush, Elisa? Just relax for a bit. I'll just be back in a minute. When I entered my room, I was shocked to see money everywhere. The others had followed me upstairs, and they said my prize money had arrived just today. Oh, that's awesome. I'm going to deposit this money in my bank right now. But is that necessary, dear? I'll just keep it safe at home. Mom, we really need this money, so I just can't take any risks. Just let me know whenever you want it for anything. When I came home, Mom took us all out for an amazing dinner, and I was just so happy to be back with my family. A week later, I heard Mom screaming hysterically at someone one morning, and I ran downstairs to find some policemen.
Are you out of your mind? How dare you tell me I'm trespassing? I'm on my own property. This is my house. Ma'am, this notice clearly states that you and your daughters Vienna and Bella are living here illegally, and the rightful owner is Miss Elisa.
Oh, hello. That's me. And yes, Mom, it's true, but you already knew that, right? See, I talked to Dad's lawyer and saw his will. It turns out that this house is in my name, so I suggest you do what the nice officers are saying and just leave.
Elisa, how can you talk to me like that? I was going to tell you about the house one day, of course. Why have you turned against me, my darling?
Because I found out you've been against me from the very start. When I came back from my internship, I heard you all talking in my room. I was standing outside and I heard everything.
No, you misunderstood us.
Elisa, let me explain. Just stop this acting now. It's all over. I guess Dad knew you wouldn't take care of me too, Mom. So he decided to do it himself by leaving me this house. I really loved you and would have done anything to make you happy. You played me for a fool, but you made a mistake. I'm good-hearted, but not a fool. They all went down on their knees and begged me for forgiveness, but I just had the policeman throw them out. Soon after, I sold off the house and went where they'd never find me again. I've left everything and everyone in my past behind me, and now I'm living my best life.
I could see the inspector getting closer, and I started to panic. I quickly closed my eyes, hoping he would leave me alone and not ask why I didn't have a ticket. But then I felt a tap on my shoulder. I tried not to move. But then in front of everyone, in the carriage, he said, "Wake up, Missy! You can't fool me!" I felt so embarrassed. I just started crying. He had his arms crossed and said if I didn't cough up the cash, he'd chuck me off at the next station. How could I have been so stupid to think I could ride the train for free? Between sobs, I begged him to let me stay on until my stop and apologized, saying I'd forgotten my purse. But he wouldn't budge. Someone said, "Hey, don't speak to her like that. Have you never forgotten your wallet before? It happens to all of us." Well, the inspector didn't like that at all. As soon as the train pulled into the next station, he ordered us both to get off the train. As soon as we were on the platform, the guy turned to me and said if I followed him, he'd help me. I was in a rush to get to my friend's party, so I said okay. Little did I know the mess I was about to get caught up in. And I mean, what was I supposed to do? We were in the middle of nowhere, and I had no money. Plus, my cell phone had 0 battery, and my friend would be waiting. The guy seemed friendly and told me his name was Travis and that he'd call us a taxi. He looked around 17, just like me, but he clearly came from money. He was head to toe in designer gear, and I looked so scruffy next to him. The taxi eventually arrived and we climbed in. I was about to give the driver my friend's address when I realized I couldn't even see the driver. Then I heard the clicking sound and the doors all locked. I turned to Travis and he was grinning at me. He then leaned in close to me and said, "I'll take you wherever you need to go. But first, I need a favor. That's only fair, right? A favor for a favor? Oh, and don't worry, I'll throw in some cash too. You'll never have to sneak onto a train again." Oh my God. What was this? I told him to let me out, and he said it wouldn't take long, and that he wasn't going to hurt me. I was freaking out and started banging on the screen between us and the driver. But he just ignored me. Was I being kidnapped? I didn't understand. He just helped me on the train, and now he was blackmailing me? What kind of a sicko does that? The next moment, the car stopped, and I almost fell off my seat. He said we'd arrived at the party, and that all I had to do was put on a fancy dress and pretend to be someone else. He handed me a bag with a designer dress inside and even a box of jewelry. So he'd planned this? I told him there was no way I was doing this. And then he just looked at me and said, "What if I throw in $10,000? Sure you don't want to join me? It's just a party." I peered out the window and noticed we were parked outside a mansion. Who even lived like this? Before I could tell him no again, he told me to put on the dress and join me outside. I know I should have just run, but guys, it was $10,000. For a 17-year-old, that's like winning the lottery. Plus, the dress was out of this world. I put it on and opened the door. Suddenly, 2 older people came running towards me and Travis grabbed my hand and whispered into my ear, "Your name is Essie. You're studying to be an actress, and we met 2 months ago. Got it?" Well, I didn't have time to reply because the next moment, the older woman was coming right up to me and said, "You must be Essie. We've heard so much about you. Come and meet the whole family." Then she grabbed my hand and I realized she must be Travis's mom. This was insane. I felt like I entered a parallel universe. The house was out of this world. You could basically smell the money. And there were celebs there. I wished my phone weren't dead so I could take some pics. My friends would never believe I'd been at a party like this. There were even butlers. I felt pretty awkward. Everyone was looking at me, and I even saw some people whispering. Clearly, they knew I didn't belong at a party like this. I asked one of the butlers where the bathroom was, but as I was following him, Travis appeared and asked where I was going. Then he told me to stay by his side and that I wasn't to run off or he'd take the money back. This was so messed up. Everything in the house looked spotless. So when Travis wasn't looking, I quickly licked the mirror. It just looked so clean and I wanted to leave my mark on this house. But someone saw me. I moved away from the mirror and pretended I'd been checking my makeup. But the girl came right up to me and said, "So, you're actually real? We thought Travis was just making you up." Then she smirked at Travis before walking off. Ugh, who was that girl? Travis looked embarrassed and said that was his brother's girlfriend and that she was the devil. But it seemed like his brother and sister were worse. They kept looking at us and didn't even introduce themselves. Travis told me they were awful, but all I could think was how awful he was. Who basically kidnaps a girl and lies to their family like this? As the night went on, I'd had enough. These people were all so fake. They would smile at Travis and compliment him on his clothes and tell him how pretty I was. Then as soon as we moved away, they'd talk about how he was such a loser. I didn't feel comfortable at all, so I walked off when his back was turned. I found the bathroom and decided to climb out the window. But then something awful happened. I got stuck. My dress got caught and I thought I was going to have to shout for help. But then someone grabbed my feet. "Where do you think you're going?" It was Travis. He told me he'd give me another $10,000 if I just stayed a little longer and posed for a few photos with him. Well, I was literally stuck, so what was I supposed to do? He pulled me down and we went back out to the party, just in time for his dad to make a speech. But as his dad was talking, suddenly, Travis's brother grabbed the mic and said he had something to say. Then he got down on one knee and proposed to his girlfriend. Then in front of everyone, he turned to Travis and said, "You snooze, you lose, bro." Everyone laughed and I didn't understand. I turned to Travis, but he was nowhere to be seen. Travis's sister saw me looking around and came up to me and said, "Why are you dating my brother? He's such a loser." That's his ex up there, by the way, getting proposed to. At least she's with someone better now. Travis doesn't deserve to have a girlfriend. Honestly, I didn't understand why his family was being so cruel to him. He seemed like such a nice guy, especially after he saved me on the train like that. I'd be stuck in the middle of nowhere if it hadn't been for him. I had to make sure he was okay, so I went outside to find him and noticed him sitting under a tree. He looked really upset, and when I asked if it was because his ex was now engaged to his brother, he got so angry. He told me that this had been the dumbest idea ever, and he just wanted to get some attention from his parents. But once again, his brother had stolen the limelight. He then wrote me a check and told me I was free to go, and that the driver would take me home. All I could think about was how annoyed my friends would be that I missed the party. There was no way I could tell them where I'd been. The car pulled up, and I got in just as Travis's mom came running out. She started shouting at Travis, asking him what was wrong with him and how come he couldn't keep a girlfriend. Then his dad was there and said, "Another one bites the dust." When I got home, I had like a million texts from my friends, and they said I'd missed out on the best party ever. Well, I had a $20,000 check in my pocket, so I didn't feel so bad. I pretended I'd been sick, and that's why I hadn't made it. Over the next few days, though, I found myself wondering about Travis. His family was horrible to him. No wonder he paid me to pretend to be his girlfriend. The next weekend, I decided to wear the dress to my friend's birthday. When I walked in, everyone was staring at me, and I lied and said my cousin had lent it to me. I felt like $1 million in it, and all my friends said it was the hottest dress they'd ever seen. I went a bit crazy, posting loads of photos of me in it, even tagging the designer. But I shouldn't have done that because the next day, I got a DM from the designer asking me where I got the dress. She even accused me of being a thief. So I told her my friend had given it to me. But then she didn't reply again. I started to panic. What if Travis had stolen the dress? I tried to search for him on social media, but couldn't find him anywhere. I hadn't even gotten his number. Then, a few hours after messaging her, my friend called me and said I was such a liar and that I hadn't been sick the weekend before. I'd been mingling with celebs. I asked her what she was talking about. Then she told me to check my phone. There was a link and I clicked on it. I couldn't believe my eyes. It was the online magazine and there was a whole article about me. The headline was Travis and his fake girlfriend. And there were photos of Travis and I, and even one of me looking around in awe at the size of the mansion. I was shaking so much I could barely read the article. It said how Travis had bought me to get back at his brother for now being engaged to his ex, and that the dress I was wearing was designed by his ex's best friend. I felt humiliated. I posted photos all over my Instagram without even thinking, and now they all knew I was actually called Paula, not Essie. Now, they'd be even more cruel to Travis. I had to get in touch with him somehow. Honestly, I spent the whole week looking at photos of us. And I'm not gonna lie, I became a bit obsessed. I mean, we just looked so cute together. And once my friends forgave me for lying to them, they said I had to find him and get him to be my real boyfriend. That week of school dragged by, and finally the weekend came. On Saturday morning, I figured he'd be at home, so I took a taxi over there. I definitely wasn't ready to go back on a train, and all that money was burning a hole in my pocket. When the taxi dropped me off, there was a security guard standing there, and he said I wasn't allowed in. I told him I was here to see Travis, and he just said, "No, you are not allowed on this property." I'm not proud of this, but I even offered him some money, and he told me that if I didn't leave, he'd call the police. It was so frustrating, but I wasn't going to give up. I walked along the street, and that's when I noticed there was a gap in the hedge. I could totally crawl through there, I thought. I waited until there were no cars going by, and then I squeezed through. Of course, I got a bit stuck, and then I felt something wet on my face. I almost screamed, but then I saw it was just a dog. Well, the next second, it started barking, and I basically had to sprint all the way up to the house. The dog was chasing me, and I had bits of the hedge all over me. I looked like a crazy person. Then I heard the security guard. He was shouting after me, but I figured all I had to do was reach the house and find Travis. I kept looking back to see if the security guard was going to catch up to me, and the next second, I lost my footing and went flying right into the pool. The dog jumped in after me, and when I came up to the surface, Travis's whole family was standing there looking at me, and they did not look impressed. But instead of helping me out, they just started panicking about their precious little puppy. Travis's sister was even crying, saying her poor puppy would drown. And I tried to tell her that actually poodles are a breed of dog that can swim, but I might as well have been invisible. I swam over to the side and climbed out, and that's when I noticed Travis was nowhere to be seen. I walked towards his family, but they were busy with the dog, so I tapped his mom on the shoulder and asked her where he was. And she started shouting at me, saying that I was a disgrace and not welcome at their house. She asked what I wanted, and then told me Travis had moved out after embarrassing the whole family by lying to them and paying me to pretend to be his girlfriend. I don't know why, but I suddenly told her we really were dating. I mean, at least in my mind, we would be soon. But she wasn't listening to me. She already called the security guard over, and he was ordered to escort me to the gate. I looked like a drowned rat, but I was determined to find Travis. I begged the security guard to give me his address, and he said only if I was still offering money. So I quickly paid him $100 and called another taxi. The whole way there, I practiced what I was going to say to him, that even though I didn't really know him, and he was pretty much a stranger, I just couldn't stop thinking about him. When the taxi dropped me off, I was still soaking wet, but I didn't care. I walked right up to his door and knocked. His place was almost as big as his parents' house, and I just couldn't believe a 17-year-old could be this rich. I was so impatient to see him, so when the door opened and someone else was standing there, I almost cried. I must have gotten the wrong address. I started to walk away, but the guy standing there said, "I recognize you. Are you looking for Travis? And, why are you all wet?" As soon as he said Travis's name, my heart started racing. Then he told me to wait in the garden, and he'd go get Travis. But he seemed annoyed, like I'd interrupted something. I was pacing back and forth in the garden, going over what I was going to say, when Travis appeared. He looked so embarrassed to see me, and he couldn't even look me in the eye. Then he said, Paula. And he went on to apologize for everything and said he understood if I was mad at him. I almost wanted to laugh. I told him I wasn't mad at all and that actually there was something I wanted to tell him. He started smiling and I could see he was relieved. Then he invited me in and asked what it was I wanted to tell him. But that guy who answered the door was just standing there watching us, and it was super awkward. I said it could wait and I'd tell him later. And then he said, Okay, great. Well, why don't you join us for lunch? My boyfriend is the best cook ever. Excuse me? I looked from Travis to the guy, and my jaws were literally hanging open. Oh my god, Travis was gay. Travis just started laughing and said he thought I'd probably figure it out by now, and that he was so sorry for using me. He just wasn't ready to tell his family yet. Then I realized who his boyfriend was. It was the butler from the party. I told him I had to go, and the butler boyfriend said he'd call me a taxi. It was like he couldn't wait to get rid of me. But Travis ran after me and said, "But we were going to do a Disney movie marathon. Maybe even some karaoke." Well, I decided to stay and hang out in the end. I would just forget I ever had feelings for him. Plus, I wanted to stick around to see what Travis's family would say when they found out what was really going on. He even asked me to pretend to be his girlfriend again, and I just laughed. No amount of money could convince me to do that again. I mean, you've met his family, right?
I was standing on the balcony in my room, screaming my lungs out, while my cousin Catherine stood next to me. "Hello? Hello? Save me from this wretched queen and her snooty bodyguards. I will give 10,000 gold coins to anyone who saves me." "No one can hear you, Merida, and even if they did, they won't go against the queen's orders. When I'm queen, I will demolish this stupid castle and build a big house with glass windows, and everyone can visit me, and I'll have lots of friends and pets and pastries." No, not pastries. They give me a sugar rush. "Okay, so only friends and pets then." "You wish." Just then, I heard the queen screaming my name, and I ran in the other direction to save my soul. Hi, I'm Merida, a real-life princess from someplace in the world. Please like and subscribe. My mom, the queen, was really strict, but she wasn't always like this. She used to be a fun-loving mom who loved spending time with me. But when I turned 5, Dad went out hunting. He fell from his horse, hurt his back, and was permanently bedridden. Mom had to take up all his responsibilities, and since then, she turned into the Wicked Witch of the West. To make matters worse, when I was 7, I was with my mom inaugurating a children's park when this homeless guy picked me up and started running. The guards caught him and saved me almost immediately, but Mom became extra paranoid and never allowed me to leave the palace. I wasn't allowed to go to school or play outside like normal kids. Growing up, the only friends I had were the palace workers or my royal tutors, who were really boring. My life sucked, and I hatched a new plan every week to escape the palace. Like this one time when I was 13, I tied a bunch of bedsheets and hung it down from my window. I was about to climb down when I saw how high it was and I chickened out. And another time, I climbed into the back of a van carrying pigs for the royal poultry farm. "You, pig guy, drive or I'll behead everyone." Not the pigs, obviously. They're cute. But I will behead you, I promise. The guy shot me a look and started driving. But 30 seconds later, the royal guards caught on to me. Mom found out and went ballistic.
What were you thinking, Merida? That driver could have harmed you and taken you away forever.
And that would have been a dream come true. Even staying with pigs is better than staying caged in a castle for one more day. I'm bored, annoyed, and I hate it here.
It's for your own safety. Now quit complaining and go to your room.
But I wasn't gonna give up so easily. So the next day, while Mom was away on palace duties, I tried sneaking out the kitchen back door, but my foot got caught on something. I tripped and crashed into a servant carrying a bunch of plates, and she landed on her butt. "Are you okay?" I looked up to see a girl my age staring in my face. She helped me get up, and just then, Mom came running.
"What have you done? That was really expensive china."
"Wow, Mom! You could have asked me if I was fine, but no, expensive china is more important. You know what I mean.
And I see you've met Catherine."
And that's how Catherine came into my life. Her dad was my dad's younger brother, and I'd met her when we were kids, but then she moved to France, and now Mom had invited her back to the palace. Catherine and I quickly became friends and spoke about everything under the sun. I told her about my boring life and how I was stuck in the castle, while Catherine told me all about her travels, which sometimes made me jealous. You know, Paris is really pretty. I love sitting on top of the Eiffel Tower and staring at the city. It's magical. And did you know that street churros don't taste the same as the ones we eat here? Of course you wouldn't, because I can't leave the castle. I know, you don't have to rub it in my face. Sorry, I didn't mean to, but why don't you just sneak out? You think I haven't tried? My mom has the nose of a dog. She can smell me out. But you didn't really have help before. Really? You'll help me? Of course. What are sisters for? Catherine kept her promise, and the next day when Mom left for her daily royal duties, she led me through the back gate of the castle. The guards were scattered everywhere, so Catherine and I had to be careful. We were hiding behind a huge wall, trying not to get spotted, when a huge trash truck stopped right in front of us, and Catherine signaled for me to climb in. This is your brilliant idea to sneak me out? A trash truck? I'm sorry if it's not up to your expectations, but it's literally the only way out that will escape the guards' attention. Whatever, fine. After the longest, bumpiest, and smelliest ride of my life, the truck finally stopped. Without warning, Kathy yanked me out like a bag of potatoes, and we fell into some bushes nearby. Welcome to the real life, princess. Let's go. I look like a homeless person dipped in a pile of poop. I'm not going anywhere looking like this. But it's the perfect disguise. Who would think a princess is walking around smelling like a pig? Hey, watch it. Don't forget that when I'm queen, Yeah, you'll behead half the population. Can we go now? We only have a few hours before the queen comes back. It took years before I was finally out of that miserable palace. So I didn't want to waste any time. Catherine took me to a photo booth to capture my first day out, and we ended up clicking a dozen pictures. I was still in the photo booth when she went outside to get something to eat, and this really cute boy walked in. I tried to run away before the boy saw my face, but I tripped over my own foot and went flying into his arms.
Whoa, is it fate or did the most beautiful girl in the world fall into my arms?
He smiled and my heart raced, but just as he came closer, I started sneezing like crazy.
Are you okay?
I'm sorry. I must be allergic to something. Just give me
Just then, the curtain flew open and Kathy angrily pulled me out. The hot dogs in her hand went flying, and one of them hit the pretty boy in the eye.
Ow! Wait, will I ever see you again?
No, get out of our way! As Kathy dragged me away, I waved goodbye to the boy, feeling like I'd just lost the love of my life. We went through a secret tunnel through a church that opened at the backside of the castle, and I was stunned to know that something like this even existed. We quickly slipped inside the castle before someone noticed. Wow, that was so cool. How did you know about this? My dad might have mentioned it. Then why did you drag me through the trash truck? Seriously? That's your concern? If that boy hurt you, the queen would have killed me for sneaking you out. It was a mistake, and I'm not doing it again. But now, I didn't need Catherine's help. I already knew about the secret tunnel. So the next day, I sneaked out through the passage and went straight into town. I went back to that photo booth where I saw the same boy sitting outside kicking the air.
You came. I was hoping I'd run into you again. I couldn't stop thinking about you.
Neither could I.
I'm Romeo.
I'm Juliet.
Right. Wanna get out of here, Juliet?
It was lame, but I wasn't gonna tell him my name yet. I need to trust him completely. And for all I know, his name wasn't Romeo either. Over the next few days, I sneaked out every day just to meet Romeo, and I was smitten. He was cute, fun, really kind, and even volunteered at a local children's hospital at times. One day, he took me to the hospital with him, and I could see how everyone's eyes just lit up seeing Romeo.
Hi, Romeo. Is this your new girlfriend? She's very pretty. Are you guys gonna get married?
Well, her name is Juliet, so the chances are high.
I blushed as Romeo winked at me, and my insides exploded with excitement. Later that evening, he asked me out, and we shared our first kiss, which was magical. I knew I was falling for him. So a few days later, while I walked back home, I decided to tell Mom everything about Romeo. But just as I crossed the secret passage, I saw a bunch of guards waiting for me on the other side. The head bodyguard, Markle, immediately grabbed me and carried me as I kicked and screamed. Hey, put me down right this minute, or I'll have your head served to me on a platter!
Sorry, princess, but the queen will skin me alive if I don't deliver you to her. I prefer to be beheaded at this point.
Oh, you stupid bug-eyed giant mooncalf! I'll make your life miserable when I'm queen!
Can't wait.
Markle finally sat me down, and a second later, Mom walked in looking pissed. She threw a bunch of photographs on the table along with a news article. I stared in shock with all my pictures all over the tabloid with the most hideous headline. The princess who smells like rotten eggs and kissing a commoner is a disgrace and not fit to rule. Hey, that's not fair. I do not smell like rotten eggs. You think this is a joke, Merida? I've spent a lifetime building my reputation, and I will not let you destroy it in seconds. And how dare you leave without my permission? Mom, come on. It was only one outing. Okay, 2. Okay, sorry, 20. But look at the bright side. Nothing happened to me. No one kidnapped me, which means it's safe to travel outside. But Mom didn't care and left angrily. The next few days were miserable. The security around me was tighter than ever, and this time, no one was allowed to enter my room, not even Catherine. Things got worse when a week before my 18th birthday, Mom announced my engagement to the prince of some country. Can't say the name, sorry. And along with that, the date of my coronation. I felt lost and furious. Late one night, I was sulking in my room when someone knocked on my door. I opened it and saw Romeo standing outside. I pulled him in immediately before someone saw him. What are you doing here? If my mom sees you, you're dead meat.
I will leave, Merida, but before that, you need to know something. Catherine isn't who you think she is.
What do you mean? Before Romeo could say more, the door burst open and Mom came in with Catherine and some guards who immediately grabbed Romeo. Mom, no! Let him go!
I can't believe you would stoop so low, Merida. Wasn't it enough that you embarrassed me in the newspapers, that now you were planning on escaping with this peasant?
Mom, Romeo is a very nice guy, and I wasn't going anywhere with him. You can ask Catherine. She's met him before. Tell them. I have no idea what you're talking about, Merida. I've never seen this guy before in my life. Why are you lying? I'm not. I was in my room when I heard noises coming from your chamber. I heard him telling you that he's here to take you away. And as a loyal servant of the royal court, it was my duty to inform the queen. You backstabbing witch! I will—
Enough! I'm so disappointed in you, Merida. Now, until the members of the royal court decide what to do with you, you will not leave your room.
For the next couple of days, I was locked in my room with 2 guards at the door the whole time. I had no idea what happened to Romeo, but I prayed he was okay. About a week later, I was summoned by the royal court members who had apparently made a decision about me.
After a week of deliberation, the royal court has concluded that Princess Merida has gone against Act 54 of the royal constitution that states, "The queen in line shall not interact with commoners or have personal relations with them before her coronation."
Seriously? There's a constitution like that?
Shh! The princess has not taken her duties seriously. Therefore, she will be replaced by the next person in line to the throne.
Wait, Catherine? Seriously? Unbelievable!
Merida, be respectful before the members of the court.
No! If all of you think that I'm the problem and Catherine is the next best thing, then I have no respect. And what's wrong with interacting with the very people— commoners we're supposed to rule? I was about to storm off when suddenly Romeo ran in through the doors with several guards following behind him. Catherine's eyes widened in shock as he marched straight to Mom. How did you get out?
I've lived on the street. We pick up a trick or two when it comes to escaping. But first, everyone needs to know the truth. My name is Romeo Buffet. I met the princess through Lady Catherine, who paid me to lure her out of the palace, expose her face to the media, and ruin her name.
You did what? Romeo went on to tell everyone how his little sister was a patient at the children's hospital where he volunteered. She was sick and needed surgery.
I needed money for the surgery, so when Lady Catherine approached me to work for her, I couldn't say no.
He's lying. He has no proof.
You can see my phone. I have the messages. Your Majesties, I did a terrible thing trying to ruin the princess's reputation, and I couldn't live with myself if I didn't confess the truth.
Kathy, why? Suddenly, Catherine turned to me with angry, bloodshot eyes. Because this crown belongs to me. It should have gone to my dad after his brother fell sick. But you, queen, you snatched it away. My father lived in misery all his life when he was the rightful king. So that's why you came back, for the crown. Of course. You thought I came here to be friends with your sorry butt? Please. I hired this butthead so I could somehow ruin your reputation in front of the court, and your mom would banish you from the throne on her own. I would have succeeded if this jerk wouldn't have barged in. I'm gonna kill you when I'm the queen.
Which will be never. I've heard enough. Get this girl out of here. And if I ever see your face near the palace again, Catherine, you'll never see the light of day again.
The room was quiet as Kathy was dragged out of the hall kicking and screaming. And that was the last time I saw her. The queen then got up, grabbed the scroll from the royal speaker, and tore it to pieces.
What are you doing, Your Majesty? That's the only copy of the Constitution there is. I'm the queen, and I make or break the Constitution. I'm sorry, Merida. I thought I was doing the right thing by keeping you safe, but sometimes parents can be wrong.
I wasn't the best daughter either, Mom. I made life tough for you when all you wanted was to keep me safe. I promise I'll be better. Mom and I hugged it out and finally made up. Overcome with emotion, I ran to Romeo and hugged him too. I'm still mad at you for deceiving me, but I get why you did what you did. Also, I missed you a lot. Think we could start again?
Nothing would make me happier.
Romeo and I started dating officially. His sister's surgery was a success and was fully paid for by the palace. 2 years later, I was officially 21. Romeo and I tied the knot, and I was ordained as the next queen. Don't worry, I haven't beheaded anyone. Yet.
Hi, I'm Phoebe from Florida. Please like and subscribe because MSA will give $2,000 to one lucky winner in the coming 7 days. My mom always told me the day I was born was quite an exciting one at the hospital. When she held me for the first time, she gasped at my eyes. They were midnight blue in the center with a light blue ring outside. The nurses were stunned too, and well, a bit confused. Blue eyes are rare, and you both have brown eyes. Quite unusual. What are you trying to say, woman? You think this isn't our child? Did you cause a mix-up in the nursery? No, of course not, sir. I was only saying. How about you keep your useless opinions to yourself? Her eyes are nothing special to talk about. And for some reason, it always really annoyed him when people noticed and talked about my eyes, which was every time they met me. And as I grew older, I started realizing that I had a strange power. I could get what I wanted using my eyes. Let me give you an example. Once when I was 6, I went with my parents to their friend's house, who had twins my age. I could tell the boy was really sweet, but the girl didn't like me much. When she left the room for a while, the boy climbed onto her bunk bed and returned with a beautiful doll. Her eyes are just like yours. I think you should have her.
Oh, wow, really? Thank you so much. Hey, thief! You can't have my doll. But your brother gave it to me. It even looks like me. It's not his, it's mine. And it looks nothing like you, witch. Let go.
I pulled harder and suddenly the doll's head snapped off. The girl burst into tears and went running to our parents. Oh boy, I'd be in so much trouble with Dad. Suddenly, I looked deep into the boy's eyes.
You'll tell everyone that your sister broke the doll's neck because she didn't want me to play with it. You'll say that, won't you?
And that's what he said, word for word. The girl's parents apologized to me and scolded her. Over time, I just couldn't help using my eyes more often to get my way. Sometimes I knew it was wrong, but it was just too easy. I only had to look at people with my big baby blues, and teachers would help me during exams. People would give up their seats on the bus, and if someone got the last hot dog at lunch before me, they were sure to surrender it. By the time I was in high school, I was quite popular with the boys and had my girl gang too. But I knew I wasn't well liked by the mean girls, especially the head cheerleader Cadence. She was the girl whose doll I'd broken as a kid, and she hated me since. One day in 9th grade, a group of cheerleaders and jocks in the cafeteria were talking about a cool new movie they were going to watch that weekend. It sounded like fun, and I wanted an invite. So I walked straight up to this boy, Zach. Hey guys, I was wondering if I could tag along to the movies with you this weekend. Zach hesitated, and then he looked directly into my eyes. I knew what his answer would be. Of course, Phoebe. Thanks, Zach. You're a sweetheart. Did you just invite her to the movies without asking any of us? What's the big deal? I don't think anyone has a problem. The rest just shrugged, and Cadence glared at me before storming off. I was still grinning when I walked over to my locker later, and I found her waiting there. You're not going to the movies. No way! I don't care what Zach said, you're uninvited. What are you gonna do, ban my entry into the cinema? You can't, so I'll see you there. I turned to leave, but she knocked my books out of my hand and stepped on them. I grabbed her by the hair and we broke into a cat fight. We both ended up in the principal's office and she immediately called our parents. I didn't do anything. She started it. I hadn't even touched her. She pulled my hair. The principal also called in a few witnesses from the hallway, and luckily for me, it was a bunch of boys I knew. I only had to look at them, and they all said Cadence was to blame. No way! She can't get away with everything just by batting her dumb eyes. She looks like an angel, but she's a lying witch who has everyone dancing to her tune. But Cadence got detention while I was let off with just a warning. On the car ride home though, Mom and Dad were really quiet. Why are you guys acting like I killed someone? It was just a silly fight over a movie plan. Why do I feel like I believe Cadence? You've always tried to get your way by manipulating people ever since you were a kid. Now it seems worse than I thought. Okay, so people are sometimes nice to me and do what I ask. What's so wrong with that? We'll talk about this tomorrow. You are grounded for a week. What? Why the heck? Phoebe, enough. You heard what your dad said. I felt really mad at both of them. But the next morning, I found them waiting for me in the dining room with a small box on the table. What's this? Something to cover up your eyes. You need to learn that life isn't so easy, and you can't just get whatever you want. Inside the box were brown contact lenses. They were the color of mud. Are you kidding me? You think I'm gonna wear those? You have to wear them if you want to continue going to school. I looked over at my mom, who wouldn't even look me in the eyes. But I could tell Dad was completely serious, and Mom just didn't have my back. With angry tears, I grabbed the box and ran out of there. It took me a few tries to wear the contacts, but I finally managed. And I hated what I saw staring back at me in the mirror. It wasn't me. At school, I was hoping by some miracle no one would notice. But of course, everyone did. Why are your eyes suddenly brown? Did your evil spell finally wear off once you got all your wishes? Everyone's comments made things hard because it felt really embarrassing to say my dad was making me wear brown lenses. I made up some lame excuse about how the doctor had recommended them for an eye condition, but it didn't seem to convince anyone. And suddenly, no one seemed to care about me much. Luckily, a month later, Dad's job caused him to transfer to another state. A fresh start was exactly what I needed. No one in school there would ever know I had blue eyes before. But it was quite strange walking into this new place and not having anyone pay much attention to me. My classmates seemed pleasant enough, but everyone just went off with their groups at lunch. I was sitting outside having lunch under a tree when someone dropped down next to me. Hello, mind if I join you? You already have, and I don't mind at all. Good, 'cause I'm too tired to get up anyway. Plus, I've been waiting for someone new to show up for ages. All these other girls just talk about boys and makeup, and they think they're from another planet. Or they think I'm from another planet, I'm not sure. Her name was Grace, and I warmed up to her instantly. We quickly became close friends, but I just couldn't tell her my stupid secret. A few weeks later, we were sitting on the gym floor making decorations for an event when some guys started playing basketball. And suddenly, the ball came flying at me and hit me smack in the face. I opened my eyes, and looking down at me was a gorgeous boy with black hair and the deepest blue eyes ever. Had I died and gone to heaven?
Hey, are you okay?
Of course she's not okay, you moron. You could have killed my best friend. Help me up, will you? Grace pulled me up, but my knees gave way and the boy swept me up effortlessly. He carried me to the bleachers and said he'd be back with some water. Phoebe, are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. I see. Yeah, you aren't fine. And if he has his way, you never will be again. What do you mean? Just then the boy returned with a water bottle and knelt beside me.
Really sorry. We should have been more careful.
Oh, don't worry. I don't mind. I mean, it's just a ball, not a rocket. Now that would hurt. I don't know what I'm saying. Maybe I have a concussion, but I'm okay. O-Y-A-K. See? I can still spell. He just smiled at me and ran off to his friends. What a blubbering idiot. I turned to Grace and saw she'd already left. Later that night, I got permission from my parents to stay over at Grace's. So tell me, what do you know about the gym boy? That's Levi. He's my older brother. You're what now? Yeah, I know. Different set of genes. But Phoebe, he's a heartbreaker. He changes girlfriends faster than he changes underwear. He knows he's good looking, and he uses it to make girls like him, and then bam! 2 weeks later, some girl is crying in the school bathroom, and he's got a new girlfriend. Really? But he seems sweet. How would you know? He's my brother, and I'm telling you, he's a jerk. Is he here? Like right now? Yeah. But you don't want to talk to him, right? You're here to have a slumber party with me, and I just told you, he's a jerk, right? Gotcha. But I couldn't get Levi off my mind. Grace messaged me on Monday that she had the flu and wasn't coming to school, and I decided this was a great chance to talk to her brother. On the bus, I was thinking about what I'd say to him when someone sat down next to me.
Sorry, seats in the back are full.
Holy lady luck! It was Levi, but it seems like he hadn't recognized me and just started reading a book. What you reading? He turned the cover to me without looking my way. Oh, nice. I've never read that.
Okay,
Good to know. Wow, he did seem like a bit of a jerk, but I wasn't giving up yet. If it's good, maybe I'll read it. I'm the girl from the gym, by the way. The one you hit with the basketball.
I know that. I didn't have memory loss. It's just that you're Grace's BFF, and she told me to stay away from you.
That's strange. She didn't say anything to me. And why can't we all be friends? Grace was down with some virus and couldn't attend school for 2 weeks. And I ended up spending all my time with Levi. He was gorgeous, but he was also funny and thoughtful, and I just couldn't help liking him. And I had a feeling he liked me too. But when Grace returned, she was furious seeing us together. So what? You've replaced me with Levi now? Of course I haven't. You weren't here and we just started hanging out. And now you're in love with him, aren't you? Even after what I said, doesn't take anyone too long to fall in love with Levi. He gets anything he wants. I was upset that Grace was mad, but I didn't want to give up on Levi either. Later that day, as I was running an errand, I passed by a cafe window and stopped in my tracks. Levi was sitting there with some blonde girl I'd never seen before. He suddenly spotted me and I started walking away quickly.
Phoebe, please stop. It's not what it looks like.
It's none of my business, Levi, so no need to explain. I obviously misread some signs. You should go back to your girlfriend. 2 weeks and it's time for a new girl, yeah? Just like Grace said.
She said what?
That you're a heartbreaker and that you change girls faster than clothes and that I should stay away from you?
Phoebe, she made that up, okay? I went out with her best friend a year ago and things ended badly between us. She blocked out Grace too and moved away, and it broke Grace's heart. In fact, that girl in the cafe is my ex. She's in town and wanted to return some things. And you didn't misread any signs. I like you, a lot, and I was planning to ask you to the winter dance.
I need to talk to Grace first, okay? I had a heart-to-heart with Grace, and she admitted that she'd lied about Levi. I know he's a good guy, but I don't want to lose another friend. Pinky swear, no matter what happens between me and your brother, we'll stay friends forever. We decided to go shopping together for the winter dance, and I found a beautiful blue dress. As I looked in the dressing room mirror, I suddenly took my contacts out and called Grace. What happened to your eyes? I told her all about how I'd get whatever I wanted because of my eyes, so my parents made me cover them up. That is ridiculous. They can't make you do that. I know, but maybe it hasn't been the worst thing. I got you and Levi, and it has nothing to do with my eyes. But yeah, I think I just want to be myself now. When I got home, I walked into the lounge where my parents were watching TV.
What have you done?
I'm tired of covering up my real eyes. This is who I am, and I won't hide it anymore. I'm done with your controlling nonsense.
You'll do what I say as long as you live under my roof.
Then maybe I won't live under your roof. I went upstairs to gather my things so I could go stay at Grace's house when suddenly Mom came in.
I need to show you something.
She pulled out contacts from her eyes, and they were the brightest blue, just like mine.
Your dad hated the attention I attracted, and after we got married, he made me cover them up. But you're brave to stand up for yourself, and I don't want to let you down again. I'm leaving with you.
We packed our things and left Dad for good. We checked into a hotel until we could find a place, but for the first time, I saw Mom happy and free. The next day, I put on my blue dress for the dance, and Levi came to pick me up.
Grace told me about your eyes. You look beautiful.
You think so?
Yeah, but no matter what color they are, I'd think that anyway.
Hi, my name is Tracy, and this is my story of how I went from rags to riches in the craziest way possible. For as long as I can remember, Mom and I have lived at a shelter. I never knew my dad, but I did know that he must have been a massive jerk to dump Mom, because she was a legit angel. She was always taking medicine for her heart problems, but she was also helping people at the shelter even though they didn't pay her. She taught me that the most important thing in the world was to always be kind. On my first day in first grade, I noticed that everyone was wearing the prettiest clothes, while I was wearing an oversized t-shirt and shorts that came to my feet. As soon as Mom left, I took a deep breath and walked over to a bunch of girls. Hi, I'm the prettiest girl in the group. Amy turned to me and said,
Ew, you look like a cartoon. And so did your nanny.
That's not my nanny, that's my mommy. She burst out laughing.
You're as ugly as your mommy.
Before she could say another word, I attacked her. The teachers pulled us apart and made us hug it out. For the next few years, school continued like that. Amy became my biggest nemesis and was always trying to be a pain in my butt. One day when I was in the 8th grade, I was walking to school when I suddenly heard a strange scratching sound from behind the dumpster. I decided to take a look. It was an adorable little puppy trying to hide under an old cardboard box. I picked it up and wrapped it in my school jacket. Hey there, little guy. You lost? Just then, I noticed it was wearing a collar made of diamonds. Aw, baby. Someone loves you. Just then, a manic-looking man in a suit came running out and out of another alley. The minute he saw me, he charged straight towards me and snatched the puppy from my arms. Hey, what are you? Before I could finish, a woman dressed in really fancy clothes and heels came running after him, and she started screaming when she saw the puppy. Had these crazies broken out of some rich people's mental hospital? Oh, my kushushu, pushushu boo boo, baby, mama missed you. And then she turned to me angrily. You were trying to steal my dog. Excuse me, I wasn't trying to steal your dog. I just picked him up from the street. To steal him? Or his collar? No, to help him. I'm not some common thief. Finally, the woman looked like she believed me, and she said, Fine, fine. You saved my Jimmy, and I don't want to owe you any favors. My car is parked there. Come with me, now. I said no, and that she was a stranger. Then she nodded to her driver, who made me get in the car immediately. Take us to the big bazaar, and let's get her whatever she wants. We reached there, and as the driver was walking in with me, I spotted the nearby pharmacy and said I wanted to go there. When she asked me why, I said the only thing I wanted to buy was medicine for my sick mom. I even took out the prescription and showed it to him. The driver walked back to the lady and explained everything to her. She looked really surprised and then nodded. Once I'd bought the meds, she offered to drop me back home. As soon as we got there, I realized the bridge between our two worlds, her fancy car and my old shabby shelter home. I felt kind of embarrassed, so I quickly thanked her and ran inside. But to my surprise, the woman was waiting for me outside the shelter the next day, and she had a doctor with her. She had brought him to check up on my mother. After a thorough examination, the doctor said the meds were not the right ones and he immediately changed them. After the new prescription, Mom started to feel better in a few days. I felt so happy and relieved. I called the woman up and thanked her for her kindness. She laughed and said, Don't go soft on me, kid. Consider this a favor repaid. I thought that was the end of it and I wouldn't see the woman again. But to my surprise, the next day her car was outside the shelter again. As soon as I saw her, I rushed towards her and hugged her. She hugged me back. I gave her a flower I'd picked up on my way, and her face lit up. Now that your mom is taken care of, I hope we can buy something for you today. We went inside the mall and had so much fun together. She took me to every boutique and shoe store in the mall. After I had literally shopped till I was ready to drop, she dragged me to the ice cream place, and then we went to the arcade. We spent hours playing every game we could, although she was even worse than I was. Over time, we grew quite close. One day when I went to school, Amy was lazily leaning against my locker waiting to torture me as usual. Hey, Patches. How many times are you going to patch up that ugly coat? It's beginning to look like a quilt now. I completely ignored her as I removed my coat, and then suddenly everyone gasped. I was wearing some of the new clothes the rich lady had bought for me the day before, and then they noticed my Prada bag.
What did you do, Tracy? Rob a bank?
Oh, I just decided to take fashion a little seriously. And let me give you some advice. That shade of green on your face is a really ugly look. Everyone was suddenly taking me more serious now that I was better dressed, and even coming over to me for fashion tips. I knew it was pretty shallow of them, but seeing how much it bothered Amy made it worth it. One day when we were at lunch, Amy and her minions walked up to me. She glared at me as though she'd eat me alive. Suddenly, I realized we were wearing the same outfit.
Admit it. You're wearing a cheap copy. There's no way you can afford an original limited edition.
I don't know, Amy. Yours looks like the wrong shade of white. Are you sure you're not wearing a copy? The minions' eyes widened and they started to whisper, and Amy turned a horrible shade of red. How dare you! I'll tell you what the wrong shade of white is. And with that, she dumped her cup of coffee on my white outfit. I was furious. And before long, we had broken out into a full-fledged food fight right in the middle of the cafeteria. The kids gathered around us, screaming and yelling. Suddenly, 2 teachers broke us apart and dragged us to the principal's office. Oh no, I knew what this meant. Our parents would be called in. Sure enough, 30 minutes later, Mom came rushing in. She took one look at us and started apologizing to the principal. Then she turned to me. I'm so disappointed in you, Tracy. I always told you to be kind. But Mom... No buts, young lady. Then to my sheer horror, she turned to Amy, who was scowling in the corner. Where's your mom, sweetie? I'll say sorry to her too. Those stains will be a pain to wash out. But Amy shook her off angrily. Don't touch me, and mind your own freaking business. The principal told Mom that neither of Amy's parents had time to come. So Mom just smiled and said it was okay. Then Amy and I apologized and walked out. Outside, the rich woman was waiting for me. As soon as I saw her, I ran to her. Suddenly, I heard someone say, "Are you freaking kidding me?" I turned around and saw Amy glaring at us. You hypocrite! You didn't have time for me, but you do for these down and outs. Wait, what was going on? Hey, watch your mouth. Who do you think you are, huh? Oh, great question. Why don't you tell her who I am, Mom? What? Are you her mom? You said you didn't have any kids. Oh, am I dead to you for good? Amy, stop it. Amy stared at her mother with rage in her eyes. No, you don't get to tell me anything anymore. Don't act all mommy dearest now when you haven't even bothered to talk to me in ages. What? You don't talk to your own daughter? What kind of mother are you? Tracy, Amy, I can explain. I was all so confused and puzzled. She'd been going around acting like a great mom figure to me, while she acted like her own daughter didn't even exist. I just turned around abruptly and ran home. I kept ignoring the rich woman's texts and calls because I was still reeling with shock over what had happened. But eventually, I decided that she deserved a chance to explain herself. And I told her that I would meet her after school. But as I was heading out of school the next day, I felt someone pull me by the back of my shirt. It was Amy, looking like a psycho. And where do you think you're going? To meet my mother? I shook her off. It's none of your business, Amy. And whatever is going on between you and your mom is not my fault. You better not meet her ever again, Tracy, or I'll have you and your mother kicked out of the shelter. Oh yeah? How do you think you can even do that? Her face twisted into an evil smile. Oh, my dad's a really powerful person on the city council. And once he tells the shelter people that you and your mom robbed my poor mother to buy branded clothes, they definitely won't be keeping thieves there. Just looking at her face, I knew she meant what she said. I hated being bullied by Amy like this, but I couldn't afford to land myself and Mom on the streets. I texted the rich woman to never contact me again. I even sent back everything she'd given me and went back to being my old, invisible self at school. Days turned into weeks, and before I knew it, 2 years had gone by without talking to the rich woman. Even though I kept my end of the bargain, Amy kept bullying me at school. And the psycho even started following me around in her car. Once I was buying ice cream at the grocery store when she popped out from behind a shelf and completely startled me. Aha! That's my mother's favorite ice cream. I know you're still seeing her. She kept accusing me of still seeing her mom, and of course, nothing I said could convince her otherwise. I was just glad I was leaving school soon. On graduation day, I ran to hug Mom after receiving my high school diploma. I heard Amy's voice and turned to see her standing behind us. Aw, isn't this such a sweet mother-daughter moment? Sorry to ruin it, but I have some news that's too good to keep from you any longer. And with that, she shoved a paper in my hands, and Mom and I stared at it in horror. It was a notice from the city council saying that our shelter would be permanently shut down because it had lost its funding. How can you do something like this? Do you have any idea how many people will lose their homes? I forgot the part where that's my problem. All I care about is you losing yours, and Daddy will make sure it happens. And I will make sure that it does not. We all turned around to see the rich woman. She took the paper from my hand and said she would pay whatever funds the shelter needed to stay open, and there was nothing Amy's dad could do to stop that. Amy looked like she was about to explode. Amy's mom turned to her and said, "Your dad is always trying to make you just like him, Amy, but I know you're better than that. He kept you away from me, but you're old enough to decide now, darling." Amy looked into her mom's eyes and shrugged off her hand. "No, I'm going to stay with Dad. You can be a mother to 100 street rats like her for all I care." Just then, the principal came running towards us and said,
"Oh, you must be Amy's mother. I've been waiting for one of her parents to show up. I wanted to let you know that Amy can't graduate. She will have to repeat a year."
"What? You can't do that." And then she left crying like a little baby. I was really happy to see the rich woman again, and I apologized to her for cutting her out of my life. "There's no need for explanations, Tracy, and I'll save your shelter. But why don't you and your mom come to live with me in my big, lonely mansion?" Long story short, we did finally agree to move in with her, and I was actually really glad that the two had each other's company as I moved away for a few years for university. I met a wonderful guy there, and after graduation, we moved back to my hometown so I could help the rich woman manage her business. I'm a successful businesswoman now with 2 beautiful kids and 2 doting grandmas who are always happy to babysit. Hi, I'm Tulip, and I live with my mom and twin sister Jasmine. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. My dad has always worked abroad, so growing up, we would only see him once every 2 years. If cameras hadn't been invented, I would have forgotten what he looks like. Growing up, I was a really naughty kid, but Jasmine was my mom's dream child. She'd always have perfect grades and perfect manners, and Mom just adored her. But she found fault with everything I did and kept comparing me to stupid Jasmine. Like once in 5th grade, our mean old English teacher walked in and hit the desk loudly with her stick.
"Quiet! Take out your notebooks and start writing a letter to your mom."
But I just put my legs on the desk and replied, "Miss, why would I write a letter to my mom when I already live with her?" And then I burped loudly. The whole class burst out laughing. And of course, the teacher wasn't amused. I was immediately sent to the principal and Mom was called in.
"Even a gorilla has better manners. Please teach her to act like a lady."
As we left school, Jasmine smirked at me while Mom screamed.
"Tulip, is this what I've taught you? Were you born to embarrass me? Why can't you be more like Jasmine?"
"Oh, Mom, I respect you so much, and just look at her. She's just shameless. I feel sorry for a great woman like you."
"I'm talking to you, Tulip."
And then I was grounded for a week. I didn't have good grades, but I had an amazing eye for fashion, and I could make dresses for myself out of anything. Once at Halloween, I made myself a beautiful costume, and even Mom looked impressed, but then suddenly her expression changed.
Where have I seen this cloth before? Wait, oh my God. Tulip, did you use my favorite gown?
Yes, Mom. Sadly, your gown had to die for my new costume. She started screaming at me, and I just ran away. I didn't really change much until high school. One Sunday, we received a letter from Dad, and Mom looked super excited. Jasmine and I started snatching it from each other because we both wanted to read it first, and it got torn to pieces. Mom scolded us a lot. She glued it back and then read it out loud.
"I am not coming back. I found my true love. Please don't wait for me."
Wait, what? Jasmine and I stared at each other as Mom turned paper white. She felt dizzy and crashed straight to the floor, hitting her head. We called an ambulance and took her to the hospital immediately. She was conscious soon, but then we had the most shocking news. It turned out that her brain had suffered an injury, and now she had the mind of a 5-year-old. Mom was now practically a baby. She was acting really fussy, so the next day, we took her to a restaurant to cheer her up. When the waitress said we'd get our food in 20 minutes, Mom looked furious. She started banging her spoon on the table and shouting, "I want food now! I want now! Now, now, now!" I tried to calm her as everyone stared at us, but then suddenly, Jasmine rose from her seat and shouted at her, "Just shut up, you crazy woman! God, this is so embarrassing. I'm out of here." I was stunned. She stormed off, and as Mom's eyes filled with tears, I quickly hugged her. Mom, our food is almost here. You just have to count to 10. Come on, count with me. 1, 2, 3, and by the time we got to 10, thankfully our food arrived. I realized then how serious Mom's condition was, and I just had to grow up and take care of her the best I could. Jasmine took no interest in Mom, but I would drop her at her neighbor's when I went to school and pick her up on my way back. I started searching for stuff about Mom's illness on the internet, and the only possible cure was a head surgery that was super expensive. I vowed that I would work really hard so I could afford it for Mom one day. I started focusing on my studies, and within weeks, my grades were the highest in class, and all my teachers were praising me. This clearly made Jasmine jealous, because soon after I found her in the cafeteria with my biggest rival, Eva. She'd always hated me because kids liked me for my jokes and pranks, while no one liked her much. She was just a mean jerk, and now Jasmine and Eva were chatting away like they were best friends. My enemy list was updated. One day at the cafeteria, I noticed that I'd forgotten to bring my wallet and wouldn't be able to buy lunch. But just then I heard Mom behind me. Tulip, Tulip, I got you money. No more rats in your tummy. She was running towards me, waving my wallet, when suddenly she slipped and fell on the floor. I rushed to her to make sure she was okay, but I heard people around me laughing, and the loudest was Eva. Is that your mom? She looks like an idiot. Please hire a nanny for your stupid baby mom. Hearing that, Mom burst into tears, and I snapped. I pounced at Eva and pinned her down to the floor, twisting her arm behind her. Say you're sorry to her. Say sorry now, or I'll really make you regret it. Ow, okay. I'm sorry, Tulip's mom. I'm very sorry. I left her and ran to Mom, who was still crying. Mom, you're not supposed to follow me to school, okay? You have to wait for me. Come now, let's go home. As I took her hand and let her out, I stopped by Jasmine and gave her a kick that made her howl with pain. That's for being the worst daughter on the planet and being friends with people like Eva. Shame on you. And I left with Mom. A few days later in school, I saw a poster on the bulletin board about a fashion competition where each contestant had to design one gown. The winner would get a chance to do an internship at a big designer company. I immediately signed up for it, but just then, Eva pushed me aside and signed up too. Ugh, get lost, loser. Why would someone like you know about fashion? This competition is meant for beautiful girls like me. I really enjoyed beating your butt that day, Eva, and I'll make sure you're crying at the end of the competition too. I just walked away before she could reply. I'd show her. A couple of days later, as I was leaving school, I saw Jasmine and Eva from a distance, and they seemed to be having a huge fight. I just ignored them and went home. But later that evening, there was a knock on my door and Jasmine walked in, looking embarrassed. What do you want? Listen, I know you're really mad at me. I haven't handled Mom's situation well, and I was a coward for not standing up for her. But today, Eva made fun of her again, and I just lost it. I slapped her so hard, I don't think she'll ever mess with me again. Well, I'm just glad you've finally come to your senses. She's a mean, jealous brat. She could never be a good friend to anyone. I got up and hugged her, and when Jasmine saw I was working on my sample for the competition, she offered to help. I told her I wanted to make a really unique design that would help me win the competition, and she seemed super excited by my idea. We worked really hard on it day and night, and I was happy with the result. At the competition, everybody presented their designs one by one, but when Eva's turn came before mine, I saw that her sample looked exactly like the one I'd prepared with Jasmine. The two looked at me and gave me devilish smiles. Okay, so my sister was a poisonous snake who'd pretended to fight with Eva, and then stole my design and gave it to her. I climbed onto the stage with a defeated face, and just then, I took the cloth off my mannequin, and Eva's and Jasmine's jaws dropped. It wasn't the one I'd prepared with Jasmine, because I knew exactly what she was up to. My real sample was far more beautiful, and the judges looked really impressed. And when the results were announced, I was declared the winner. I was given some prize money and the internship. Oh, you look so happy, Tulip. Like you're some big designer now. You're just a big fool. An internship isn't gonna get you anywhere. The fashion business needs money. I have a filthy rich mom, and what does your mom have? Forget money. She doesn't even have a brain. Something really stinks, Eva, and I think it's you. I smell a really sore loser. Just then I saw Mom standing in a corner, clapping really hard. I pushed Eva aside and ran to her. Mom, how did you get here? I told you not to leave home without me. I wanted to see your shop. I wanted to buy one dress from you. See, I have $1. There's no shop, sweetie, but you can have this dress for free. You'll look like a princess in it. Come, we'll go home and try it on. Later that evening, I found Jasmine taking out some cash from Mom's drawers, but the minute she saw me, she stuffed it into her pocket, and I tried to take it away. What are you doing? Give that back. Ugh, you're such a what? A witch? Do I look like a witch? I might look like a witch, but I'm not one. Let me go. And she pushed me away really hard. I am gonna go live with Eva. She's rich and has a great business plan. Within a month, my money will be doubled and I will rule the fashion world. A crazy dumb mom and an ugly sister won't get me anywhere. So, you're taking $500 from here and after 1 month, you'll rule the fashion world? Take it and just go away. You're such a selfish moron. I pushed her aside really hard and stormed off. A few minutes later, I saw her leaving with her suitcases. Good riddance. My internship started after a week, and it was a great experience. But I realized Eva was right about one thing. Starting your own business isn't easy for people with no money. Then I got an idea. I bought a few used clothes and transformed them into beautiful pieces. I took pictures of them and went back with my portfolio to the bank for a loan. But the loan officer took one look at my folder and tossed it aside.
Sorry, ma'am. We can't just give you a loan on the basis of this trash you're showing us. If your startup idea fails, you won't be able to return our money.
But sir, just give me a chance. I'm sure I'm not gonna fail.
Yeah, that's what every loser who comes in here says. Please, don't waste our time, ma'am. Good day.
And they literally pushed me out of the bank. I was walking back home feeling completely defeated when suddenly a fancy car stopped by me and someone rolled down a window. I saw it was one of the competition judges. Well, hello. A tulip, right? Yes, you were the winner, but honey, why do you look so upset? She asked me to get into the car and I told her everything on the way. As she flicked through my designs, she looked really impressed. Those bank people are idiots. You're clearly really talented. And then, to my shock, she offered me a job at her company for a really good salary. And of course, I instantly accepted. I worked for her for the next few years, and I even got my fashion degree by studying on the side. After graduation, I had enough experience and savings to start my own little business. And over the years, it grew more and more. One day, I had to interview a candidate for the post of a manager. She was waiting for me in my office, and when I walked in with my secretary, I was shocked to see the candidate was Eva.
Tulip, you're here for an interview? Well, I told you starting a fashion business isn't for you, but you just wouldn't listen to me. Just then, my secretary spoke up. Miss Tulip is the owner of the company. She will be taking your interview.
And Eva's eyes nearly fell out of her head.
Miss Tulip, this lady informed me that her fashion company failed miserably, but it means that she does have some experience in the field. She might be a good candidate.
This interview ends now. I know Miss Eva really well, and I wouldn't hire her to even pick up my garbage. I only want good people on my team, and you, Eva, just don't belong here. Now please, get lost. And Eva burst into tears and went out running. She deserved it. A few days later, Mom's surgery was scheduled and we were flying to New York for it. Just as I was taking the luggage out, I saw someone hugging Mom. It was frickin' Jasmine. Oh my God, Mom, I missed you so much. And you too, Tulip. I went by your office and they told me you were taking time off for Mom's surgery. Is it true? She'll be fixed now? We'll have our amazing Mom back, the one who used to adore me? I pulled her away from Mom. That amazing Mom never left. You did, Jasmine. She would have loved you and adored you if you had let her, but you didn't want anything to do with her when she needed you the most. Jasmine suddenly fell down on her knees and started crying. I made a huge mistake, Tulip. Huge! I can't believe I was such a fool and turned away from my amazing family. Please forgive me, and I promise I'll spend the rest of my life making it up to you both. No, Jasmine. I'm afraid you'll only spend the rest of your life regretting your bad decisions. Your crazy dumb mom and ugly sister have no space in their lives for you. And with that, I took Mom's hand and we got into the cab waiting for us and left.
What would you do if one day you found out your dad had a secret wife? Well, I thought it was the worst thing that could ever happen, but I thought wrong. Wait until I reveal how things escalated to a complete disaster that no one expected. I'm Ivy, and it all started one day at school. I was sitting eating lunch alone because my friend Sarah had been avoiding me all week. Every time I looked over at her, she ignored me. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore. I walked over to her table and said, "Sarah, seriously, what did I do wrong?" Her face turned bright red, and she said she had to go. But I refused to leave her alone until she told me. Well, soon enough, I regretted ever asking, because what she said freaked me out. You see, Sarah lives just outside the town near a forest. There are only 2 houses out there, and it's super creepy. Anyway, she told me that she'd seen my dad's car parked outside her neighbor's house for the past week. I was shocked. I told her she was lying because my dad was on a business trip in Paris, and he'd even sent me selfies from the Eiffel Tower in the background. But she said it was definitely him, and when I called her a liar, she started crying. That's when I knew she was being serious, and that the only liar around here was my dad. This whole week, I'd been staying at my grandma's, and yet my dad had been in town the whole time? I couldn't believe it. Soon, Sarah stopped crying, and I told her it was okay. I wasn't mad at her. I asked her if I could come over to her place after school to confront my dad. She said that was fine, as long as I didn't get her involved. She was such a goody two-shoes. So after school, Sarah and I took the bus back to her place. But my dad's car was nowhere to be seen. Then Sarah took me into her bedroom and pointed to the back of the house. Oh my God, his car was there! I could feel the anger rising up inside me, and I ran out of Sarah's house towards the neighbors. Sarah tried to get me to stop, but I was very angry. I marched right up to the front door of the house and was about to knock when I noticed a big photo through the glass. It was my dad and some woman, and they were wearing wedding clothes. I almost screamed. Was this some kind of joke? I needed to think. I had to get out of there. What else was my dad hiding from me? I started walking away quickly, but then I tripped on a rock and almost fell. Through the window, I heard a woman's voice saying, "What was that?" I just panicked and started running. I jumped behind a bush and saw my dad open the door and glance outside. "Nothing, honey," he said. "It must have been a bird." I had to literally grip onto the tree to stop myself from running at my dad and shouting. I waited until he'd gone back inside and ran back to my friend's place. I was crying and shaking as I texted my dad saying, "So, how's Paris? When are you back, Dad?" He replied right away, "Not for a month, sweetie, but the time will fly by. Be good for your grandma now." My dad was such a liar. He promised me that after Mom was gone, it would just be me and him forever, and that he would never remarry. Well, now I was going to make him pay. I went home that night and decided to confront him the following day. I was going to embarrass him so much. But when I got to Sarah's house, his car was nowhere to be seen. Where had he gone? I tried to call him, but it went straight to voicemail, and I started to panic, thinking maybe his new wife had done something to him. She did look like the gold digger type. Sarah could see I was worried, so she asked her mom if she'd seen a man next door recently, and Sarah's mom just giggled and said, "Oh, you know what Janelle is like. There's always some man on the go, but it looks like she's finally settled down and gotten married. I saw him leave with a suitcase early this morning, but didn't get a good look at him. He looked handsome, though." Sure enough, later that night, I got a phone call from Dad, and he was actually in Paris. For real. He even put me on video and showed me the view from his hotel room. I was too shocked to actually say anything, though, and just told him I wasn't feeling well and hung up. All I could think about was how I needed to find out who this monster of a woman was that had stolen my dad away from me. And then it hit me. This woman was my stepmother now. I couldn't just go knock on her door, though. What if she recognized me? I mean, surely my dad had mentioned me, right? But then, why hadn't I been invited to their wedding? I had so many questions, and I needed to find a way to befriend my new stepmother and get my answers that way. Sarah suggested I break into her house, which was just ridiculous, but I had an idea. The next day was a Saturday, so I gathered up some cleaning supplies from my grandma's place and then dug in my old dresser box, where I found an old blonde wig. Then I took the bus over to Sarah's. Except I didn't go to Sarah's. I went to pay my new stepmother a little visit. I must have looked ridiculous, carrying a giant feather duster and wearing a blonde wig, but I didn't care. I had bigger things to think about. I marched right up to her door, trying to be as confident as possible. I knocked. She ran to the door and was dressed up all fancy. And then when she saw me, her face fell. Oh, I was expecting someone else. Sorry, I'm not interested in buying anything. Have a good day. She was about to close the door, but I said, wait! Then I told her I was from the local school, and we were doing some cleaning jobs to raise funds for a charity to help animals. I could tell she still wasn't interested, so I said, please, those animals need all the help they can get. She said, fine, but make it quick. I have plans today. As soon as I was inside, I started cleaning the photo of her and my dad, and she saw me staring and told me to hurry up. So then I headed upstairs and started cleaning. When I got to her bedroom, I spent longer there, even sneaking a peek inside her closet. What kind of woman had my dad fallen in love with? It looked like she had lots of fancy clothes. And then I saw something familiar. My mom's favorite dress! I thought I was going to be sick. What was it doing there? Without thinking, I took it and shoved it under my sweater. I hoped she wouldn't notice. But it was not okay that she had this. I tried to do the best job possible so that she'd invite me back. And to my complete surprise, she did. She saw that I had actually done a good job cleaning. Thank you, Grandma, for teaching me well! And laughed and asked if I could come again 2 days later. I couldn't believe it. That was too easy. Of course, I gave her a fake name, and as I walked away, I almost laughed. I was officially my stepmother's housekeeper. Oh, this was good. I knew I'd reveal who I really was at some point, but I needed more time. What if she was hiding things from my dad? I mean, had my dad given her my mom's dress? I needed to find out. 2 days later, I was cleaning, and afterwards, she asked me if I wanted to stay for some tea and cake. She seemed kind of lonely, and for a second, I felt sorry for her. I mean, Dad was away a lot, so she must have been missing him, just like I was. That day, she asked me lots of questions about myself, and even complimented me on how pretty I was. Afterwards, I felt kind of guilty for lying to her. I mean, she actually seemed quite nice. I could see why my dad had fallen in love with her. But still, my dad had kept this hidden from me, and that wasn't okay. The following week, when I was cleaning, I heard a car pull up outside. I froze. Was Dad back already? I ran over to the window to take a look, but it wasn't my dad. It was some other man. Suddenly, my stepmother shouted upstairs to me that she had a meeting now and would be in her study and that I wasn't to disturb her. I was very curious, so as soon as I heard her study door close, I crept downstairs and looked through the keyhole. They were sitting opposite each other, and it did look like a business meeting. But then my stepmother put her finger to her lips to say, shh, and pointed up towards the ceiling. And then the next second, she got up and went over and started kissing the man. I couldn't believe it. I almost gasped. I couldn't stop watching. And then the man pushed her away and said, babe, please, you gotta take those pictures of your husband down. I feel like he's watching us. It's creepy. And then my stepmother just told him to ignore the pictures and said her husband was away so much he'd never find out anyway. Well, that's what she thought. I'd just seen and heard more than enough. If my dad knew what she was up to, he'd be heartbroken. I had to tell him. This was sickening. I ran back upstairs, and then the man left. I could feel my heart thumping in my chest. This was all too much. A few minutes later, I heard a phone ringing, and then my stepmother answered. It was clearly my dad on the line, because she said, oh, I miss you too, baby. Please hurry home. I felt so angry hearing that. I picked up one of the perfume bottles in her room and threw it on the floor. It smashed and pieces flew everywhere. Of course, my stepmother came running upstairs, and that's when I realized she was on a video call. I threw myself under her bed, pretending to clean up the bits of broken glass. No way could my dad see me here. But then Janelle bent down and said, let me introduce you to my husband. But I just mumbled that I was cleaning up the glass and would meet him later. My God, if my dad saw me, he would freak out. I thought about not returning after I'd seen her having an affair. But I wanted to collect evidence for my dad. So over the next 2 weeks, I kept visiting and cleaning. And that man was there all the time. One night as I was leaving, I asked her who he was. And she blushed and said he was just an important client and that they were signing a business deal. Yeah, right, I thought. Then one day, just before my dad got back, I was at her house cleaning. I'd started to clean the toilet with her toothbrush after I'd caught her cheating, and it gave me so much pleasure to scrape the toilet bowl with it. It served her right. I was polishing the toilet seat with it, when suddenly I heard her running up the stairs. I quickly hid the toothbrush just in time because she came storming into the bathroom and started vomiting. I got such a fright and asked her if she was okay. Then I headed home. The next day, I decided I was going to quit. My dad was coming home, and I couldn't risk being caught by him. Plus, I was sick of being around her and her lies. I did one last clean for her because I also needed the cash. And as I was cleaning her bathroom, I noticed something in the trash. My jaw almost hit the floor. It was a pregnancy test, and it said 1 to 2 weeks on it. Oh my God. She was pregnant. I did the math and realized there was no way this could be my dad's baby. I was so shocked, I lost all track of time, and the next moment, I heard my dad's voice downstairs. I had to get out of there without him seeing me. I waited until he was in the kitchen, and then I ran as fast as I could down the stairs, out the door, and over to Sarah's. The worst part of it all was knowing that he came to see his wife before coming to see me. Did he love her more than me? I watched as they went out into the garden and started hugging, and I quickly took a photo of them. And then I saw her showing my dad the pregnancy test, and he looked happy. He picked her up and swung her around, and all I could think was how the baby was not his. Later that night, Dad came to pick me up at my grandma's and take me home, but I told him I was fine staying at grandma's and didn't want to come home. He could clearly see that something was up, and just before he left, I decided that was the moment. I showed him the photo I'd taken of him and my stepmother, and he almost dropped my phone in shock. He turned to me and said he could explain, and then he broke down and said he'd been wanting to tell me for so long, but he was afraid that I wouldn't be okay with it, and that he really loved this woman. He so badly wanted me to meet her. I didn't tell him I'd already met her, because I had a plan. This week, my dad kept apologizing, and then he asked me if I'd be interested in meeting his wife that weekend. I told him I'd love to, and he seemed relieved. Then he said he'd chosen a special restaurant and promised that I'd love her as much as he did. When the weekend rolled around, I put on my mom's dress, the one I'd stolen out of my stepmother's closet, and wore a pair of big sunglasses. Obviously, I didn't wear my blonde wig because I didn't want to give myself away. My dad told me to take my sunglasses off, but I refused, saying it was part of my outfit. And then he complimented me on the dress and said it looked as good on me as it had on my mom. So my stepmother had stolen the dress then! At first, things went well. She didn't recognize me and she was acting very sweet towards me. And then she said she and my dad had something to tell me. That I was going to be a big sister! I decided that was the perfect moment. I pulled off my sunglasses, reached into my bag and pulled out my wig and said, "Oh yeah? And is this baby definitely my dad's?" Well, you should have seen the look on her face. She literally screamed and pushed herself away from the table. Then she started pointing at me saying, "It's you? But you're my cleaner!" Then she turned to my dad and started shouting at him, saying, "Did you set this up? Were you spying on me? Using your own daughter to keep an eye on me? And she even stole my dress!" The whole time, my dad looked so confused. He clearly had no idea what was going on. So I told him everything, that the baby wasn't his, and that I'd seen his wife cheating on him over the past month. My dad was so furious, he grabbed my hand and we left the restaurant. As we stormed out, I turned to my evil stepmother and said, "By the way, I didn't steal your dress. You stole this dress from our house!" My dad was so disgusted by the whole situation, and I thought he'd be angry. After all, I pretended to be someone else just to get some info about my stepmother. But he was actually very grateful. He apologized to me about 1,000,000 times and said he'd been such a fool to fall for such a terrible woman. And of course, for lying to me about where he'd been and the fact that they'd gotten married. Well, now they're divorced. Thank God! As soon as the divorce was filed, my dad turned to me and jokingly said, "Next time I meet a woman for a date, I'm going to hire you as a spy to go and clean her house, okay?" At least my dad still had a sense of humor. And thank goodness for Sarah living so close. Otherwise, would we ever have discovered what a liar she was?
But before I could say anything, we were in a car off to the airport. I was furious. I wasn't going, no matter what. They were being ridiculous, but who could play at that game? We were already on the plane, and I knew I had to act fast. Oh no, there's a bomb on the plane! It's in their bags! Isabella, what are you doing? Hi, I'm Isabella, and I'm like Indiana. No, Isabella Jones. I've lived in almost 60 different countries, and my story is truly insane. But before I begin, please like and subscribe. I've got a weird family. We moved around a lot, and I mean a lot. When I was 4, my parents adopted my brother Patrick. It was so cool, but he was weird, just like Mom and Dad. Sometimes I thought he might be a robot because whenever I hugged him too tight, he'd make a beeping sound. I told you, he's weird. Even though my family seemed to get more and more strange change every time we moved. Patrick loved moving around. Dad always said it was for his job, but I never saw him go to work. Whenever I asked, he'd just make some annoying excuse to leave.
Sorry, I really have to fart. It's gonna be a bad one.
Ew, Dad, gross! As if that wasn't strange enough, they changed their personalities with each new move.
Everyone needs a fresh start every now and then.
You know, now and then doesn't mean every next week or month, right?
Isabella, stop talking back to your mother and start pogo sticking with us.
This is my favorite family personality yet!
My mom homeschooled us, and it was great. But I kept dreaming of going to a real school and making friends. But anytime someone found out just how weird my parents were,
Girls, come on in. Grab a candle. We're having a seance.
or when we encountered minor setbacks,
This guy messed up my grocery cart.
we were pretty much guaranteed to move the next day. By the time I turned 13, watching MSA videos became my favorite pastime. I saw these characters my age going to high school. I felt like I was missing out on the most important part of being a teenager, socialization. I wanted to go to the mall for hours and blab on and on to my BFF about how cute Johnny was from the science labs. On my 15th birthday, I realized my window to lead a normal teenage high school life was closing. So I decided to convince my parents to settle down. I watched a lot of Shark Tank to prepare for my parental pitch. Then I sat my parents down. Hello, sharks. Mom and Dad. You know when you go on a roller coaster, but there are so many quick moves that you feel like you're gonna throw up? Well, that's kind of like my life right now. What if we just stayed put for a while? Maybe just while I finish high school? This was doing nothing. I had to bring in the big guns. My brother. Come on, Patrick, help me out here. What do I get in return? Ugh, so annoying. Fine, anything. I want you to dress up as a gorilla and run through the mall screaming, I'm a stinky sister. Really, Patrick? You're 13. Surely you're a little more mature than that, right? But I was desperate. She's right, and I want to stay here too.
We had no idea us always moving around affected you kids this much. All right, we'll stay.
Are you sure?
We've had no run-ins for years. Let's give it a shot for the kids.
I had no idea what they were talking about. It was pretty suspicious, but I let that thought go. Soon, Patrick and I enrolled in public school. Normalcy, here I come. On the first day of school, I was so excited. I went to wake Patrick up so we could go to school together, but he just went back to sleep. So I got there, and sure enough, it was locked. I guess 4 a.m. was a little too early, huh? But I was already dressed, and there was no way I was turning back. Luckily, I found an open window. And by that, I mean, it was open after I broke it. I found my classroom and picked a desk right up front, so the teacher would know I was super serious. I could rest my head for a few minutes, right? But I fell asleep and woke up to this annoying girl poking me on the head. Hey, you're in my seat. No, this is my seat. I got here extra early. They're assigned. Is this your first day on planet Earth, or what, weirdo? How dare she call me that? Doesn't she know? This is me being normal. I am not a weirdo. Yes, you are. What are you even wearing? You look like a troll booger. My mom made this for me. She took it way too far. She chucked my stuff around like a rag doll, then attacked me. I was so angry that I grabbed her hair, but it came off. She was wearing a wig. Everyone started laughing at her. Ugh! I'm gonna end you. I got a bit scared and did what smart people do in that situation. I bolted, but she started chasing me down the hall. Please move. Thank you. Sorry. Coming through. I turned down a hallway and hit a dead end. Oh no, my high school experience was about to come crashing down before I even had my first class. Just then, a strong hand grabbed me.
Quickly, in here.
And I was pulled into a janitor's closet with the most handsome kid I'd ever seen. He placed a tattooed hand on my shoulder. It was so cool, but I didn't even know high school kids could get tattoos. I guess he saw me staring.
Like what you see? My dad gave me permission and we got matching ones. Anyway, are you okay?
I felt like my face had frozen solid and my drool was now an icicle hanging from my lower lip.
I just saw you take on Kelsey. That was brave. She's a total brat. We'll be safe here. I'm Daniel.
I'm, Isabella. It's my first date. I mean day.
It's really scary for a first day. Here's my number if you want a friend or...
Was this what it felt like to fall deeply and madly in love with a boy after knowing him for less than 5 minutes? He leaned toward me. I didn't pull away. I was just about to close my eyes, but then Patrick opened the closet door.
Hey, this isn't algebra.
Gross. My sister got a boyfriend and gross cooties. Patrick, stop embarrassing me.
You have nothing to be embarrassed about. Hey, Patrick, want to go play catch in the quad?
Sure. I've always wanted to pass a ball around with a bro. Aw, isn't it so sweet when a guy is nice to your siblings? That's my #1 green flag. What are your green flags? Comment down below while I get back to the story. Daniel walked me to my classes the rest of the day to protect me from Kelsey. He was so perfect, from his completely poreless face to his luscious locks of hair that he just loved to play with, even if they looked like a mop. But when he brushed it back, He looked regal. The next day, Daniel and I took things up a notch.
Hey, I was wondering, would you and Patrick like to come over for dinner tonight?
What? Patrick too?
Oh yeah, I mean, you and your family.
You want to meet my family? Why?
I like you. Isn't that what people do?
Yeah, but it seems kind of fast. We haven't even had dinner yet, just the two of us.
So, is that a no?
But just then, I was called into the principal's office. What am I gonna do? I have to leave, but I wanted to take that next step with Daniel. But also, my parents are so weird. Quick is? It's a yes. See you tonight at 7. Text me your address. I ran down to Principal Weatherbottom's office, but when I entered, I saw that Mom was already there.
I heard that you ripped a girl's wig off yesterday. Isabella, is this true? That is unacceptable. You're suspended.
What?
Hold up. At least let her explain. Don't need to. I know a rotten family when I see one.
Excuse me? I am super gluing my butt to the seat until you take that back. But before I could even stop her, Mom had whipped out the glue gun. I forgot my mom's new personality is intense arts and crafts lady. Mom, stop! I needed her to stop making things more difficult for me, so I pulled her out of the room as fast as I could. You're not helping at all. Let's just go home. Actually, first, let's get this chair off of you. But it was really stuck to her. Patrick and I ended up attaching wheels to the bottom and riding that home instead of Mom's car. And then we all spent the rest of the afternoon detaching it from her butt.
Great. Now I don't even have time to make dinner.
And that's when I remembered. You know, my new friend Daniel actually invited us all over for dinner tonight, but you're probably busy crafting a spaceship or whatever your thing is this week.
Did someone say free dinner?
Did I forget to mention to you guys that my dad's new personality is a professional cheapskate? Our family went to Daniel's a little later. As he opened the door, dread washed over me because Daniel's mom was the principal.
Welcome.
You! Mom threw the flower she bought right in her face and stormed off. I'm sorry, Daniel and Principal Bottom, but I think dinner may have to wait. We ran after my mom until we got home. Mom, calm down. You're being ridiculous.
That's it, Isabella. We must leave.
What? This wasn't fair. I had fought so hard just to stay at a place longer than 2 weeks. This time was supposed to be different.
We need to be careful of people who call us rotten. I'm sorry, but one day you'll understand. We're moving, and that's that.
But before I could say anything, we were in a car off to the airport. I was furious. I wasn't going, no matter what. They were being ridiculous, but who could play at that game? We were already on the plane, and I knew I had to act fast. Oh no, there's a bomb on the plane. It's in their bags.
Isabella, what are you doing? This is serious.
But I didn't care. I left the 3 of them there and ran off the plane. I knew Mom and Dad would be fine after the police found out the truth. I got back home and called Daniel to apologize about dinner, but he wouldn't answer. Was he also mad at me? And what's worse, when my parents or Patrick didn't come back after 24 hours, I started to feel really, really guilty. Were they okay? Tears welled up in my eyes. What if my family never came back? What if they were locked away forever and it was all my fault? I was so worried, so I called Daniel again, but he didn't answer. I texted him my address and asked him to come over. Suddenly, I heard a knock on the door. Hello? I opened the door, and 2 giant men tackled me to the ground.
Gotcha!
Let go of me!
Yes, boss. We've got her too.
Hi-ya! Mom! Dad! They burst in through the door and kicked the 2 burly men straight in the face, knocking them out instantly and tying them up. What? How?
We took self-defense classes. Remember all those Jackie Chan movies I used to watch?
Yeah, how could I forget? I wore pillows for shoes all that week since she kept breaking vases when she was practicing her karate moves.
Are you okay?
Mom, Dad, I'm so sorry about the plane. And who are these guys?
We should have been honest with you.
Honest? About what? And that's when my mom told me everything.
When you were little, Dad and I were key witnesses to a trial that led to the arrest of a notorious biotech engineer known as the Dragon. He was doing unethical experiments on babies and children. The FBI found him with a child, and since no one claimed the child after the trial, we decided to adopt him.
Patrick!
Yes, but since then, some men have been chasing us, so we moved and changed personalities to help keep us safe. We never told you to protect you. The less you know, the better.
My heart was filled with shame that I judged them so harshly.
Wait, where's Patrick?
You mean he's not with you?
No, he ran after you off the plane. We thought he had come home.
We rushed to the police station to report the incident, but when we got there, we were surprised to hear that a detective was already on the case. Apparently, someone had witnessed him being kidnapped. They even showed us the CCTV footage of Patrick being chased and taken by someone in a van. There was something familiar about the guy driving, but I couldn't place it. I felt like this was all my fault, but surely there was something I could do to fix this. I could put Patrick's face on a milk carton, but that would take weeks of coordination. Maybe I should just tattoo a picture of Patrick to my face as punishment. moment. Wait a second. That's it. That guy in the van. He had the same tattoo on his hand as Daniel? No. Daniel was too nice to have anything to do with this. And anyone could have a weird tattoo on their hand. But it was about Patrick. I had to tell the cops. So, they said they'd meet us at Daniel's. But when we got there, the police were sure taking their sweet time. I can't wait any longer. My baby may be in there. Mom, wait! I ran after her to stop her. But before I could, she burst through the surprisingly unlocked front door. Inside, Daniel and the principal, along with masked, muscular men, stood next to Patrick. Mom leapt at the goon. Daniel, let him go!
This is for putting my dad in jail.
Am I hearing this correctly? Daniel's dad is the dragon?
And for escaping my men when I sent them after you. We had it all mapped out. School was the start, then dinner. But your mom had to ruin it all the time. So we came up with a new plan. And that's how we got Patrick. And that's how those two goons were at your house.
You? I trusted you. You're gonna pay for this. And you, Miss Weatherbutt, you're a horrible principal.
I'm not the principal, you idiot. And this isn't really Daniel. We kidnapped them, then used their faces by making realistic masks of them to steal their identities.
How is that even possible?
See, my dad was a genius. He even made this voice-changing device. If he hadn't been put away, imagine what he could have done for the world.
No wonder people at school didn't suspect anything. Mom tackled her mortal enemy, and I reached out and ripped off Faye Daniel's mask. Yuck! Such a sinister face underneath it. He went for me, but I used my mad bite skills to good use. And just then, the police barged into the room and tackled them all to the floor. Behind them, Dad entered triumphantly.
Cops got here just in time. Glad my girls held them off.
The fake criminals were taken away in handcuffs. It turned out that Dragon's wife and son had been tracking us all these years through Patrick, as Dragon microchipped him before getting caught. But we moved so much that as soon as they were there, we were gone. Until this time, relieved, we ran over to Patrick.
Whoa, that was intense. But you know, you could have just breathed on him. One whiff of your morning breath and they'd surrender immediately.
Ugh, still annoying as ever. Well, that beeping noise now makes sense. I pulled my family in for the biggest bear hug ever. I'm so sorry for everything I put you through. I want to stay in one place, but only if that means we can all be together. That's what matters most.
You know, Isabella, now that those two are locked away, I guess we don't have to hide anymore. That's right, we can stay here as long as we want.
Staycation! Seriously? OMG, thank you, thank you, thank you! I'll never call you weird ever again!
Wait, you were calling us weird? Kidding, we love you.
And that's the story of how everything got back to normal. Well, at least after Patrick got his microchip surgically removed. Then everything was finally normal.